Welcome to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We have 15 European cricket nations going head-to-head for T10 glory. Look, yesterday was almost ruined by rain, but we did get 3 shortened matches in. Look, the host Spain, they are first up today, so settle in. 5 matches ahead. Mr. Maximo here, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Buenos dias y bienvenidos a España. Good morning to all of you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's day 3 of the inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We're starting with a crackerjack clash. We have 5 T10 matches today, starting with match 11, Spain, the hosts against Luxembourg. Well, both of these teams would love to get their morning off to a great start with a win. Let's go over to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains, for the coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads.
What would you like to do, Mohit?
Bat first.
So, Mohit Dixit, the acting Luxembourg skipper, has won the toss. He's elected to bat. I think that's a good, confident decision. He certainly looked a lot better when they put runs on the board in that truncated 5-over match last night. Now, the big story for Luxembourg, no Tony Whiteman in the lineup this morning. Well, the oldest player in the tournament has been an inspiration to his teammates, but he's having the morning off, just giving his body a little bit of a chance to recover. So, it will be Mohit Dixit leading the side today. But watch out for Harpal Singh. He's such an entertaining player, isn't he? The leg spinner. We'll see him in the second half of the game. And look, Martin for Luxembourg, he's a player to watch at the top of the order. For Spain, well, their captain, Chris Munoz-Mills, I don't think he'll be too bothered about chasing. They certainly have chased particularly well over the last couple of days. Watch out for Hamza Salim with the bat. I mean, he is a really dynamic player. We haven't seen him with the ball yet, and I wouldn't mind seeing him get a couple of overs today. Now, let's talk about the conditions today in Cartama in Spain. Well, it's pretty nice at the moment. We had some issues with the weather yesterday, but today we are expecting maximum temperature of 28. Currently, it's 21 degrees. Look, slight chance of a shower in the afternoon, but hopefully it stays away. So I know we're looking forward to a big day of cricket. And well, this is a man who knows all about this wonderful part of the world. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is Luxembourg have won, and they'll be batting first.
Familia, good morning to our global cricket family. Welcome to Spain, the province of Andalusia, the host region, and also Malaga, which is the host city, capital of the Costa del Sol. And speaking of Sol, well, it's good to see that the sun is back here today and is shining early this morning over this beautiful, this magnificent ground, the Cartama Oval. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, we've had some fantastic matches yesterday because of the rain. Though we did lose 2 matches, we did have 3 shorter version matches, and weren't they exciting? Lots of drama there. Well, these 2 teams, well, they're looking to, Spain looking to accelerate up the table, looking to increase the gap over Sweden and put pressure on Belgium, who are leading Group A. Luxembourg, they're looking to get their sort of, they want to win, don't they? And they've got lots of supporters around the world. I know that they're the underdogs, but all the neutrals, I think, are going for Luxembourg here. And well, we just see images of this ground. It is absolutely magnificent. It's a pleasure to be here. And this can be an interesting match for me. I think Luxembourg, I would have done the same. I think being that it's going to be quite moist and damp under the ground, the ball's going to be quite wet, quite difficult to control early on. I think it's a good toss to win. Umpires, Suleiman Saeed and Stefan Gooch, they wait to be given the thumbs up to start match 11. Good morning to our official time partner, the Swiss watchmaker, Norkane. As the clock ticks down, we will get ready to start, and it will be Atif Mohammed to start. He's bowled pretty well. In he comes, first delivery, and he's right in the block hole. Good sharp delivery first up, putting it in the right areas. Yesterday he wasn't at his best in that one game against Sweden, but fortunately Hamza Salim, who's been their start, was. And a few changes in the Spanish side as well. You notice that Yasser Ali, though he's fighting to get back in form, isn't he, with the bat, but he's been given a rest here today. So maybe we're going to see Esjad bat, or maybe even Khalid Lal feature when it comes to the batting for Spain. But at the moment, all the concentration is on the fielding. They'll like to try and restrict, I think, Luxembourg, to a score between 80 and 90, no more than that. First run to Viswanath. Martin on strike. He tries to steer this round towards the onside. Good work there from Atif, good follow through, making sure he gets there. And straight away, the Kookaburra goes to the captain, Christian Manuth Mills, who gives the ball a dry up. And at the moment, they opted to have a long on. And the man at point on the boundary, only 2 players allowed. Shorter doesn't quite get this right, does he? And that could have gone straight to the hands of Zulkerman there, Haida. Lots of noise out there from the Spanish boys. Well bowled again in the block. And you can see that side of the ground, you just saw that like an explosion of sawdust. Just have a look at this. When you see Atif go to get the ball, just watch here, big puff of sawdust. I mean, that was very wet yesterday, but look, we said it many times yesterday, the ground staff here have done fantastic work. They really have. David Cooper, Jay Wild, and of course, everyone involved with the European Cricket Network team worked hard yesterday to get this, to get playable. What a lovely delivery that is. Well, if you can't knock the stumps over, you knock the players over. Well, that's one way to do it. And Roshan Viswanath, he won't like that. He'd like to get a reply back of his own. Strong hitter off the ball. This was, well, look at that. Down and out. And he gets the count, but he's up before 10. Eddie from the mood will have another go. And he's full again. Much better this. That one escapes him, but much better line compared to what he was bowling yesterday. Was a little bit too short, was giving the batsman too much width. This one is a fantastic start, completely different to what happened yesterday. So only 2 runs off that the first over. And that's where, if anything, from my observation so far from the 3 matches that Spain have played, remember one of those matches, and it was the one that was scheduled against Luxembourg, was abandoned yesterday. But in those matches, I think it's their bowling, especially the opening bowlers, that have just been a little bit too short. One of those men was Adil Raja. Now, he's been rested today. He was having trouble slipping because of his style of bowling. But this man, Zulkerman Haida, he's been on top form. Let's see if he can continue that way. Start short. And once more, I think they're beaten by the pace there, the batsman. Just slightly too short, though, I think, there. And Rico Full here in the commentary box. Michael McCann will be in later. We are the Good Time crew, and the man who's standing next to me is Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Rico. And to all the senors and senoritas out there, very good morning to you as well. Great to have your company this morning.
Firmly here, trying to get through the gap. He does. This will show how quick or slow this outfield is. Well, even with all of that rain and this early morning dew, that ball still beats the 2 fielders to the boundary. That's the first boundary of the day, and it comes from the bat of Thomas Martin. Lovely shot. Fielders negociate the kitipa lagia joka.
Yeah, top of the bounce, wasn't it? It gets over it. Wasn't a half volley by any means. It was a good test for the outfield. They have worked hard to remove the dew. There's still a bit of moisture on the surface. The ball won the race on that occasion.
Oh, this one has been hit big. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras, manos arriba, Vidro. Manos arriba, eso es 6 puntos.
Yeah, what's happened when you drop short on this surface. Pretty consistent bounce, and this is a confidence booster for Martin. You know what? I think he's got all the tools to be a key batsman for Luxembourg, and it's just a matter of time till he puts it together. He certainly was brutal on that one, and that ball's going to come back pretty wet. That was right up into the jungle, and we didn't really have too much rain overnight, I don't think. It's just all this moisture that kind of has coated the ground and the surroundings. I know that my red and yellow shoes copped a fair bit of it as well. And what's the reply from Zulkarnain Haida?
This would just be a dot. Yeah, I mean, he pitched up 1 and it was driven for 4. Went for the shorter ball. That's the reply next up, and it was sent for a big 6. But he's come back well, gets the dot ball in here. Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Thomas Martin, looks like a class bat. But remember, with Tony Whiteman not playing, he knows that he's got to perform here. He needs to get a good score up there for his team.
Maybe he'll relish that extra responsibility. Good players do. He's already 11 out of the 14 runs so far.
And not quite timed this right, but it will go down to Ravi Panchal, does the fielding. I'll take the single.
So Rico, 5 T10 matches today. Conditions a lot nicer, of course. 24 hours ago, we had a very surprising amount of rain, which stopped play for 7 hours before we were able to get underway again. So hopefully we get a full schedule of matches in today. 5 T10s ahead.
This is struck well, 1 bounce 4. Well, you don't have to run for those. Too short, wasn't the best of deliveries from Zulka. And as I was saying, guilty of bowling a little bit too short. Zulka, to be fair, hasn't been one of those guilty of doing that. But today, this morning, he has, and this one's been punished. Gandhi ball thingy, Lagya Joka.
It was, and he's a man as well. We haven't seen too much of him so far. 19 for no loss after 2. But he does look like he has all the shots. Just seems to find a way to get himself out. So if these two can bat for an extended period, I think Luxembourg are capable of putting a score on the board that will test Spain. And you mentioned it, I was watching that game from the fan zone the other day, and when Spain just kept bowling too short, when they were too short, you can't afford it on this pitch. I think if in doubt, unless someone's really struggling against it, you've got to get it up there. Kuldeep Lal is going to bowl over number 3. Oh, he's a cool character, and this will be the last over of the power play.
Lal to Martin. Martin flicks away, and that's good stop. Tom Vine there. He's got the shades on. He's looking the part. He's looking cool.
He bowled well, didn't he, when he came into the side yesterday? Tom Vine bowls very good slower ball. I think we'll probably see him at the end of the innings. Could just slide these into the right hander. Keep her up to the stumps. Always Ahmed. He's a very threatening presence back there as well.
Full of ball. Good delivery that. And well dug out as well. And, the captain, Christian there, slide again, getting the ball in quickly. Tengo muchas ganas de ver este partido, de partido de España y Luxemburgo. De España de momento tiene los mismos puntos de Suiza. Entonces quieres ganar eso y pongo poco presión a de Bélgica. In the air, this could be a chance, but just wide of Christian Mills. It will be 4 runs instead. A risky shot, but he placed that perfectly. 4 more.
Yes, nice shot. I like what I'm seeing from Luxembourg so far. They're a very plucky team. They're the lowest ranked team in this group, Group A. They are coming out, all guns blazing, really taking it up to the host side. That was a nice shot through the line, 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's forced the field change. So long on, Ravi Panchal comes up, and Christian Mills goes onto the boundary, long off. And this was in his region again. You just wonder, though, I mean, maybe he's played that shot because he has gone back, but if he'd stayed up, probably catching opportunity.
Yeah, it's true. Well, Rico, you know, one thing I'm always wondering is what is a good score on this field at the moment. You can see both in the 11s, day 1 and day 2. That tells me that par is around 110 to 120.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of score I'm sure Luxembourg will be hoping to put on the board. This next one, full beats the bat. Taken cleanly by Always Ahmed, but I mean, I'd say, so for Luxembourg to get that kind of competitive score, I think it's key that the top order perform. That's what we're seeing at the moment, but it's a matter of if it can last out of the power play and into the middle of the innings.
That's correct. Picturing, I think he's gone. This is fantastic work. Always Ahmed. Qué genial. Qué fuerte es esta hombre. Eso es un grande parte de eso partido.
That's quick work, and that was lightning from Always. Well, let's have a look here. I mean, it made the choice. A little bit of a skip step, didn't he? And there was no doubt about it. You see, this is what he does sometimes. He goes back and then goes forward. And he might have fumbled one early in the over, but this one, no doubt about it. Always Ahmed gets to something, and Kuldeep takes a wicket. And the first one of the day. It's the end of the power play as well. Luxembourg, they're 25 for 1.
Yeah, Kulibla with that wicket takes him to 5 wickets in this. Only his 4th match, and he's the leading wicket taker now with 5. Well done to him. But that again is down to the masterclass of that man behind the stumps, Awais Ahmed. He has impressed, hasn't he, Vinny? He's looked sharp.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right there. And we saw him earlier in Barcelona. I know it was earlier in the season. For me, at times, he's a little bit lazy behind the stumps. No other word for it, but tell you what, it's been anything but so far. When the competition stepped up, so has he. That was a very professional bit of wicket keeping. I appreciated it.
25 for 1. And it's time for the flamenco dancer, Hennessy, to come on. Well, will he be doing the dancing, or will it be the dancing by the Luxembourg team camp up there? They like to do the old dancing as well, so it could be a dance-off as well between these two teams. In comes Hennessy. Slow delivery, no pace on the ball, and Roshan Vishwanath not able to get that away. Pandya is the man that's come in to replace Thomas Martin, who was stumped magnificently for 13 of 10 balls.
Hennessy, a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly so far in this series.
Right onto the pads there. It's a shot of LB from somewhere along the boundary, but going down the leg side, and the batsman really needs to get hold of those, needs to get something on it. Pandey still yet to get off the mark. In comes Hennessy once more. This time it's outside the off. He'll get the single. But, Spain won't be too worried about the single. It's a very defensive field on that offside at the moment. Those two men back on the boundary.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we generally see in the 4th over. You do have the ability to have 5 outfielders. Hennessy has been used at the end of the innings, but being used in the middle here.
He's gone after this one, and he's got plenty of it. 6 runs. Shaka Lagya.
That's a nice shot here. Just sliding into the batsman. Vishwanath, well, maybe this is the day where he can go on with it for Luxembourg. Like his approach. He takes no prisoners. That one banged off the fence for a Maximo.
Yeah, he just waited for that, didn't he? Got into position, waited, put it away. It's a similar thing this time. Maybe a little bit quicker from Hennessy. Doesn't get good contact on it. Take the single. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this field, Vinny. Though they've got the 2 men out on the offside on the boundary, I would bring, for me personally, bring one of those in, leave the point out there as the sweeper, and put one more on the leg side where that shot was played. Fill that gap. That's what I would be thinking. This one's up in the air. Has it got the legs? I don't think so. And it's a simple catch taken by the captain, El Capitan. That's another one. Another one bites the dust. A good catch, and Hennessy takes the wicket.
Yeah, this one just didn't get all of it, did he? At the safe hands of the captain, Christian Munoz Mills. Look at this one again. And batsman just came back, and the umpires had a quick word, but it has been confirmed he's been sent on his way. And you can see there, well, the flamenco dancer, it's not the full routine from him, but still an effective finish to the over. A 2nd wicket falls for Luxembourg. It's 34 for 2 after 4. And look, very, very warm welcome to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company this morning from sunny Spain. And it is sunny at the moment, the Costa del Sol. And it was seeming a little bit ironic yesterday this time, but it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. But we realise we have coordinated the wardrobes this morning, which is something we realised at breakfast. But look, it's wonderful wherever you're watching around the world, where you've watched a lot of European cricket or whether you haven't. It certainly is something very, very unique and highly entertaining, no matter where you're watching from, Rico.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. Just to clarify things, Spanish, I think I'm maybe a little bit of the dancing Luxembourg, you know.
Both the teams, they've got a fair bit of red, and so do we.
No,
it's a bit like the old bullfighter.
The old
bullfighter. With the red rag, we'll see a bit of that as well. In some of the material we've shot for this series, but it certainly is a unique, special former game, special place to play as well. It's the fastest growing sport in Europe.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Vine. coming into the attack for the first time.
Ooh, well, he sort of half-heartedly played at this one. Stops his shot, Vishwanath, and almost offered a very simple catch to Tom Vine. As we said, he bowled very well yesterday, did Tom.
He's got this really good back of the hand slower ball. Don't know how many we'll see here in the 5th, but probably we'll see 1 or 2.
Beats his man outside the off stump. Good bowling. Interesting at the moment, Awais Ahmed is opting to stand back to Tom. I'm just wondering whether after seeing a few deliveries, he may decide to come back up.
This is more of an off-cutter. So he's got a variety of slower balls, Tom Vine. That's why I think he's a very effective bowler in this format. Let's just throw the batsman off balance.
Oh, again, that one beats him outside the off. Didn't carry through as much this one, did it? The ball before was a good catch.
Have a look at this one. See, same thing. Just rolls his fingers off over the right-hand side of the ball. So the arm speed is still there, but the pace comes off the ball slightly. And you can just tell Oscar Whiteman isn't quite reading Tom Vine at this stage.
Take the single here, just place it out.
It's got to be his role here, Oscar Whiteman.
Yeah.
It's got to be his role at the moment. Vishwanath, he's the one with all the shots. Oscar's still learning. I mean, he's a young player, I know. He's highly valued in the Luxembourg cricket setup, and they really want to get more and more experience into him. So that's why we are seeing him batting in the top 4. It's a key position. Very, very new to T10 cricket, of course, but Vishwanath, I think he's the one that has to take the lead here. I'm sure he'll try.
This one's up in the air, clever slower ball. Is anyone going to get to that? They're all charging in from everywhere, but not able to. The batsman just take the single. So another let off there from Vishwanath. Well, he's living dangerously, but he's still there. Look, I was talking to some of the Luxembourg boys on the bus this morning. Great bunch of lads, as you know. They really are entertaining us, and they've got a lot of followers around the world, for doubt. And I can tell you a few things about them. Maybe wait till this delivery. And this could be a catch, and it will be. And Tom Vine gets the wicket of Oscar Whiteman. Well, he did survive a few of those deliveries outside the off, but not this one. A simple catch taken. I think that's Akshad Bhatt back there. So another wicket, and well bowled to Tom Vine. He just does what he did yesterday, just keeping the pace off the ball. Good variety, a good length, gets a wicket, well bowled.
I like Vine here because he stuck with what was working. He didn't try and do everything. He found a delivery that the batsmen weren't reading, and he wasn't afraid to repeat it. And well, maybe a bit of bad luck for Whiteman because his edge could have gone anywhere. We certainly saw his partner Vishwanath get away with something early in the over. But unfortunately for Oscar, that's the end of his innings. He goes for just a single. And at the end of the 5th over, Luxembourg, they're 37 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Luxembourg, they're a team that back in Luxembourg, 2 divisions, they've got 10 teams. The cricket is growing all the time. Women's cricket there as well, and juniors. But look, I saw a picture of their ground. They play at the picturesque Pierre Warner ground. It is absolutely superb. And they had a very good T20I tournament as well, where they finished 2nd in Romania. But the thing with this team is this is very much a new team. Only 3 players that took part. Only 3 of the key players playing in this. So this is a great opportunity for a lot of new players coming in, and they're taking their chance, and really they're out there to perform and entertain they have done.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A great bunch of guys. They talked to me about they'd love to get a European cricket series there. They said they've got 7 or 8 clubs there, 5 in the 1st division. So maybe that's the location we could see soon.
Let's see back on. I mean, being much more impressed with the bowling of Spain here. I think they've learned about keeping the pace off the ball. We saw that. The only one who was guilty this time with bowling too short was Zulka, which was a surprise. He's normally quite good, but all the other bowlers have been bowling in the right areas. Once again. You don't appeal. Some teams are appealing all the time for everything. Well, pressure now. He's got to go for the big shot. I think the big shot coming here. Well, gets good battle onto it, but it's only going to be a single. And there's the man who's been doing all the damage at the moment. Hamza Salim in 3 innings, 101 runs, top of the run scorers at the moment.
Haven't seen him with the ball yet.
No, we haven't.
Seen him at some
Surprising.
point.
I'd love to see him get a bowl. I really would. Hennessy once more. This one just played in the gap. And Spain are quite content here. They're quite happy to allow these singles. Singles are not hurting them. And at the moment, so far, it's all going to plan for the Roja team.
Yeah, they look fantastic in those Spider-Man uniforms, as some of our viewers commented to us yesterday. Here's Hennessy, last ball of his spell. He's been tight, only 11.
Once more, bat on ball. Ravi Pancho comes running in. And take the single. And a good spell of bowling from Hennessy. He's done well, hasn't he? I mean, he only gave away 9 in his first, and in this one, just 3 runs.
Yeah, excellent bowling. So Luxembourg have hit the skids a little bit after a promising start. They're 41 for 3 after 6 overs. Well, 6 over check-in time. I think for here, normally what I'm defaulting to is 2 a ball, which would be 48 more runs. It'll take them to 89. Still a little bit short of par. I think probably 20, 25 short. But Luxembourg, I was getting to know them a little bit as well. As we're all staying nearby. And they were saying, look, we're thrilled to get this opportunity. And they say they're learning every single game. Here's Vine.
Struck well. He's trying to get it through the gap. And and I think that's 4. Yeah, it's 4. I mean, maybe just a deflection there once again. Stopped Christian Munoz getting to this. Kuldeep Lal made the initial dive. It was a nice shot. He waited for it. Makes good contact. Here's the dive, Kuldeep. And that's just, it's just Christian was ready to stop it.
Towards Munoz Mills. So, I mean, no doubt about that. And, just was over the line before he fell over the line. 4 runs.
Get out to Pancho. Pancho keeps his eye on it.
So Luxembourg, they were saying, look, we know we're the bottom-ranked team in this tournament, but it is a fairly inexperienced side that we've brought. We're learning all the time. Haven't played any T10 cricket before this week as well. So they're learning about the approach and the kind of calculated risks you have to take in this format. And they're a very entertaining team to watch.
Short one from Fine, and that's the variation we talked about.
Yeah, so, and the other thing was they said that when we get our moments, we are going to enjoy them.
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday with Harpal Singh with his leg spinners when he took consecutive wickets. We've seen it when there's a boundary for Luxembourg. The team, they're up and about, and they're enjoying the experience. And really, isn't that what cricket is all about?
Absolutely. You know, you've nailed it there, Vinny. I think, yeah, you've got to play. You've got to be competitive. You play to win. But if you're not having fun and if you're not enjoying yourself, what's the point? Nicely bowled, slower ball. Well, I thought the bat was going to go to the boundary there, but he held on to it and takes a single. And very important phase of the game this is for Luxembourg. Vishwanath, he's got to stay there. He's got to really start to play some shots now. 18 balls now to his head. And, well, Dixit, the captain, standing in captain. Well, look at this.
Look at this. I think this might have been going, and he's saying, you don't have to black. He's saying, that's going to hit. What are you doing? And there's someone backing up, Hashad Butt, who's into the lineup. Anyway, they do get home for a single.
Tom Vine, can he finish big? Well, trying to take him on. Ravi Pancho is in the action, safe hands, and he takes the cat. Easily done. And Tom Vine gets another. And that's great work from the Cricket Hispania team. Everything going to plan at the moment. Everything going like clockwork. Tom Vine taking the pace off, slower ball, saying to the batsman, we'll have it if you want. Dixit trying to take him on, not getting the power into it. Keep the pace off the ball and have your fielders in the right place. And Pancho, he makes those look easy.
Just needed 5 more yards, didn't he? But Pancho, he's in the lineup. He's a specialist in that position. Long on. And we saw him earlier this year, didn't we? In the Spanish Championship day. He took an absolute blinder of a catch that day. There you go, casual as you like. Well, might be slightly slippery conditions, but you wouldn't have known it. So Luxembourg lose a 4th. It's 47 for 4.
Yeah, and he took an absolute sensational catch, didn't he? The one-handed one on the boundary in those playoffs. I'm starting to be very happy with the way things are here. I think there's only one man here, Vishwanath, who could cause a bit of damage. Wonder what's going through his mind. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Again here, remember that new rule in place that the new batsman coming in has to go and strike. He's got one ball to face from Tom.
Brian's been excellent. 2 for 9, last ball for him.
Shad goes big. It's probably just going to drop short. Panchal coming in again. Will they think about 2? They may have probably thought about it. Ravi still trying to pick the ball up off the ground. He said, I'm okay with it in the air, boys, but when it's on the ground, it's slippery like a bar of soap.
That takes us to the end of the 7th over, 48 for 4. It was a bit like a cat playing with a mouse there from Ravi Panchal. This is something we talked about yesterday. The avoidables, this is. The Sweden team, they've been away way too many. Look at that, 16.4. Now, these are basically wides, no balls and byes.
Yeah.
And it can be crucial. Luxembourg actually been pretty good in this department. So I think really it's their bowling. Fielding has been letting them down, but it's just with the bat scoring one. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. But Sweden, we talked about it yesterday, and there's the graph. You can see it for yourself. And especially when this group is so even, especially amongst the top 4 teams, I think. That's something you're going to have to work on.
Nicely played. It gets past the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. And seeing there that even though it's a bit damp and wet, the ball still, if it's timed well, will go to the boundary. Not a bad ball this from Coolidge, to be honest, but that's a nice shot, and that's really what it's got to be done here now. They've got to try and take on the bowlers. They've got to try and play a big shot. They've got to try and apply a little bit of pressure on the host team, Spain, here. Otherwise, they're going to fall pretty short of a good score. Dilshad gets a boundary to his name. Lal, what's the reply going to be? He goes fuller and straighter. Well batted, takes a single. And well, hopefully Roshan Vishwanath now, he's had almost a bit of a breather. And I think he now knows that it's time for him to play a few shots. He's gone a little bit ticky-taka. The last 2 deliveries he's had, he's missing out on a few boom, boom, booms. That's what he's after here now. Can he go big?
It's funny, he just seems to have lost his way a little bit in the middle overs, hasn't he, Vishwanath? It's no doubt for me. We'll be trying to deposit a few over the fence as we head into the final quarter of this innings.
It's gone up, and he's going up and away. Christian Manith is looking to try and get under it. And, well, he was trying to push this back over, and he's lost it at the last minute. And they're loving it because that is Seis Guerreras. And, well, you don't see too many misjudgments from that man there, the captain of Spain. But this one, he just misjudged. You can see what he was trying to do. Yeah, he couldn't do it.
He just doesn't get enough hand on the ball. He decides, look, he's got him right there. He tries to grab it, but he pretty much just spends it before he had it. Munoz Mills, and again, slippery ball, snuck through, back to live action, driven down the ground. And this will be Hennessy. Yeah, he was certainly aware, and it was actually quite good from Hennessy the way he came in. He was ready to receive it, but I think he just rushed it. He had a little bit more time. He wasn't going to hit the ground just yet. It would have been an entertaining team catch. This shows you how hard it is. In the end, great result for Luxembourg, 6 runs.
Great result, just what they needed. Asking the question. In comes the throw, not the best of throws, and there should probably no good awareness from Kuldeep Lal there. And you can see he's looking at Ashton Bhatt and say, look, buddy, we didn't need to do that. No damage done. Let's have a look at this.
Going down, I think. I think it's a good decision.
Good shout there. The ball would have gone on to Mr. Leg Stump. Bit of movement there as well from Kuldeep. Well, the bat.
Suspended in time. The batsman had long gone. Last ball of the 8th coming up.
You take him on away, so he'll probably just choose to hold on to this, and he does. That's the end of the over. So 62 it is. 4 wickets down, 8 overs completed.
You see Luxembourg. No lack of intent from their batsmen. And well, let us know where you're watching from around the world. We love that so many people have been getting in touch, and a lot of people, it's their first opportunity to watch European cricket because we have gone out on a lot of our different broadcasting partners, and so we're always available on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We do encourage you can get involved in the live chat as well, and we are loving the fact that the whole world's seeing what's going on here, developing all the time. And here's Zulkarnain Haider, who you said was a little bit expensive in the second over, coming back to bowl his last.
And there's the wicket, and just down by the pace. I was going to say the batsman, he just waited for the umpire to put his finger up, and no hesitation in the end. And he'd say, well, okay, if you need me to put it up, I'll put it up. And that's exactly what Sullivan did. Good pace, good delivery, good take from Awais Ahmed.
Yeah, Vishwanath, now he's been there and he's scored over half the run so far. 32 off 23 balls. But this one, you see, this goes upstairs on him. Doesn't quite climb the ladder. Little edge, Awais Ahmed doesn't make any mistake behind the stumps. But still, Vishwanath, his best score of the tournament so far. He goes for 32 off 23 balls, 2 fours, 2 sixes, 62 for 5. And yep, you can join the live chat, ECN, European Cricket Network. It's one of the unique and special aspects about watching cricket on ECN is you can talk to us and you can get in the live chat, you can ask us questions. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. If you do have any questions about European cricket or maybe you're watching cricket for the first time, we just love spreading the game and taking it to the world. And Haider, well, he was on top of the world, wasn't he? As he finally got the better of the Luxembourg opener.
Yeah, look, he didn't start well, did he? His first over went for 16. But I think just that change in pace did the trick there. And you see it there. I think this is, I'm liking this. It's clever captaincy, I think. Because what Christian Munoz has done after the first, that over from Zulka, he's taken the pace right off it. He's got the batsman and the key batsman who was in there for a long time, Vishwanath. He was trying to play the slower ball, then all of a sudden he's injected the pace back from Zulka, and it was the pace that's done him.
Well, he'd be hunting a second wicket here. And you just worry about who's going to step up for Luxembourg from here. 10 balls remaining.
So it's nicely played, just trying to get it in the gap there. Well fielded by Jack Perman.
They've certainly missed Tony Whiteman in the lineup, haven't they? I mean, he's such an important member of their top order. He's the oldest player in the tournament, but he's also got the equal highest score in the tournament, I think, at the moment. Just having a bit of rest. It is a long week for these guys, of course. They'll play 8 group matches in the first 4 days, and we will have the Group A finals on Friday. So the bottom team will be eliminated after match 20. This is match 11 you're watching at the moment.
Haider comes in. Dilshad. This one beats him outside the off. One thing that's also been impressive about Spain here today is the way they've controlled their line and length, the bowlers. Only 2 extras on both of those leg byes. There has not been, up until now, Vinny, a single wide delivery.
Yeah, well, that's very, very disciplined. And we were looking at the avoidables before, weren't we? And how important they are in T10 cricket.
Zulka the gun. He's firing on all cylinders at the moment. This one goes through pretty quickly. And again, good technique from Awais Ahmed. And that's one for the over.
It is. And good coordination by the umpires as well. I mean, they've got an important job to do. It's great to see European umpires getting developed as well and in improving the standards across all disciplines of the sport.
We get something on this. Third man is back. Doesn't take it cleanly. Asjad Butt gets it in. Asjad Butt, I wonder if we're going to see him with the bat today. And Yasser Ali has been given a rest, so maybe it will be Asjad or perhaps even Kuldeep Lal that'll come in that number 3 position that Yasser normally holds. But that is the end of that, the 9th over. A good one again from Zulka. Keeps it nice and tidy. 64. 5 wickets down into the last over. And it's going to be bowled by the man who started the proceedings off this morning in match number 11. It's going to be Atif Mahmood. The left armour has been playing cricket for a long time here in Spain. One or two of you have noticed and have commented on where the batsman is standing. Go back to that after this delivery. That goes through to Awais again. Not much of a carry. Now you probably, from the rain that we had yesterday, it was very heavy rain all through the night before and in the morning, that the left-hand side of the pitch The right arm over, bowler would normally be bowling from. It's very, very wet underfoot, so the batsmen are running on the other side, so that's why the bowler in this case is running in between the stumps and the batsman. They'll take a single, that won't hurt Spain at all, they're quite happy. Just to be singles, looks like it's not going to be a high scoring one, but still, I mean, Spain have to stay focused. They can't think that it's in the bag here yet, because one thing we do know about this Luxembourg side is their strength is definitely in the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Nicely bowled. I'm very impressed with
we're thinking about too. They spent a lot of time looking at each other and I said, well, are we serious about this? But I think there's no doubt that would have been an easy run out. So, you know, it's in the laws of the game, actually. The batsman, the non-striking batsman can stand on the same side if there's a good reason the umpire believes, and there certainly is this morning.
This is hit well, and it's going to go over the top. Shaka Lagia. Well, this is what they needed. There's been too much tiki-taka. They needed a little bit of boom, boom, boom. And that's one of them. Good shot. Boom. Shaka Lagia.
And this one, good shot to get it over the offside field. He was patrolling the boundary. He thought he was in the game. Sailed over his head. Luxembourg, that got their bench going. Just what you need in the last over as they try and scrape together as many as they can. 2 to come.
Well, but this time will be fielded by Kuldeep. Gets the throw in quickly, straight into the gloves of Awais Ahmed. There's no 2 there. Dynamic in the field is Kuldeep. And that's one thing, one area where Spain are very gifted. They have got some very good, talented fielders as well. We talked about Ravi Panchal, Kuldeep Lal as well, Ashtad Butt, sensational Christian Mills, their captain. Good delivery, right in the block hole. This time they are pushing. In comes the throw, and not the best from the captain. And needed to get this in the gloves. And he opted to go with the bounce to the keeper, but was just a little bit too wide for him. So they do get the 2. And that is the end of the innings. So finally managed to get a 2, but it come too late, really. They were slipping and sliding, but diving as well. Slip, slide and dive, but they do get in. We'll just have a look at this again. You see Awais very quick to get that glove off. And, well, I think he does in the end. I think they're checking the decision here. I think perhaps here...
just gone.
I'm just wondering whether it's one of those where the bat was in the air before it made... It does make contact with the ground, but it's in the air at the point the bails come off, I think. Let's have a look.
This will give us a good look.
And yeah, I think he's gone. That bat's in the air for me. Let's just see what the third umpires decide.
Make the decision. It could go either way, to be honest, on that evidence. But regardless, we're just talking about 1 run. Well, one thing's for sure. The players, they can start walking off and they can have a nice little cup of tea or whatever they'd like. And not out, I think, is the decision. I think it's a fair decision in the end. So Luxembourg, they will get 2 in the end. And...
yeah, finish on 75.
75, I mean, a bit less than I think they would have liked, but still, we saw them throwing the bat, and they're a very, very popular team. It's good to see them out there, the lowest ranked team in the group, but it is a fairly tightly bunched group. Got perilously close to their first win in ECC cricket last night. But, well, it was day 3 and the sun was shining on the Costa del Sol, and it was time for the host side to go about their business. They were out in the field and they were hunting Luxembourg early. And this Dream11 European Cricket Championship has thrown up a lot of interesting clashes. And early on, it was a bit of stop, drop and roll, wasn't it? As Martin and Vishwanath went out. And some nice shots early. And I think at this stage we thought, look, if these 2 particularly could stay together, Luxembourg, they could put a competitive score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We know of the strengths of Thomas Martin and also Vishwanath. And while they were there, anything was possible. I mean, this was an absolute beautiful pickup, and they were loving it at the moment. And that was their early morning exercise, putting their hands up in the air. But something had to give, and it was once more the bowling of Kuldeep Lal, but not just the bowling of Lal, as that one first time went for 4. It was a hand speed of that man. The wicketkeeper Awais Ahmed also involved in that last dismissal as well. That was an absolute brilliant a bit of play and sheer brilliance. Well, when you got somebody like that in the team, those magical moments can change the way the game goes, especially when you get a big batsman like that out. This was up in the air a long way, and Christian Mills, he's not going to miss out. And Hennessy, well, it was an opportunity for him to do a bit of early morning flamenco dancing. Tom Vine continued the way he bowled yesterday. Good line, good length. He gets a wicket for himself as well. This one up in the air. Ravi Panchal says, here's another one for you, Tommy. And safe hands from Panchal. We're very good in the field. This one from Christian. Well, if he did manage to push it back and Hennessy took the catch, that would have been something sensational. We would have been talking about that for a long time, but just missed out on it. And well, there was a man. He was a star. Roshan Vishwanath batted very well. Just tried to accelerate there. And then in the end, well, I was saying that the throw maybe from the Spanish captain wasn't the best, but good work from Awais Ahmed there. Got the glove off quickly, and then it was a chase between him and the batsman, who very slowly got himself up. But Puri, well, he was fried, he was done, and that was also the end of the innings. So, well, I say he was fried, he was done. When in the end, he stayed in. It was given not out, so it was all worth it in the end, 2 runs. But look, you look at that score, 75. You have to say it's a pretty low score. And the Spanish team will be looking to, well, knock those off pretty quickly, help their run rate, especially the situation they are. But really, the main contribution there, Roshan Vishwanath, 32 of 23. Thomas Martin, well, he was out to some world-class wicket-keeping from Awais Ahmed. After that, nobody really got going. Dilshad was there, tried to steady the innings, 15 off 11. They really didn't get any big shots going. But that tells you the story. Just that one expensive over, wasn't there, from Zulka Haider, his first one, but he came back with a good one with his second. But again, for me, it's about keeping the pace of the ball and getting the line right, and that was demonstrated really well by the likes of Paul Hennessy and Tom Vine. Tom Vine, I think he bowled really well, picking up those 2 wickets. And you can see the mid-inning summary there. Once again, good batting from Roshan, 32 of 23. Needed the support, maybe needed another batsman out there, the likes of Tony Whiteman, but he's been rested today. But Spain, they're well on top. They bowled well, they fielded well. I think one thing we saw that was very different from the last time I saw them in the field, they were up for it. They were supporting each other. The team dynamics was there as well. Their heads weren't down, their heads were up. And I think when you're all playing as a team and you're all enjoying what you're doing out there, you are going to go out there and perform very well. And that's exactly what they've done. So we're going to leave you with that mid-inning summary for the moment. Rico Poole here with Mr. Maximo. You're watching the very first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and we'll be right back in about 5 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are watching match 11 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The first ever tournament of its kind, the first ever international T10 tournament sanctioned by the ICC. And what a tournament we've had so far. This is day 3, match 11, and the host, Spain, they are about to set about their chase. They'll be chasing 76 for victory against a Luxembourg team that were without a win in the series. Spain themselves, they did drop their first match to Belgium, but they have won 2 games since, and they'll be hoping to make that winning streak 3 here in the opening match of the day. Luxembourg, well, they'll be fighting as well. Ansh Trivedi will be opening the bowling for them. They're going to need a flurry of wickets. We know Spain, they've got a lot of powerful hitters. Pack that top order with. Always Ahmed on strike for the first ball of the reply.
That was short, and he's hit straight to the fielder, and that's a good call. They're asking the question, and I think he was quite easily in. Vinny, I'm surprised a little bit here that Spain haven't taken the opportunity maybe just to change the batting slightly, maybe give an opportunity for somebody else. Not a big score. They've got we know they've got an all-star lineup. And this is a good opportunity for them to do that, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a good point. It brings me to the tournament format and essentially how this week's going to work.
It is in the air, and he's just clear that man. Well, that was similar to the way he got out yesterday away, but this time he had plenty of oomph in it. Got it over that fielder in the inner circle, and that's gone to the boundary. Good shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a muscle shot from Always. This one does get over the mid-on. Of course, power play for the first 3 overs. Only 2 outfielders are allowed. They've gone for a long off and a deep cover. That tells me that they're probably going to employ an off-stump line. Always is a very, very powerful striker of the ball down the ground. 280, more than medium pace.
This one's a bit fuller, and Harpal Singh does the fielding, and that's it, could be out. I think this is very, very close. I think he's got him here. They're going to go upstairs. But Harpal Singh, well, I'll tell you what, keep an eye on him, because if the umpires say, yes, you are out, he's going to be doing the old Bhangra dance again, I'm telling you. Well, drama here at the Cartama Oval. This is going to the 3rd umpire. Let's have a look at this. In it comes. Keep an eye on the bails. And look at that. He's even got the spin on the ball. Got the old off spinner, and he's gone. For me, I mean, okay, it's difficult there from that angle, but yeah, I think looking at it that time, I think he's got to go. Well, let's have a look. Drama. Everybody's silent around the ground. All eyes on the umpires. Is he in? Is he out? Entro o arriba de campo? Vamos a ver. Here comes the communication. Stefan Gooch. And he's giving him the finger, and there he goes. Harpal Singh says, "Chak de fatte." Oh, he's loving it. He's loving it, isn't he? They needed that wicket. Oh. That's a huge wicket.
I was speechless because my heart was in my mouth. It's such an exciting start for the Luxembourg team. And they needed a bit of magic, and Harpal Singh, he was the man that delivered it. And what a special piece of cricket. Well, with all the replays, we probably missed the dancing, but I'll tell you what, Luxembourg, a couple more of those. We'll see plenty more festivities from the underdogs. 4 for 1 Spain.
Many teams will be thinking, how are we going to get this man, Hamza Salim, out? 101 runs he scored so far in 3 innings. He scores nothing. He didn't even get a chance to face the ball, run out without facing the ball for 0. Well, that is a massive boost for Luxembourg.
Dare to dream, Rico. They got the Luxembourg colours on today. Well, I guess they're also the Spanish colours, but I know a lot of viewers already taken to the Luxembourg team. And,
massive moment in this game, Vinny. Massive.
Hit from side on as well, Harpal.
Jack Perman. You just done a magical moment there. You've got a huge wicket, then you follow it up with a wide ball. It's got to get right back on it.
Yeah, exactly right. Don't want to give too many away. And they have been pretty good, actually, Luxembourg, as far as not giving too many extras away.
Javadi to Jack Perman. And Jack, well, he has a little dab at this, and it's a wide ball. He just needs to leave them alone. So we were wondering who was going to take that place of Yasser Ali, who's not playing in this match, normally the number 3 batsman. They've chosen to go for Jack Perman. It's a big opportunity for the young man. Look, he was a junior, started as a young kid, playing in the Spanish juniors. He's made his way up, and he's playing now for the national team. Amazing story. Trivadi to Jack Perman. And he just leans into this, just plays it away. That's sensible. He knows he doesn't have to go too big. I mean, it's not, the rate is still under 8 runs and over. And you know that with the destructive power that these Spanish batsmen have, one magical over and that will go down dramatically. They just have to bat sensibly. Smart cricket is what they have to play.
We've seen it go wrong before when smart cricket was required. Here's Trivedi.
Ahmed goes big, is in the air. Will he go all the way? Fielder's getting under it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, just out of reach. And it doesn't go to hand, and in comes the throw from the Amit Dhingra. Well, that could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Too many cooks. You see, they're both after it. I mean, if one player knew it was his, I mean, they both thought, well, I've got half a chance, but in the end, they didn't have any chance because they thought, well, I'm not in a great position. Maybe the other person is. Neither was. It fell safely, and you really got to have a crack at these catches early, don't you? You got a fairly modest score on the board.
And, well, that's better from always Ahmed. He just plays this one out, doesn't go for the big shot, takes a single. And that will be the end of the over. So 10 for 1 at the end of the first. But it's that one that is crucial. The wicket of Hamza Salim, who's the leading run scorer in this Dream11
it's huge.
European Cricket Championship.
That's cricket, isn't it?
Huge wicket.
Oh, and Luxembourg, they'd be thrilled. But not just the wicket, but how they got it. It was a real quarter chance, wasn't it? Harpal Singh, we'll probably see him with the ball at some point. Won't be easy for him. I mean, the dew is slowly evaporating, but it's a little bit slippery, I think, for the leg spinner. Right now, we're going to see Amit Dhingra with the ball, and he'll be bowling the second over. Hello to all of our wonderful viewers, wherever you're watching around the world.
Pretty full. Decides not to take the single away after that one ran out. He's probably playing it a little bit safe. Yes, hello to everyone watching around the world, whether you're watching via our YouTube channel or whether you're watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent. And I know that there's people watching from all over the place. You are our global cricket family, and we're loving that you're enjoying this spectacular event with us. That one doesn't come up at all. It's been called a no ball, and I'm suspecting that's because it didn't even pitch on the pitch. It was that wide. You get a chance to see it again. So no ball called by the umpire.
It's off the surface, I think, and this is what the call will be. This one must have just hit the edge of it, and well, don't know if the keeper enjoyed it. Akhilesh Kumar.
Free hit to Perman. Well, he's got the license to go big here. And he does! Balle, 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 shaka, lagyas. He's good at us.
Right, how's the timing here from Perman? Well, free hit, and he wasn't going to miss out. Just slid in. We saw this earlier in the week, didn't we, on the opening day? The way he just flicks this one away. It's all timing. Powerful wrists. And, well, good luck finding that one. Maximo time. Spain recovering after the early loss of Salim.
Delightful shot. And well, who else but Harpal Singh, who has to go into the jungle and battle against the snakes to get that one.
You know, I was talking about our viewers. I think we've got the best viewers in world cricket on ECN because they love the game and they love the fact that we are trying to promote and spread the game to regions that don't have as much of a traditional cricket background. So wherever you are in the world, we encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and become part of our community.
Perman straight into the hands of the fielder, the second wicket. He'll be absolutely gutted with himself. Dixit, he gets the wicket. Oh, if anybody can, Dixit can.
Dixit will fix it. He removed the Perman situation. He exterminated the Perminator. And, yeah, well, he should have caught it. And he did. So 6 and out for Perman. And Dhingra gets the last laugh. Spain loses the second wicket. It's 18 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure what Perman was trying to do here. He got there, and then rather than just hit straight through the line, he tried to change the angle of it and basically put it straight into the hands of the fielder.
Just mistimed drive, really. I mean, it's one of those ones. If you can get under it and get it over the infield, it is the power play, and you can get a boundary. If you don't get it quite right, you've either got under or over that one. Mistimed and got caught by the acting captain. But, the hitters keep coming, don't they? And here's a man we saw back very well on opening day, Christian Munoz-Mills, the Spanish captain. He comes to the crease halfway through the second over.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a test now for Spain. I mean, with Hamza gone early, somebody else has got to perform. Christian, you're absolutely right. He has batted well. Now, these two should bat well together. They play for the same club in Alicante for Sporting Alfes on the coast there in Albia. So this is a good opportunity for them to put into practice what they do a lot of the times when they're playing in the domestic format of the game.
So Dingra, his over's been a bit of an adventure so far.
Mills gets to the pitch of it, takes the run well, good call, he went early, takes a single.
It's a good confident start from the captain. Yeah, I should mention with that live chat that we were talking about on ECN European Cricket Network, the cool thing is that you can ask us questions and you talk to us live on air and let us know where you're watching from around the world. We'd love to hear where our viewers are coming from.
Well bowled, full, goes through. I think this would just be byes.
And I like this.
Not.
This is how I know in Spain, because there's a quick call of CCCCC from Christian Munoz-Mills. It's great to hear that on a cricket field.
Yeah, look, join in because myself, Vinny and Michael. Any youngsters out there, if you don't want to be if you want to avoid being run out or run outs happening, call and call loud.
Into the second over. So, well, Spain, 2 wickets. A little bit of a concern, I'm sure, but ultimately they are in control of this match. They look to be headed for a third consecutive win, 20 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, look, anything can happen. We know and we've seen it so many times that when wickets go down, then pressure builds. And I tell you what, this is going to be a pressure situation because this man, Harpal Singh, who's coming on to bowl now, well, he's the dancing Singh, he's the Bhangra maestro. He has the knack of getting wickets. Now, this is going to be a test because I reckon Awais Ahmed is definitely going to try to go after him, and they've left the boundary on the leg side free for him to try and go across the line. This is really a little bit risky, but this can either work or it can go very bad.
A little bit risky. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Flighted, and there goes the first. It's big. Gandhi ball, Siggy. It was a full toss. It was a gift, and it's been put away for a big 6. Well, I think there's no point going up there. Just get another ball out.
Harpal's got a little bit of a look in his face, like, what happened? Well, you can't bowl a full toss like this with this field. There's no one back on the leg side. Always said, yes, please. And Harpal, look at that. He's stroking the beard. He said, okay, I'll give you some free coaching. Hit the pitch, because otherwise you're going to have a tough time this over with only 2 outfielders allowed. Yeah, that was a big hit. It wasn't a very good ball, and he knows it. He was doing a little bit of practicing early this morning, and we had a little chat, and, well, he'll probably go back to thinking about what we were talking about for a moment, but he won't want to bowl that one again. I told you, this is what Awais Ahmed wants to go for. Still, they're leaving that boundary open. One is similar, and it's going to be a 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, we've had the 6, we've had the 4, 2 dirty balls, 2 full tosses. Both have been dispatched to the boundary. Yeah, well, go back to stroking the beard because this, once again, full toss. We know it might be a bit tough for the leg spinner. I mean, I'm still not sold on him bowling in the power play because I think he does need that protection of the outfielders because he's the kind of bowler that can go for a few, but he can pick up wickets. We've seen that before. He's bounced back, but well, now Awais 6 and 4, hungry for more. Spain rapidly closing in on this target. Got to make this pitch. Looks better, but it's been hit big. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna, bada, shaka. Fair thought for this cricket ball, because it's going to need some trauma counselling after this. That's 3 times. And well, that's 3 full tosses. Not the kind of hat trick you want as a bowler. And he's gone 6 for 6. Harpal, well, he's been horrendous in the first half of the over. Let's see if he can bounce back. He has done it before. We saw that yesterday. But at the moment, the dancing seems a long way away.
Yeah, can he get it right with this one? Awais hits it pretty hard. It's 4 more. Well, he's going 6-4, 6-4. That's the way it's going so far. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe Harpal Singh decided to have some cereal this morning instead of the aloo parontas. But a man who's had the aloo parontas is Awais Ahmed. Yeah. He's hitting it big, and he's racing along and helping Spain, La Equipa Roja, to get to the score very quickly.
It's actually the best shot of the lot for me because he had to go fetch it. It wasn't a particularly bad delivery per se from Harpal. Now, they're sticking with that field. I think they've been a bit inflexible here, Luxembourg. We know Dixit's the standing captain, but they've still got the 2 on the offside. I think you'd rather put some protection back on the leg side and try and force Awais to play a different shot.
And this is a miscue, so he could get his man. Watch for the dancing and go for it, my son. Chanka de fatte, hi, hi, hi. Dolubi bajao. Well, that's the way to do it. Well, it was a little bit low key to what he normally does after being hit for those runs, but he has got the big wicket of Awais. I knew it was going to be one or the other, a boundary or a wicket. This time, after 4 boundaries on the top, this one goes up. He just gets this wrong. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to loft it over the top of the fielders, but gets the top of the bat.
Yeah, well, it worked in the end. Well, it's, I suppose, a bit of the Chaka de Fatte style to finish it off. Well, you got to give him credit because it's not easy to celebrate after going for 20 in the over. It was a magical over for the batting team, but then a little bit of magic. Awais Ahmed mistiming that one, but still a good contribution for him. 27 off 13 at the top of the order, and Spain, they're 40 for 3.
Yeah, well, the celebrations come. Well, I'll tell you what, he took 2 in 2 yesterday, was on a hat-trick. If he gets another one here, then we will see a real celebration, and then the pressure goes back a little bit on Spain. And, well, a new batsman has come.
So we get to the end of the 3rd over, 40 for 3 off the power play. That's Chad Bart. I think this is his first innings of the tournament, isn't it? And we saw a lot of him in Barcelona in the European Cricket Series that we showed earlier in the year. In those European Cricket Series, we've been to, well, now 20 locations across Europe this year with club-based competitions. Of course, they're all streamed on YouTube. So even after ECC finishes, we've got some great locations coming up. I know we're going to Croatia, then we're going to Greece. So if you want to join our cricketing adventure, and why don't you have a look at that YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, also available on Fancode in India. But right now, we're going to have a look at Dilshad, who's coming on to bowl the 4th over.
Dilshad just drops the bat onto this on the onside, takes the run, it's a throw, and fortunately it's been backed up. Another one. Listen, we're in Malaga. Do you know what food Malaga is famous for?
No, tell me.
Anchovies.
Is that right?
Boquerones, yeah. I mean, in fact, they say that if you are born in Malaga, you're either a bequeron or bequerona if you're female. So you are an anchovy.
Is that right?
That's right.
That sounds like a cool team name, actually.
Short. And he's got hold of this, and it goes all the way. 6 runs. And, well, a look of disgust there on Christian Munoz. Says, you don't bowl that to me, son. You put it there. I'm going to put it away. 6 runs. Big hit.
Didn't quite get it, did he? But it's in the gap. I've seen that with Dilshad. He just tries to sneak a bouncer, but you know what? He's a man mountain, isn't he? Christian Munoz Mills. He's having none of it. And that one carries all the way for 6.
He's going to try another plan. The bowler goes full, but it ends up being a full toss. Didn't really get hold of it well, Christian, but does take the single, and that means he puts Dilshad on strike.
Yeah, that one went from 2 short to 2 full, just below the waist, so he gets away with it. And yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for Dilshad Butt to work his way into the series. It's a bit of competition for those top order spots, aren't there, in the Spanish setup?
He slices this away, gets a bit of luck. That was in first slip territory.
3rd man in place.
Yeah, 3rd man in place and on the boundary.
Correctly, because we've seen a lot of runs go down there. It's almost a 2nd man, because he's a bit too fine for to be a 3rd man, but there's a good bit of captaincy from Dixit.
This time shadow wait. Yes, anchovies.
So imagine opening the batting for the Malaga Anchovies. I think that'd be a great team name.
You know, the cricket is growing all the time in Spain. I can see that being a team name here, especially here on the Costa del Sol.
Big dressed up anchovy.
You'd eat it, wouldn't you? Nicely played in the gap, and they'll take a single. So the score goes on to 51 with 3 wickets down there.
Yeah, fourth over. So 51 for 3. So tell me more. I mean, the anchovies sound good, and this is one of the cool things about what we're doing here on the European Cricket Network, the way that we are able to get around Europe and taste some of the little local delicacies and a bit of the local culture. And of course, you know all about that, Rico.
Oh, they're beautiful. Look, when you're at a Spanish bar, I mean, anchovies is like a tapas. You know, Spain's well known for its tapas. So the anchovies, the best way I like them is to just deep fry with a bit of batter.
Yeah,
they're
nice.
Beautiful. But a lot of people prefer them pickled as well.
Yeah.
So anchovies and a little bit of Victoria Cerveza, courtesy of a beer partner.
Let's keep them coming. That's what I want. All about the
yeah.
tapas. Okay, here's Pandey.
Nicely played.
I know Pandey, excellent fielder. Really good fielder. You know, he's called him half an octopus because he had 4 big tentacles. He's all arms and legs. And then
4 big what?
He's half an octopus.
What big what?
He's all tentacles.
Okay. Just, you know, my hearing's not that great sometimes.
Okay.
Just checking.
Well, you're not as old as Tony Whiteman. He's doing all right. He's having a rest, though, this morning. Here's Pandey.
But looks like he was shaping up to try and take this one on in the end. Made the right decision. I'm liking this from Ashad Bhatt at the moment. Look, it must be, what do you reckon? There must be a fair bit of pressure on something like Ashad Bhatt. And even if, let's say, Kuldeep Lal gets an opportunity, because they haven't batted so far, they're a little bit lower down the order would normally be, but they know when they get out there, they've got to perform, or they may not get another chance.
Yeah, I've got some thoughts on that. Let's have a look at Pandey. This one just blocks back, and we'll take a single. Yeah, I mean, there's one thing, you want the batsman to go out there and bat with freedom, but when there is competition and they're pretty much settling on a 3 or 4, but there's one or two batsmen, Kuldeep's one, and Ashad Bhatt was one, that they would like to break into that top order. It's hard to bat with freedom and to bat in that way when you know that maybe you will have limited opportunities in the series. Winter match 5, of course, already for Spain.
Oh, it's come a long way down. Just wondering how wide this was. It looked pretty wide, but I'm just wondering if that's because Ashad Bhatt gave himself too much room down the leg side. Let's have a look. No, that was fine. Just looked a lot wider. It wasn't the best of attempts by the keeper. Was off balance, wasn't he, by the time he got this? In fairness to him, it did dip low. He had to react quickly. Back to the action. And this one has been signalled wide.
There's a difference there. And also, I mean, this is where Awais Ahmed, that last one, for example, he'd be up to the stumps and putting pressure on. So it's just something that not all keepers will be able to do it. But that does add another dimension, another tool to your fielding defence.
Oh, he's gone for this one, and has he got enough on it? And
wow!
He's taken an unbelievable one-hand catch there, and that is some man Dilshad. Unfortunately, though, he couldn't let go of it. If he let go of it while it was in the air, he would have been an amazing stop. But what it ends up being is 6 carreras. How about this for a bit of action? And look, it's 6 runs, but Dilshad, this is wonderful. If he could just have released it.
I don't think you could believe that it's stuck in his hand. The next ball is worked away. It'll just be a single. I don't think that he could believe the ball had stuck to his hand. And he literally had about 3 microseconds from the moment that it hit his hand to when his foot landed. So he couldn't even press the eject button. Oh, what an outstanding bit of cricket, but no justice for the fielder, Dilshad. As we get to the end of the 5th over, it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, a great bit of action there. And let us know if you're loving it. Let us know if you're loving the cricket here and also the commentary. And let us know if there's anything you'd like to know. Get involved in the chat. Oh, he's knocked him over. A big hoik across the line. And he loses his leg stick. Well, Ashad Bhatt, he decided to take him on here after hitting that 6. Well, maybe he got lucky with the 6, but he hasn't got lucky with that as well bowled.
Dilshad gets his revenge because he was the man that had the sticky hand that somehow pulled out a catch, but he stepped out of bounds. Didn't have to wait too long. Just 2 balls later, we have Ashad Bhatt just swing across this one. He'll be disappointed, loses the leg stump. And that's the 4th wicket down, 62 for 4.
Yeah, he tried to get funky, didn't he? Maybe he's He's trying to get funky with that cap as well. Not sure what that's all about. Yeah, trying to get funky. Did that little trigger movement, moving his foot outside the leg stump and come back again, trying to put the bowler off. But Dilshad, he was focused, got the ball in the right area. That was actually a very good delivery. So Ashjad goes. So another batsman has to come in. So Ashjad, he hasn't done his sort of selection process too much good in terms of where he bats. He wants to try and bat up the order.
Very capable though. He's a handy tool in their side.
This is the man that I think a lot of people have been watching and asking questions of why is Kuldeep Lal not out there. Well, he's out there now. When he misses out on it was a slower delivery, full toss, but he misses out on it.
It's both legs. No pads. Welcome.
So Lal, can he be the man that able to, well, he's got too many runs to get, but still he wants to be there. That's a glorious shot. Oh, that is absolute quality. I'm loving that. That shot of the day for me. This is just awesome. This is what Kuldeep Lal is about. Look, we know we haven't seen him, but he may have taken one on the upper thigh, but he's come back with a bang himself, taking the aggression out on the ball.
Oh, this is poetry in motion. Look at that, the way he just caresses his hands through the ball. Yeah, I agree with you, Rico. That's shot of the day for me. Not bad way to get your first runs of the series.
This one's fuller. It's in the air. There's a fielder there, and it's been dropped. Oh, well. Dhingra running in. Normally not the easiest because the ball is making firm impact, but he needed to take this one. And Lal, he survives. Straight into his hands there, you see, but just didn't have control, didn't have the balance to take it cleanly. Slower delivery, nicely played by the captain. He sees the ball so well, doesn't he? He's not been in the best of form coming into this European Cricket Championship, but I have to say, from what I've seen from him so far, he's certainly there now. Sees the ball so well, just never looks in any trouble. Lal, this is a full toss and it's been put away. This one will go. Just one bounce, I think, for 4 is what's being signalled. But I'm wondering on the height on this, Vinny. I mean, did it dip that much? It's 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's another full toss. I think it's all right. But let's see. This one bounces. It looked like it was going to carry all the way, but maybe just inside the field of play. So 4 runs to call. Yeah, good shot from our partners at Spring Productions. Bring you all the action. We're loving the footage, aren't we, as we get to the end of the 6 over, 72 for 4. So this one's rapidly coming to a conclusion. Next up, we have Norway versus Belgium in match 12. This game will start in approximately 35 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network, and all of our broadcasting partners. The news from the toss: Belgium, they've won the toss. They've elected to bowl first, so they want to chase Raza Iqbal and his Norwegian team. They're without a win. They're the highest-ranked team in the series, still without a win, and halfway point of their group campaign. Catch the action right here. Go to EuropeanCricket.com for the match preview.
Dhingra coming on to bowl, trying to make up that catch that he put down. Well, that would have just applied a little bit more pressure. I'm not sure it would have been enough to try and get them the victory, but sending Kuldeep Lal back would have been something. Well, he gets an opportunity now to maybe get him out with the ball.
Well, thanks to Keanu in the chat. He's told us that Kuldeep scored 302 runs in the ECS, so now he can bat and bat very, very well.
Hits this firmly. Fielders have to try and stop it, and they do. Good work, and you know who that is. Pandey, he's absolutely class out there.
Yeah, that's a nice one. And it was actually when he was bowling that we saw that dramatic attempt at long off from the man deputising him, Mohammad Dilshad. But yeah, Pandey, he's one of the best fielders I've seen so far in the tournament. It's very important you put your best fielders in the key positions as well.
You've got to
Generally
do it.
that's straight down the ground, isn't it?
Captain on strike. Will he score the winning runs for his team? Pushes this out, shouts wait, but the fielder just took his eye off the ball from him. I think he was watching more the batsman than the ball.
This one will tie the scores, and so Spain will be cruising. This is a good win, good for their net run rate.
Fantastic,
now remember,
yeah.
Finals, you get a double chance on Group A Finals Day on Friday if you finish in the top 2. So, of course, we know the top 4 will make it to Group A Finals on Friday. But, I mean, that top 2 is crucial for me, I think, with this group being so even. Any score will win it for Spain.
Well, sí, says the captain. Y vamos a ver, es una victoria más por el equipo de Roja. Felicidades a España. And those 2 points take them behind Belgium just by 1 point now, so they've reduced the gap, and they've also put a distance between them and Sweden. Luxembourg are yet really to register a win. They do have the point courtesy of the abandoned match, but really they need to kickstart, and they needed a kickstart here now. But Spain, in the end, just too strong for them in the all-round game. They were too strong for them with the bowling, wouldn't allow them to get too many runs. And then with the batting, even though Luxembourg, to their credit, did pick up some key wickets, just couldn't stop them from getting a marginal target of 76 for victory.
Yeah, well, we need a bit of magic from Luxembourg, and, well, Harpal delivered it with a direct hit from side on. And, yep, he ran out Hamza by the barest of margins. Key batsman gone without facing a ball. But then the Perminator stepped up, and this one was just escorted out of the ground, but he wouldn't last too much longer as he was caught at cover. Standing captain Mohit Dixit was the man that took that catch. And then Harpal came out, and, well, I don't know who turned off gravity, but these balls, they were going up, they weren't coming down. And, well, spare a thought for Harpal. He's one of the personalities of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship so far. And ultimately, after a few disappeared, you know that Harpal, he's always got a couple of tricks in his book, and when he did get one right, he did pick up the wicket of Always, but it was pretty expensive. Their dancing was a little bit muted. Luxembourg, well, they tried hard, but ultimately just didn't have enough runs, did they, to defend in this innings in match 11.
No, they didn't. I mean, once again, I know I said it during the match, but Christian Manu batted really well, very sensibly. That was sensational. Just
unbelievable.
He ended up on the wrong side of the road. What a catch.
He looks down and kind of hopes for the best. He was the wrong side of the border. And Asjad Bart, well, unfortunately, didn't make the most of his opportunity at number 5. And 11 off 8, did hit 1-6 in there. And, well, this one for me, it's just a classy shot, isn't it? Look at the wrist, and that's why for me, Kuldeep is a real wild card in the batting order. It wasn't the most convincing way to bring up the winning runs, Rico, but ultimately it was Spain that do the business in the first match of the day. 76 off 6.4 overs, defeating Luxembourg 75. They win with 20 balls to spare.
Yeah, Spain, after losing their first match, they've done well. They lost to Belgium. Remember the very first match of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. But then since then, they've just been on the up and up and up, and they're keeping the pressure on Belgium. There's that scorecard. I mean, always Ahmed. I mean, 20 of those came off 4 balls.
Bang, 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 bang. Next minute, he's back in the 10th, but still, it was the start they needed. And it's always going to be tough to defend this total of 75. 27, the top scorer was always Ahmed. Minos Mills, well, he played a steady hand there, didn't he? 14 off 11. Pair of 11s for Asjad Bart, Kuldeep Lal, who hit the winning run past the target. And look, with the bowling, I would say that Dhingra wasn't the worst, was he? 1 for 12 off 1.4 overs. Other wickets went to Harpal Singh, although he was pretty expensive. Dilshan chipped in with a couple of overs, 1 for 20. And even Pandey, you know that he is one to watch with the ball and in the field. Once again, reasonably disciplined with the extras, Luxembourg. So that's the final summary of match 11. It's Spain who win by 6 wickets with 20 balls to spare. You might want to go to our website, europeancricket.com, and find out what's happening in the world of European cricket, and also go to our social media at European Cricket for all the bits that you might have missed. But for now, we'll see you in around about half an hour for the next match, the second of 5 today. It's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Poole. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and we'll see you soon for more cricket. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
And welcome back to Cartama in Spain. Well, after the excitement of the first match, it's time for match number 12, the second of 5 today, and it's Norway. Well, they're winless, can you believe it, at the halfway point of their group campaign. They're the highest ranked team in this group. They'll be hoping to get underway against Belgium, a team who is unbeaten, and they are flying. Well, the match referee, Rob Kemming, is with two captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
Heads is called. It is heads.
What would you like to do, Sheik?
Wheel ball first.
There you go. The news from the toss is that Belgium have won it. They've elected to field, so they want to chase. Haven't Belgium played well so far? They're 4-0. They're the top of the table. Can they keep their unbeaten run alive against a Norway team who are desperate for a win? They are 0-3. They do have a point from a washout, but their captain, Raza Iqbal, he'll be opening up. He'll be keen to put a big score on the board first up. And, well, Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 12.
Hello and welcome back to this magnificent Cartama Oval. You can see some of the pictures there of this. Well, I mean, look, we're blessed, aren't we? A European country like Spain to have these sort of facilities. How lucky are we? And it looks absolutely sensational. Just a little bit of tidying up being done there as well. Look, just a shout out to the ground staff. I mean, this beautiful, magnificent facility is owned by David Cooper, and he keeps it tip-top. It's only used for cricket. That's why it looks so good. That's why it's outstanding. That's why that outfield is like a carpet. The pitch is played so well as well. So many people can't believe that it is actually an artificial pitch. So many people saying that it looks like a real turf wicket. Now the umpires, Shub Anand Singh and Sulman Saeed are men in black. Shub from Hungary, Budapest, and Suleiman from Italy. Our European Cricket Network umpires take the walk, and the teams will follow. You can see a little huddle there at the moment from the Belgium side. And to the anthem, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship anthem. Doesn't it sound spectacular? Gives you goosebumps every time you hear it. Here's the back of my neck certainly do stand up. I just think it's absolutely fantastic, and it's fitting for such a marvellous occasion as well. So as you heard from Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, the toss was won by Belgium and they've elected to field first. And they've been in top form. They're the team at the top of this Group A, won all of their games, going into this, their 5th. Well, what they've seen is that Spain have reduced the gap between them and Belgium to just the 1 point. So Belgium will be keen, knowing that Spain are playing later once more, be keen to get this victory under the belt. Norway, look, I was speaking to their captain, Raza Iqbal, and what good form he's been in with the bat as he goes out there, no doubt, to open again. 75 runs he scored. He was saying he doesn't know where it's going wrong, and I sort of understand what he's talking about. They're playing well, really, but just not getting the rub off the green, are they? And just ending up on the losing side. Well, hopefully their team can do the little bit extra that's required and get a victory they so desperately need at the moment, though Luxembourg have played a game more. They're on the same points. First ball from Akrami. Hasn't he been good? Left armour to Raza Iqbal. So this will be an interesting battle. Top bowler against the top batsman. Raza Iqbal, the captain. This one has been called wide. Here's umpire Shub. Spreading his wings, if you like. Akrami. And a bit of shape on this, but there's a good shape from the batsman as well. And the captain, to the cheers of his camp, hits the first Maximo of this match. 6 runs, beautifully played, good footwork. It wasn't a bad delivery. If anything, maybe just a tad too short. There was movement here. You see this, but look, just got himself into shape. Hit that brilliantly. As I said, he's been in very good form. And, 75 before the start of this one. Well, there's somebody receiving some treatment there. I don't think he's going to be playing this match. It's going to be too wide once more. Just struggling to get the ball in the right place. Rami to Iqbal, the left-hander. Just making a field change. So the man that was back on the boundary has been brought in at mid-wicket. This one's another wide. So Rami, well, we were talking about how good Spain were. We were right behind them. We're keeping the extras low. Belgium. Well, the opposite. A good shout there from the non-striker, Ahmed. The captain, he wanted it, didn't he? It had to be sent back, and it had to be firm, and it had to be loud, and Raza responded. Goes right across the line here. Misses out on this one, and he's quite lucky here. Could have quite easily have chopped this onto his stumps. And he won't want to be looking at that again. He's better than this. This one's up and over, and that goes all the way. Volley, volley, volley. Says Carreras. Well, they like it there. Smiles on the faces. And they know that they need a big score here. Belgium are a strong team. We've seen that they've got a wealth of experience and talented cricketers in their team. They'll be looking to push on to that 120. Maybe even 130 to make it a challenging total. This one's played, but to the fielder. They're taking him on. Here's the throw. This is going to be very, very close. And they're going to go upstairs. Well, great pick up and throw. Well, let's have a look at this. It's not the best of runners, Raza Iqbal. And here comes the throw. And let's have a look. And well, how close is that? Let's see if we can just phrase that back. Well, I think he's gone. Look at that. Excellent work there. Courtesy of our crew, Spring Productions, Martins, Kristaps, Amos, Richards, Danny O'Neill's, and the finger goes up. He's got to go. And Raza Iqbal, he does get involved in some strange run-outs. We saw this, or I saw this in Crefeld, and here's another one. This is not what he needed. He was just getting on top of the bowling, and now he has to go. And well, the one batsman that's been in good form from the captain. He was slow out of the blocks, wasn't he? He wasn't able to get there. He's going to be disappointed, the captain, as he makes his way back. Just see it here. And he just didn't get the sprint on quick enough, and that's really, really good work from the bowler, Rami. Excellent cricket. That is quality, absolute quality. So, Rami is the batsman that's going to replace him. Yeah, disappointed, the captain, as he goes back there. 12 of 6 deliveries. And there's the umpiring team. They worked very well there with the third umpire, getting it right. Led well, our men in black, by Rob Kemin, the tournament referee. 15 for 1. End of the first. The new bowler just adjusting his field. It's going to be Bharti, Fahim Bharti to bowl. So to the left-hander. Long off on the boundary and mid-wicket. Looking to take the single to get himself off the mark, Ahmed. This is his first ball. Walid Gurai, the new batsman at non-striker's end. It's nicely played. Doesn't quite get it in the gap between those two fielders there, but gets a single, gets himself off the mark. So a little bit of rebuilding now required from Norway. And I suppose that run out there of the captain, Razek Bal, it's the story of their championship so far, isn't it? They've just keep little things like that just go against them really, really close. I mean, you're talking millimeters, weren't you? Short, and he's put this away. Oh, this has been hit big. He's given that some welly. He's muscled that for 6. That's more like it to say. That's what we need. Applause all around. Cracking shot, this. And Ahmed hitting that big. And there's the magical cube there, the ice cube. Giving the players the information. The score. 22 for 1. It's a little bit too short there, Barty, so now he's got something to think about. Still no change in the field. They're still keeping long on back. This was short again, but better areas from the bowler. Batsman still went for it, Ahmed. One good bit of movement as well in the air from the bowler. Cut it in, movement in the air, good delivery. Fuller. And how about this for keeping? We've been talking about Wais Ahmed standing up and showing his class. And this is good work also from Ali Raza. Both batsmen just having a chat with each other. Well, whatever he said, he's taking no notice of it at all. He's just going and playing the same shot again. So, good finish on the bowler. Join the dots up there. Dots, of course, are gold dust in this format of the match. And the batsmen continue to have further discussions. And it's going to be that man now, Walid Gouria, who's going to go on strike. So 2 overs gone, 22 for 1. They know they have the ability, they know they have the talent. I know, I've seen it myself. I was there in Crefeld, the T20I between Norway, France and Germany. Norway were in fine form in one of those matches against Germany, getting a very good win, scoring the highest score of that series as well. That's what they're looking to repeat here. That's what they're going to need against this very strong and talented Belgium side. And it's going to be Safat. Now this man has really impressed, and I know the man he's impressed a lot is the man who's coming back into the commentary position. Right on the money straight away, and that was one of those toe crunchers. And Maxi is your man. Don't we like him?
Yeah, really like Shagrai Safat. Saw him a couple of weeks ago in the Netherlands. And likes to bowl in the power play. Does slide it on and just troubles the batsman with pace. He really steams in. Hello to all of our viewers. Hello to you as well, Rico. It's wonderful to be back. And here is a really interesting game coming up between these two. One team without a win, one team without a loss, but it's a lot more even than you might imagine. Short, this one, keeper dives away. This can happen as well. A lot of comments about the keeping so far, and I agree, it's been high standard. Look at this one swing after it goes past the stump. It's more seam than anything as well. There's a flying take from Ali Raza. Let's see how far he is back. There's a lot of carry off this pitch. This time, batsman goes large, and he uses the pace. He turns it on the bowler. Wow, that is an absolute super strike. Maximo time. 6 more to Norway.
What a delightful shot this is. This is all about timing. Timing and using the pace of the ball. And look at the way he holds the pose here. In the hello, media photo Jalo. Smile, please. Lovely shot.
Let's come back from Safat. He wouldn't have enjoyed that. Oh, little edge, just a bit more runs. You see the pace there of Safat. That one almost went for 6. Pitch is just inside. Cuatro. Carreras Mas and Norway, a team without a win. They're the highest ranked team in this group.
but to not have a win at the halfway point of the group stage, they are desperate. And you see how desperate he was to get some bat on that, and it flew away for 4.
That was a very clever shot. I think he knew if he got anything on this, the way he was angling that bat, it was going to go to the boundary. Well played. He was reaching for it in the end. 4 more. The first sign of some pressure being put on Safat, right?
Yeah, well, he's a power play specialist. He's just having a little bit of a chat with his captain, Sheikh Shiraz. They did have a 3rd man in place, but that one just went so quickly and so fine. He had absolutely no chance. Took it long off. 3rd man, they're the 2 outfielders. Oh no, it's going to be 4 more. That isn't a replay. And he's riding his lap here. Here's Ahmed Safat. Now, he's got his head in his hands. He's wondering, well, what can I do here? There's 4 more in the same region.
The same region, yeah. This one he certainly didn't play for. He was trying to hit that over there. He was trying to launch that over square leg on the onside. Gets lucky. Gets 4 more. This has been a terrific over. Runs coming galore off one of the top bowlers in the Belgium side.
Oh, shot. This is really, really well hit, and this is timing. How's this from Kiza Ahmed? Look, the other 2 might have been a bit edgy, but this one was absolutely crunched down the ground. He just leaned on it, and once again, reflected the pace back on the bowler. 4 more to Norway.
Absolutely beautiful. He's crunched that. I think the ball before that he missed and got the edge, he straight away realised what he did wrong. This time round, he keeps it straight, follows through dead straight. What a shot. What's the reply going to be from Safat? It's gone for 19 already.
It's shorter. It's a little bit of a moral victory, but it was an expensive over. Oh, maybe that's just what Norway needed, depending on one of the stars of Belgium's bowling attack. 19 off the over at the end of the power play. It's 42 for 1.
Yeah, that's exactly what needed, and it was a nice shot there of the captain. Jose Iqbal only made 12 of 6 this time, but now he's sitting back there. But he'll be encouraged that even though he's not out there for his team this time, that somebody else is taking charge. And Ahmed, the way he's going at the moment, was 24 just off 9 deliveries. He certainly is looking the part here.
Yeah, he's looking really good. I mean, it takes a lot of technical skill to deal with bowling like that. I mean, that was getting right up there. We don't have the speed gun, but that was right up there in the 130s for me. Probably the top end of it as well. But just shows you do have the technical ability to play that kind of bowling. On this surface, bounce is normally pretty consistent. So, over number 4. Power plays over, 5 outfielders in place. Here's Saber Zakil. Well, this one could be trouble if he hits. Oh, he would have been gone.
Yeah, he was a long way out here, and we'll see that in the replay. And you can see everybody hands on heads as this goes past the stumps.
Yeah, this one, see, they decided to go straight away. And, yeah, I think you'll see, it's probably not even in the picture, is my guess. But, well, couldn't pull a harpole. And Xavier Zakil, he's been a star for Belgium, hasn't he? Triple threat, bat, ball and field. Ooh. Oh dear, and that is threatening. And, well, the keeper does well to get something on it. It's going to roll into the rope. Well, this one is just a horror delivery. It's going to be called a no ball. It'll be 4 byes as well. So 5 to the total. This is just one. I just think it slips, doesn't it? But on the batsman, horrible moment for him. In fact, he wasn't too worried because it wasn't that close to him. But 5 bonus runs. And this is always very harsh on the keeper. This is a law change in 2017 that now any runs that aren't hit off a no ball are scored as byes. It's very harsh on the keeper. Only 1 goes against Zakil's figures, but regardless, the next ball will be a free hit. And this is out. How often do we see free hits just almost interrupt the rhythm of a batsman? He tries to do something different, and this time gets none of it.
Yeah, Ahmed disappointed with himself there. You could see that. He's got to go put that behind him now. Let's go back to it. He knows he's key. Just keep going.
Short in the air, no timing. Fielder coming around. Not able to get there. I mean, that high beamer. I mean, I think Kiza Ahmed had his affairs in order, because I think that when this ball left the hand, he was a little bit worried for his welfare, if he'd even survived the delivery. But yeah, he plods on, and 25 off 12. And Norway, very, very good start. I mean, we'll have a look in a moment about what an average score is. Cracks this one. This one's going to go the journey. Maximo! Gori, well, time for him to get in on the action. He's been a fairly consistent performer for Norway so far in the series, and this brings up the 50 for the Norwegians.
Yeah, I mean, Zakil is going to learn quickly that Noah can get away with the short ball to Ahmed. Well, Waleed is a different kettle of fish. That was short, and it was punished. So he's got certainly something to think about here, the bowler. Quality shot. Waleed Gori, the left-hander. This one was more into him and at him. And well, I think the bowler and the batsman just sharing a few words there.
Just
come through and take the single.
A little bit of my play. You know, these players, they might be representing their different countries. As we see the average run rate so far, day one was interesting, 11.9, actually higher than day two, which were all 5 over matches. That just shows you that we're kind of at the critical point where the games are so short that reducing it any further doesn't necessarily make the run rate any higher. 71 to finish the 4th over. And good running though, turning for 2, wasn't quite there. End of 4 overs, it's 57 for 1. But that was quite an interesting one for me, but it does tell us what a par score is, and I think it is around that 120 mark, and I've said that earlier in the week, maybe in the 110 to 120, and we'll get to see as the week goes on. And a good one to all of you out there, or good evening, or good night if you're watching from somewhere on the other side of the world. But it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me, and this is a second of 5 T10 matches today as part of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, it's a tournament like we've never had before, 15 nations going head-to-head in the first ever T10 Nationals.
Absolutely, this is the Euros of cricket. It's fantastic, happening here in Spain, Andalusia, Malaga. I mean, look, we're two happy men here, aren't we?
Very, very
watching
happy.
some world-class cricket.
Coordinated the wardrobe accidentally as well. Here's the first one here. Now this is high. It's going to be touch and go, and it's going to go Maximo. Oh, this one got the height. I didn't know if it was going to get over Murid Ekrami, but that's a great start. And Kiza, well, he keeps on keeping on. He's really taking up the attack to the Belgians.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, it's too short, wasn't it, from the bowler? But no mistake. Just absolutely crunching this way. And this is hit pretty well as well, but they have got a fielder there. In comes the throw.
There's a giant ice cube there. That's one of the features of this ground. Doesn't the ground look amazing? I mean, the amount of work has gone into transforming this ground in Cartama, and credit to everyone involved. I know a lot of them are listening right now. I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, because it has been top notch. The scenery is second to none. As is Mohammed. Well, he's a good all-rounder for Belgium. He'll open the batting. He's very, very attacking. At the moment, he's attacking with the ball. This one past the outside edge of Gori. And, will be called wide. That's umpire Shub Navjot Anand extending the arms. And the umpires, look, they've got an important job to do as well, but I think we're searching for umpiring talent as well, and certainly the men selected have done a good job so far.
Fantastic. I mean, they've been spot on. What I've liked about them, they've been consistent, and they've worked well as a team as well, in coordination with the third umpire.
Slightly slow ball from Aziz Mohammed, dragged away. Will just be one. And we do talk about teamwork a lot in teams batting, for example, in partnerships, or even when they're fielding. But we don't often talk about the umpires as a team, and they are a team, aren't they? I mean, they've got 2 men out in the field. They do have to coordinate and communicate. Good Yorker from Aziz Mohammed. This will just be a single. But yeah, now with the added dimension, we do have the third umpire for line decisions in this series, and so the way they're able to coordinate, and so far, I can't say enough good things about the umpires. This is Mohammed. 2 to come in this over. It's gone for 10. We'll go for more here. Ekrami not going to pull this one back. Cuatro carreras más. And, well, Rico, I don't think it's just the 4 that Aziz Mohammed is worried about. It's certainly He won't often be hit down the ground, but yeah, we've got some comments in the chat as well. Here, saying, Vinny, the ground staff and organisers have done a super job. Double thumbs up. So thank you to everybody. Last ball of the first half coming up.
Oh, well, this is one. It's a big wide. That's come out all wrong. It's not the first time we've seen that. I mean, look, I know it was pretty wet out there the first match, but by now I just think this has just come out wrong. He's trying to do something different here.
Yeah, well, the line and the length, 0 for 2. Belgium, this is a flying start. Slower ball, no more ball. That ball's gone. Go find it. Maximo! What a shot that is. A horror finish to this over. That's 6 plus 1. Take it to heaven. That one's gone for 7. Free hit coming up next.
That's a big hit, and well, look, it's technically 6 of nothing, because whatever happens in the next ball is going to be added to it. Look, the last time, a few balls ago, when they had a free hit, nothing came off. It was a dot ball.
Not a big deal. No.
Different batsman on strike, so Waleed, he'll be hoping to capitalise on this.
So, pin your ears back, strap yourselves in. Oh, driven away. It was a pretty good ball from Aziz Mohammed. Well, that one's gone straight to the giant ice cube. It's going to come back frozen. So the free hit goes for 4. And horror over in the end. It goes magical. Aziz goes for 26, and it's 83 for 1 after 5 overs.
Lovely shot, this. This is just beautiful. It's all about keeping his shape, keeping his balance. He knew exactly where he's putting it. And once that goes past the fielder, it's 4 runs. Delightful shot. And yeah, you're absolutely right. What a start this is. A halfway point, 83. Just the 1 wicket down. Well, when they lost their captain, Ras Iqbal, early, well, they probably thought the luck that they're not getting is just getting worse. 15 for 1 they were. And you can just see how they've moved on from that. But in destructive style. Ahmed, 34 not out. And Waleed Uri, 23. And well, they're going to take the pace off here. That's a good call for me, because both these batsmen have really torn into the pace bowlers.
And a spin in the air. This is a chance, and it's held. So Aziz Mohammed back in the game, but in a good way this time. Very next ball, after a horrendous over, he takes the catch as a mistimed shot from Kiza Ahmed. So spin does the trick. The captain brings himself on. Sheikh Shiraz picks up a wicket immediately, and the partnership is broken. The score now 83 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they needed, didn't they? They needed something to happen. And my suspicion was that take the pace off, but that would maybe bring the reward. Both these batsmen have timed the ball beautifully well off the quick bowlers, but now they have to try to hit it a bit harder to try and find the boundary. And that's exactly what was tried there, but not hit well enough. So, yep, the bowler, he didn't have a good time with the ball. But he's done the job for his team and getting the 2nd wicket here. Norway. Norway, though, they are motoring along. The key thing now is that all the batsmen that go in there sensible, just be looking to just keep rotating the strike, keep taking the singles, don't do anything silly, and try and push along this score. They've got to be looking at the 130 from here for sure. Definitely, minimum.
Minimum. Look, often I look at the splits, and what I mean is the first half and the second half of the innings. So the first 5 overs, second 5 overs. The first 5 overs went for 83, but quite often we'll see the first 5 be a lot more than the second 5 or vice versa. So Norway, the challenge is to keep the pace up. The next one is swept out. Tafsir. He's going to get off the mark with the single. Yeah, so I mean, from here, I mean, double that, 160, that's great guns. But I mean, even if you go at the kind of 2-a-ball par from here, you're looking at 131. I mean, that'd be a pretty good score batting first. You know, Belgium have some very, very destructive hitters of their own, but that's why I think it's such a spicy contest. I think it's a good thing to bat first as well. Yeah, and well, he just misjudged this, Safat. I think he was heading back. Now, we might have had trouble. This would have been out, coming back for 2, but he just seemed to back off that, which is normally not a bad tactic, but it was mishit, and in the end, he just couldn't get in far enough in time.
Yeah, he was very slow going. You don't see that in that replay. He was slow going, but look, I think the bowler here, the captain, he'd be disappointed with him as well. He was disappointed with the field and was showing his disappointment, but should have got behind the stumps.
Oh, top edge, hang time. In the end, be 1 hop to the man running around from inside the circle. So often we see this, don't we, Rico? And this is why I always say I never judge a game in the first quarter. And by that, I mean the first 5 overs, because sometimes you see one team get off to a big start, but actually a lot can change in a 10 over a side game. Hit hard. Sephart's got some more work to do. He's a class act, is he, in the field. This time, perfect throw to the bowler.
It's all about keeping the composure here. It's all about keeping a cool head. You've got off to a good start. Don't want to throw it away.
Goes down the ground. Oh, this is a one-way ticket to Pound Town. This is out of here. Maximo Tafsir. Well, he's come to the party now. He's there, and he announces it with a big hit out of the ground.
Footwork was brilliant. Got to the pitch, comes down the track, hits it clean, kept the head perfectly still. That's a big hit. And, well, Azim this time decides, well, I'm not going to get that. I'll leave it to one of the ball boys. Big hit and a nice way to finish the over. So 93, 2 down, 6 overs gone. 14
extras in the innings so far. Keep an eye on that tally as well. Yeah, so from here, 6 over check-in time. Did you say that? To a ball, 48. Would be 141. It would be 141. So of course, 6 overs now. So I mean, that would be a very, very good score. I mean, at minimum, it seems like they're going to get to the 130 mark. It's hard to see them not making that many. Ekrami. Oh, this one just fingertip up for Wakas Raja. Went back with the fly to the ball. You see here, a little bit casual maybe, but just went a little bit further than he thought. So half chance goes down. It's been an exciting start to this game. The Norwegians, they've come out to play, haven't they?
Yeah,
I mean,
they
no one would have believed the
to,
top-ranked team in the series wouldn't have a win halfway through their group campaign.
This could be just dipping before he gets to Azim, and just showing his experience there, not overcommitting, and just stopping the ball going past him. Key thing for him is to stop those going to the boundary. Take one catch already in the match. And this one's hit pretty well. It's going to split the two fielders. 4 runs. Joka Lagia, that was nice. Nice and spicy. 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Good gap. So often it's all about placement. And this one's hit hard against where it was hit. There was a difference. Norway putting an imposing total on the board here. First up in match 12 of this inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Looking to bring up the 100 in this, the 7th over. And they will do. And I'm sure they'll get warm applause for it as well.
Now, one of the cool things about the way this ground's been set up is we have this fan zone. So we've got the bar, we've got the players nearby, the players' tents, a lot of access, the way the players enter the field, down the stairs, the food, the drinks, the stalls, the atmosphere. It's really quite unique. Oh, this is unique as well. Here's this one. No one's finding this. Take a packed lunch with you, because this one's out of here. Maximo Tafsir. Well, he's come in and made an immediate impression on this innings.
Qué bueno. Esa pelota no volver, ¿eh? Esa pelota es para la dirección de Marbella. Qué grande, qué fuerte. 6 más.
So I was going to say, the other thing over in the fan zone, they can hear the commentary, they can watch it on the TV. So give us a wave over there in the fan zone. It's great to have you guys there and so many people enjoying the entertainment today on day 3. Ekrami short gets away with it, doesn't he? Just didn't pick that up quick enough. Just kind of froze on the crease. Takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 106 for 2. And well, Rico, you know, we're talking about the fact that Norway doesn't have a win so far in this series. And when you look at the rankings, now these are T20 international rankings, to be fair, but it gives you a good indication of the cricketing strength of these countries. But you've got Norway there, they're top of the 5. But all these, you see, they're all very close together, particularly the top 4.
Yeah,
so it just shows you how even this group is.
And I think we've seen that, haven't we? I mean, when I was talking to Razak Iqbal, the captain, that's what he was saying to me. He said, look, there's just been such little in it between them winning and losing matches, and that's why these teams are just so competitive, so close in those T20 rankings.
And only 2 of them will get to go through to the championship week 4 of this tournament. So the top 2 performers this week, and we'll find out exactly who those 2 teams are on Group A finals on Friday this week. So that's only 2 days away. And then Razak with the ball. A good Yorker. They can run hard here. They think about it, but there's also good work by the fielder.
Yeah.
And that to me is the difference between international cricket that we're seeing here and European club cricket we've seen so much of this year and European cricket series. The little things, and like running this first one hard.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Running it hard, and the batsman that's not in danger is coming down, ready to take the second if there is a slight misfield.
That was a good ball from Razak first up, right up in the block hole. Again, and once again, run hard, look for a second, but it won't be quite there. And this is good bowling. You can see why they brought Razak on now. It looks to me like a genuine death bowling specialist. And sometimes, for all the variations, you can keep it pretty simple. And if you can execute that Yorker, whether it's a new batsman or established batsman, any stage of the innings, I think it's a good delivery if you can get it right. Loses length this time, though, and that just shows his margin for error. Bang, crash, wallop. That one's off the top of the fence. Maximo. Gowrie moves to 38.
Beautiful shot this. And once more, it's just all about the timing. Getting himself in the right position. And executes that beautifully well. And you can see this Kookaburra is going to need a bit of inspection, but it's okay.
That's the thing, though. He only missed that Yorker, I reckon, by half a metre, and it disappeared. Not where he wants to be. Go and do his own fielding. And into the final quarter of the innings, the final furlong. And Norway, they've got an excellent platform from which to launch. Projected score about the 150 mark. I mean, it will be an entertaining chase regardless. We know the Belgians love to attack. But after this, hasn't quite got it. Oh, what a catch. Unbelievable catch by Shagarai Savat. The second time he's pulled off a one-hander in the series. Oh, the first one was a bullet back off his own bowling, but this one he had to move. And how did he do that? That's one of the best catches we've seen all year on the European Cricket Network. And Savat does it for Belgium.
Oh, my word. This is sensational. Well, Superman would be proud of this. This was just incredible. What a catch that is. That's what it's all about. The best of the best players in Europe coming together, and they're producing magical moments like that.
That's world class, Rico. Oh. This is international cricket, and you will not see anything better than that anywhere in the world. And Shagarai Savat, well, that was an amazing catch, and maybe that's just a moment they might look back at, because Tafsir, he did look dangerous while he was there. 2 Maximos in his 16. The score, 115 for 3.
What a catch. That is juicy. That is going to be played over and over and over again around the world on social media. This was stunning. Oh, that was stunning.
So how about that? Take a breath, everybody. Razak. Oh, this one's pretty straight. Umpire says no. Maybe just the angle, because he is round the wicket. Taking it down the leg side. I mean, it does hit him in front, but you can see the movement as well. I think that's a pretty good decision in the end. It's the end of the 8th over, 116 for 3, but that over will be remembered for one reason and one reason only. Shagarai Savat, what a catch. I mean, that's the early contender, isn't it, for catch of the tournament?
Well, that's, you know, we talk about some superb bits of action. I mean, that was a...
This is normal speed. Look at this, comes out of nowhere, hits it at speed. Oh.
By a Strath super catch. That is absolutely amazing.
It just comes out of nowhere. I think we thought all eyes were on Aziz Mohammed, who we thought we had more chance of catching it. Then, surprise, you had Savat slipping in the back door. Sometimes you need just a bit of magic, don't you, when the game's getting away from you, which certainly felt that way, I'm sure, for the Belgians. But now, I mean, you look at it, 116, if you can have a couple of tight overs, maybe keep it in the low 130s. That's very chaseable, I think, for this team. Marcus Raja bowling the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, that's what we normally say. And that's our umpire, Shub, who's done very well this morning so far, just having to take a bit of evasive action.
He's giving 6 runs here. What's he doing? 6 runs, Shub? No, I don't think so. Put your hands down. Be a man.
It's not a big target to hit, Shub. Don't mind me saying that. Well, length, and this is going to disappear to the 3rd man boundary. Little edge, and Gowrie moves into the 40s. Norway climb past 120, and well, they are seeking their first win of this series. They're in a great position at the moment, aren't they, Rico?
Yeah, very good position. I mean, they've got I mean, look, still a lot of work to do. We know how strong Belgium are. And you've got to say this, I mean, it's not been down to a poor performance by Belgium by any means in the field. I think it's just been some outstanding batting we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. And also a couple that, and that's the third one I can remember that has disappeared off a bit of an edge to third man boundary. And I have put the third man back now. Problem is, there's a thin edge. Third man can't do anything about it. Marcus Raja with the ball. Hit hard, as he should clean up. And there's no chance of two. And that's a bit of a throw. Well, I wouldn't say a fake throw, it wasn't really fake, but he realised there was nobody home, so he holds on to it, Marcus Raja. But again, the fielding, you see, often we see at the European Cricket Series, the domestic level, batsmen getting two there. There was just no chance to Aziz Mohammed. No ball, and it's called no ball. And wants to be a free hit. It's only be no ball plus one. Seen a few oversteps, haven't we? And yeah, it's a good call from the umpire. I mean, they've got a lot to look at, don't they, the umpires? But it's another spot-on call. And that means not only doesn't cost you a delivery, but next one will be a free hit. That's all he wanted, did he? And once again, you can see hunting for a two. They won't get there. So we often have a bit of a saying, don't we, on the European Cricket Network that you came up with. You said it all happens in the ninth.
In the ninth, yeah.
There'll be something that certainly happened last over. That catch from Safar.
So they're approaching the 130 already. Two to come in this over.
Ayatollah Niazi, who last bangs this one down long on. Just a single. So I think the death bowling from the Belgians has actually been pretty good for the most part. They've bowled a lot of good Yorkers. The odd one's got away for sure, but they have brought themselves back into this match, haven't they? That's a nice shot, classical cricket shot. There's no one back here. That's 4. And Gary moves to 49, eyeing off his half century. This was just a beautiful shot through the line. It just beat the man in the circle. And there's nobody covering that area. So a good finish to the ninth for Norway. They finish 130 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, he plays that shot so well, doesn't he? Very strong on the offside. Gets his footwork spot on. Gets himself in the correct position and punishes it. 4 more. 130 for 3. 6 balls to come. And, well, they certainly would want 10 here. They'd be looking 140 minimum. I mean, if they can go beyond that, then certainly it's definitely game on. And, well, we're going to have to see, well, Belgium are going to have to go some to keep that unbeaten record in track. Yeah,
exactly right. We had 83 off the first 5. At the moment, we've had 47 in the second half. So it won't be quite as big as first up, but still a fair bit of run production. Last over, Adnan Razak starts with a full toss, and no ball called straight away, so this won't be caught. And in the end, it's not caught anyway. And immediate call from square leg, and this is for height. And yeah, when he's going for that Yorker, yeah, that's a good call for me.
Yeah, spot on.
That's right up there. That will be a free hit. That is the risk, isn't it, with Yorker? If you do overcook it a little bit, can get away from you. The first and final warning as well, so can't bowl another one of those. And you see that all the players, a bit of a rush, of course. You've got some time restrictions on the innings, but I do think they're okay, the Belgians. Free hit coming up. Hit hard. And will they push for 2 here? And they won't, but congratulations to Gowrie. Wally Gowrie brings up his 50. What an innings it's been. 50 off 23 balls. And brings it up with a firmly struck delivery to long off. 3 6s, 5 4s in his half century. So it's over to Niazi. He just tries to pin his ears back and didn't quite make the contact with this one. Just a single. I think what we're going to see, regardless of this score, might end up somewhere in the 140s, I think, Rico. It's going to be a really entertaining chase because Belgium, don't they love to go big with the bat, and they're going to have to get quite a few. Yeah, this is going to be a great chase. Goes after this one, and it's going to carry all the way. Maximo! Gowrie has reached his half century, and he's ready to put the finishing touches on the artwork. This one, not an easy shot. Once again, just misses the Yorker length, doesn't he? It's a length ball. Gowrie's deep in his crease. And that was a classy shot over cover.
It's his strength, like I said, he plays so well. The offside.
This one's missed by the bowler, who is unbelievably disappointed with himself. But I suppose what it does do, it does remove Gorry from the equation for now, as he'll be at the non-striker's end. So probably not a bad single to give away.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Well, let's see where this ball ends up first, I suppose.
Yeah. We'll see in hindsight. Short and slightly mistimed. Now, do they go for 2 here, or do they try and keep the established batsman on strike? Well, they take the 2, and I think that's probably fair enough at this stage. I mean, it comes down to it. Every run might be crucial, and obviously both these batsmen are genuine batsmen. We do see strike manipulation. That's one of the things watching a lot of T10 cricket that we've noticed coming into the game, trying to keep a key batsman on strike, even if you're sacrificing wickets towards the end of an innings. Last ball, strap yourselves in. No, it won't be. So take the seatbelt off for a second, but right now, 143 plus this ball. How about the Belgians, Rico? Do you give them a chance of chasing these down?
Yeah, I do. I mean, they are a very strong team, and they've got some good all-star batsmen, big hitters.
This time, I think they'll just be satisfied to concede the single. So Belgium, in the end, they'll be chasing 146. Just looking at the splits, 83 in the first half and 62 in the second. So Norway, they weren't quite able to keep up that breakneck pace, but still 145. It's a pretty commanding score. They're chasing their first win in this series. The top-ranked team in Group A. But it has been so close. And well, the Norwegians, they couldn't wait to get out there after quite a damp day yesterday. The men from Norway, they came out and they meant business, Rico, as they went about putting a big score on the board here in match 12.
They certainly did. I mean, the captain, well, he's been the man that's been doing the damage for them, but he gets himself run out there. A very, very tight call it was. With this man, well, we know he's bowled really well, but today, his pace was only being helped by the batsman to take the ball to the boundary. We did see some very entertaining and exciting hitting. And, well, it was boundaries galore. Well, that was the free hit that was missed out on. But, well, we made up for it. It's boundaries all around the ground. There was some sizzling shots being played. And, well, there was no answer to it from Belgium. The halfway point, 83. These two muscled together. Well, this was the opportunity. And it was taken, good catch taken there by Azam and Ahmed. He batted very well for his 22, but that just meant that the left-hander, Waleed, he just kept going. This was a terrific shot as well. And what about that though? What a catch that was. Absolutely top draw. You won't see better than that in no matter whatever format or whatever level of the game you watch. This was just world class. And some of the shots played out on that offside from Waleed were world class as well. This one right over the top, 6 runs, and they enjoyed it. They need something to happen. They need some luck to come their way. They need the rub of the green. Well, they did get a bit of that in this inning from them. There was a few edges also, you've got to be fair. They went to the boundary. So maybe 14 or 16 runs came in that fashion, but look, they batted really well. And that is a very healthy scorecard. We haven't seen too many. We've seen a lot of scorecards where one batsman has done a lot of the damage. With that one, a contribution from everybody all round. And well, what about the bowlers? Well, you can see how many bowlers were used there. They tried everything they could. 8 bowlers in total. But, well, all of them took a little bit of punishment one way or another. And Ikrami, he's normally very reliable. But what about Safat as well? 19, he went just off his 1 over. Normally, you'd always bank on him getting 2. He was just, well, just not right today. The batsman just picked him off really well. But I will say this, I don't think that Belgium really bowled that bad. I just think it was really good batting from Norway. But look, they need this victory. They need it badly. Waleed Ferrari, well, he was the star with about 57 not out of 25 deliveries. Ahmed as well, I felt he batted brilliantly as well. And don't forget, there was some good hits there from Tafsir. But on the bowling front, well, it was well, a tidy one there from the captain, Shiraz. But it was interesting that he never brought himself back on either. So it's going to be a big chase. It certainly is. 146 runs are required for Belgium. The team that are undefeated in this Group A. Well, join me, Mr. Maximo. Join me and Mr. Maximo, I should say, back in about 10 minutes' time when we resume this match to see if Belgium can really go out there firing on all guns blazing and get to the score of 146. Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, well, we're in the house. We are the, well, they say the good time crew. I hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching via YouTube or around the world. So many platforms to watch it from, and of course, namaste to everybody that is watching on Fan Code in the South Indian continent. Join us back in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 12. Hello and welcome back to this, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And what a match we have in store. We've just seen Norway go out there, all guns blazing, and score 145 runs in their 10 overs. And what that means is that Belgium, they're going to have to be at their utmost best to try and get to those runs. We know that they have got good players. I mean, look, Summers a kill, and he himself, you know, if he gets enough of the strike, he's able to knock those runs off pretty quickly just by himself. But they always find somebody to do the job for them. Even the captain as well, he's been in very good nick as well. So everything to play for as well. I remember in those rain-affected games yesterday, well, it was Mamoon Latif against Norway that did the damage. Well, is he going to be the man who's going to take a liking to the Norwegian bowling again here today? So everything to play for, and it was Sheikh Shiraz, of course, who did the job against Luxembourg. So that's what we know about them. They're good players all the way through. They're a team that have got depth, and they're going to be having to rely on that straight away. One thing they do need, for me, is they need to have a very good power play. So those first 3 overs got to be good. They've got to go big. They've got to take advantage of the fact that only 2 fielders will be allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Well, I tell you what, I just love listening to this music. I'm just going to be quiet just for a second. Oh yeah, look at that. I love it, I love it. It's so fitting for this occasion, that tune. I love it, and I hope you're loving it at home. Let us know what you think. Of course, you can get involved on the chat at EuropeanCricket.com. Go into that, and you can subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Please do, because you know, if you can subscribe, then you can get in touch with us. And any questions that you have about this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, anything you have about Spain, get involved, because like the players, well, we as well, with you at home, wherever you're tuning in from, we're stronger together as well. Yeah, I do like that around this ground, stronger together, the banners, European Cricket Network banner, stronger together we are, and that's what it's all about. European cricket, we have become so much better, haven't we? So much bigger, and it's all because we do work together, and I think stronger together just works so well for us as we've travelled across Europe with the European Cricket Series, of course, the fan coach series that we've done all around Europe, and that has all led to this big one. And it's so nice to see a lot of these players that have performed in those European Cricket Series. They've been watched, they've been seen, they've been found, that they've made their dreams come true, and here they are now in maybe the field of dreams, performing for their country. What could be bigger? What could be better? Belgium with the bat. Got it all to do, haven't they? It's going to be a fantastic chase. I can tell you this, I just have a feeling about this match. And I know Vinny normally talks about golden balls. I don't know, there's something as the sun is shining here, caressing this beautiful ground. I just think that we're about to see something spectacular. Don't ask me why, I just had that feeling. Vinny normally has the tingle. Maybe I now know what the tingle feels like. Get ready to go. The bowler just setting his field. It's going to be Ravi. Recently bowled really well. Vinay Ravi for his team, he's been outstanding. If he can get a few quick wickets in here, then they'll definitely will be up for it. He's taken 4 wickets so far in the matches that they've played. And he'll be bowling to Azim Mohammed. Here we go, first ball of the reply. Oh, and he's gone down like a sack of potatoes. That doesn't look good. Oh, that doesn't look good. Let's hope he's not done himself any serious injury. Well, it's good to see he's got up straight away. When Vinay Ravi just sort of collapsed in a bundle there. Let's see here. I think his foot must, yeah, look at that. The foot sliding, just went from underneath, didn't it? Oh, that could have been really nasty. Vinny, welcome back. Well, that's not nice to see, is it?
It's because he doesn't land on the bottom. He lands on the side of his foot. And lucky, it's literally just a fact that I've noticed Vinay Ravi slipping a bit more than some of the other bowlers. I don't think it's so much the surface, it's the fact that he doesn't really land on too much of the bottom of his foot. So that can happen on occasion. Let's see how confident he is this time. Nice hard hit ball. Well, they won't get a run there. So it's just, you saw that one, it was the side of his foot, almost even the top of his foot that was landing, wasn't it? And especially, I know we have had a bit of rain, but I think that pitch is bone dry at the moment. So I don't think it's a matter of any moisture on the pitch. We did notice yesterday as well, he did struggle more than some of the other bowlers with his footing, but you can see why. It's because of where he actually lands on his back foot. Azeem Mohammed's gone, and he chops on. It's a dream start for the Norwegians, chasing their first win in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and that's a dangerous hitter who goes without scoring. The score now none for one, and after 2 deliveries, the Norwegians get an early strike.
Well, before he bowled his first ball, he was down and out, but now he's come back, and it's the batsman, Azeem, who is down and out. He's got to go back, and he's going to be absolutely distraught with himself because he goes without scoring. And job being done by Vinay Ravi. He moves on to 5 victims in this championship now. And that's what he can do. He's a big, strong man, isn't he? He comes down, he bangs the ball in hard. And well, Azeem Mohammed, he was looking to bang that hard himself, misses it, gets a little bit onto it, chops it onto his stumps. He has to go. It's a long, slow walk back, isn't it?
A rare failure from him. Does normally get him off to a good start, even if he doesn't go on with it. We saw him make a very good 92 in the European Cricket Series a couple of weeks ago, playing in the Netherlands. This time, he goes very, very early. You know what you're going to get from Aziz. You're going to get shots. That time it didn't pay off. And Ravi, you're right, big wicket taker. And he'll be hunting more early strikes, trying to put Belgium on the back foot in this power play. Faisal Mahmood. Here's the new batsman. It's not Neko in here. Good start as well. And what do you think the approach is from the Belgians? Because what we've seen from them so far, even with that early wicket, I think they're still going to come out and play their shots. They kind of have to, don't they, chasing this target?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think they will, because that's the way they play. That's the way all of these batsmen play. They're not going to change their style just because they've lost an early wicket. And like you say, Finney, if you're going to lose an early wicket, lose it without playing out too many balls. And that's one thing that Azeem didn't do.
Big swing and a miss from Faisal Mahmood. And it might have been a slightly slow one, sure. Have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, I think it was. And so I was just completely losing his shape there. It's this continuum between aggression and insanity that you just need to keep yourself on the right side of the line. And I think at the moment Mahmood is a little bit up the wrong end of that one.
Interesting there, Vinay Ravi, every time he goes back, he cleans the soles off his shoes on his bottoms before he runs in.
Once again, I think he's just got one of those delivery strides where he is a natural kind of skidder. You'll have some bowlers that their feet will drag, and I suppose when you're not super confident about how far you'll drag, can cause you issues. Also, we did see, although the field has dried out a lot now, maybe still a bit of moisture out there in the grass clippings. It's definitely affecting him though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, no, it would. I mean, I know when I used to bowl, especially in the UK, where you always had different conditions, normally wet, damp. That if you did slip once, then it's always playing on your mind, and of course it's going to affect you until you get in the rhythm. I was hoping that maybe getting the wicket, that would be in the back of his mind, but it's still there. And you see he's not coming in with the same sort of momentum he normally would. That one will be given a wide, and it has been.
Got to say a big thank you to everyone who's in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. So many nice comments in there, and had such great feedback from people around the world. They're enjoying the coverage and the camera work, the setting, the ground, and all the nice things you're saying about the commentary as well. We're very, very humbled, and thank you so much for taking interest in what we're doing here at ECN. Swing and a miss, and Faisal Mahmood. He's creating a lot of wind, but not a lot of bat on ball. End of the first over. No runs off the bat whatsoever. 1 for 1, just the wide off the over. What a start for Norway.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. And one thing, I mean, just having a look there, you can see that the captain, was Iqbal. He's just setting the field now for the next young bowler. And this man, you know, I really am excited about him as a player. I think he's got such a huge future ahead of him. I saw him in Crefeld. I was really impressed. But what I was going to say is Iqbal himself, though he's a wicket-taking machine, hasn't done a lot of bowling.
Yeah, exactly right.
Which is very interesting. Now, I wonder, on a match like this, when you've got those runs to play with, and especially after that brilliant over, just one run coming off, he's got to fancy himself to come on.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But I suppose they've got their own reasoning. And it's just a bit of a practice delivery. And you can understand, maybe yesterday, the players are a little bit more nervous about the footing.
Yeah, but you got to look, you know, you got to be careful with the time, because I mean we've got a new partner, haven't we? And they're going to be spot on the time. The umpire's using the old Swiss watchmaker, Norcan, as the official timekeeper.
Thank you very much to all of our partners as well that keep us running at European cricket. And this is another one where I don't know what sort of shoe stores they've got in Norway, but they seem to be the only bowlers that are having problems. I mean, certainly Safat was running in and bowling thunderbolts, but yeah, for me, this is just one where it's just losing a lot of momentum through the crease.
Yeah.
He's a little bit worried about how his feet are going to land, but once he gains that confidence, hopefully he can turn it on. Amateur Sahak. Too short again, but this one doesn't put it away. This will be the first one off the bat. And Raza is off the mark.
Yeah, Sahak going to short delivery, and he was at his best in Crefeld when he was charging in, bowling the ball full and straight, and he was getting a lot of away swing movement. So just needs to try and get into his rhythm and get that ball a bit fuller, I think.
Well, short again, but that's misses out. Fazal Mahmood, 0 off 5. A good question from Phil Hollis in the chat. He wants to know what's the highest run chase in this format. Well, on ECN T10s, the highest run chase that we have seen is 159. And that was by Cluj against ACCB in the ECS Romania not too long ago. So Cluj, a team that we did see in the ECL, the European Champions, or European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. There's another one where just not quite coordinating all the moving parts. Yeah, so I mean, it would be a good chase. We don't see too many chases over 140, but we have seen them. But normally you need one or two players to really stand up and muscle the bowling. You see here, even where his front foot's landing, not quite getting that full delivery stride in.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's a young man, Sahak. Maybe I'll continue after this delivery.
Yeah, and should be a simple catch for the fieldsman. And he holds it. So Sahak, no, he's only in third gear, but Mahmood, well, the engine never started for him. He goes for a 6-ball duck, and Belgium, they're in all sorts of trouble now. 3 for 2, halfway through the second over.
Yeah, very easy catch. It don't come any easier than that from Privet Bart, does it, the catch? But, I mean, what he's done there, I mean, I don't think this was the best of shots. I mean, when you look where that ball was, that's the wrong shot selection. You need to be giving yourself a bit of room and cutting that. You've got 4 men out in the offside, playing up in the air. It's a dangerous shot to say. But the only thing I was going to say, you can see Sahak there, he's attending to the ground. Look, if you know you're slipping slightly, you've got to be able to adjust your run-up.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to say, right, okay, if me running in here is giving me problems with my footing, well, look, cut down the run and just concentrate on getting the ball up the line and length. But, well, as I was going to say that, but he does take a wicket, so he'll probably be thinking, well, look, if I just stick to what I'm doing. But the only reason I want to mention that is because they've got to remember about the time, because I think if the quick bowlers keep doing this, that time is going to come to play. They're going to find some penalty points coming their way.
Or be ready to start the 10th over at the 40-minute mark of the innings. And you may get some allowances with their interruptions. Essentially, that's the rules. And if every over that you don't do that, it's 5 penalty runs. We haven't seen it yet. I'm sure we will see it at some point. Yeah. Because, you know, sure, there are some things that are out of your control. Sometimes there's injuries or a lot of reviews, but you know, we are very, very strict on the time penalties in this format. Short again. This one will be the one for the over. Gets over the shoulder. But I mean, Mahmood, he's never got going. I mean, sometimes that might be for the best. If it's just not his day, it's not his day. And he did chew up 6 balls, though. And that's a whole over. It's 10% of this innings. And already you see the run rate climbing. It's up over 17 and over required.
Yeah, I think a few people, I can hear them saying, say, look, just slow it down a bit, and that looks like what he's looking to do. So finally,
Given down the ground, bit of work to do for until that Niazi long off. But this is the thing, I mean, they've got some good hitters and we haven't seen yet. And you know, I'm thinking of Sabah Zakil, the kind of player that can take the game away from you. And if they don't get to the crease, then you don't really get a chance to chase this down. So I mean,
yeah,
it's no good kind of setting something up. You've really got to gamble and take some risks. And if a batsman's not working, you need to get him out of there. So far, we've had 2 runs off the bat. We've had 3 wides. But, you know, there's probably a case. It's an awkward one, but for example, with Mahmood, even if he didn't get out, if he's not scoring, I think this is the kind of format where the captain's got to tap him on the shoulder and go, sorry, we're going to have to try someone else because we just don't have that much time to play with.
yeah. It definitely seems to be a plan there, doesn't it, from Norway, keeping the ball short, not to pitch up, not to allow the batsman to drive. It seems to be working.
And this time, it's going to length. Just because he's not quite getting his footing, he's dragging it short. Well, I'll tell you what, that's the most unusual 1 for 4 over I've ever seen. Because despite being able to look like he was bowling on ice skates, and they haven't got him away, and it's 5 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, it's just not, I have to admit, put my hand up, this was not what I was expecting from the reply from Belgium. I thought that we were going to see a scintillating power play, but at the moment with just 5 of the first 2 overs, so 8 overs to come. You can have a look at that required rate. It's approaching 20, just under 18. They've really got to get going, otherwise well, they're out of this game even before we get to the halfway point.
So here's Vinay Ravi. He's going to bowl his second. Across the line and out. There's Zakil. He's the man I just mentioned. Might be able to take it away from Norway, but it's taken away from him. Only 3rd ball. He goes for a single. Ravi gets his second. What a start this is. And Norway, they might have taken a couple of days to turn up, but they are here and announcing that they are a force in Group A. It's 5 for 3.
Yeah, look, we knew they were a good team. We know they have the ability. We've seen it. They've demonstrated it. We've said they're a top or the higher team in the rankings, the ICC rankings. They just needed things to go their way. Well, maybe that's where it's going to start today as the sun shines and caresses this beautiful ground, the Cartama Oval. Well, it's time for Norway to shine as well as they take the 3rd wicket. And Sabah Zakil, after making a very promising start, a promising debut to this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, his last 2 innings, he hasn't been able to get going as he takes a slow walk up those steps, and he'll, well, once again, it's going to be a disappointing walk back for him.
I'll give you a statistic. All the balls faced, if you add up the runs and the balls faced for all the batsmen, we've seen 4 batsmen so far, they've scored 2 runs off 13 balls. So it just shows you when no one is going.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, I might go the bowling. I mean, the bowlers, they've been struggling to even deliver the ball. So I don't really know what's up. It's a very, very curious start. Here's Omid Rahimi coming out, and let's just see if somebody can get going. At the moment, this looks like we're going to have a big thumping on the way. Oh, this one's deflected away, and it's going to get past the 3rd man. Well, this could have gone anywhere, really. Climbed. I think it gets a bit of the glove of Rahimi. Well, there's the first boundary, and even that wasn't particularly convincing.
Yeah, acrobatic effort there from the fielder, Ahmed. You see it here, great work again from Spring Productions, of our partners, but just couldn't get to it. Jokka lag gaya, feeling the cautious that get there, but stop nahi kar sakta si. Bahut achhi effort, but Jokka lag gaya, 4 more runs. And they needed him badly, don't they? They need to start somewhere. Well, maybe that is going to be the start of this reply.
He tries. Oh, and this is almost an outstanding catch by Mohammed Sher. See there, Sahak. Around to his right, and he just hung in here a long time. So Rahimi, living dangerously, moves to 5.
Brilliant effort. And almost scooped it before it goes to the ground. All the Belgian batsmen that are coming out now are just swinging wildly at hope. They know that they need boundaries galore.
And then once again, I might see this one. And, he just where he lands on the wrong part of his shoe. And umpire, Shub giving him a few tips. I don't know how many times Shub's opened the bowling, but
Yeah.
giving him a good wipe, isn't he?
I think as the bowler went down in frustration, he probably said a word or two he shouldn't have said, and I think the umpire just reminding him and the captain that we need to keep it clean. Remember, there are several microphones around the ground. It's been well hit, and he gets it through the gap, and this is 4 runs. And Ravi Paul goes to the boundary here. Once again, just playing on his mind about slipping. A little bit short. A good shot. It's onto that pretty quickly. Nicely played away by Ali Raza. And good acrobatic fielding there as well. We've seen quite a few fielders with a spring in their step, jumping over this stronger together. And boundary line that goes all the way around the banners.
It's pretty as a picture, isn't it? Ravi, 2 for 10. Goes after this, once again, no timing. I think it'll be safe. Oh, once again, another teaser for Mohammad Jessahak. He goes to the right, he goes to the left. Neither one of them a realistic catching opportunity, but Belgium, it doesn't look like the same team. And really what we're illustrating here, this is T10 cricket, this is short form cricket.
Yeah. Any
team can win any game. Belgium looks so strong in this series so far. They are on the ropes at the moment. That's good, no contact. And it's a confidence game at the end of the power play. Disastrous for Belgium. They are 15 for 3.
Yeah, it is a disastrous start. I mean, somebody somewhere has to get going. And at the moment, you can't see where it's coming from. But I think you're absolutely right. Your observation that you made, I don't think the bowling has been that hostile. I don't think the bowling has been that difficult to contend with. They have struggled getting their footing in the right place, and quite often even the ball in the right place. I think it's just been the shot selection. I just wonder whether they've gone into a bit of a cage here, Belgium, because it's not big runs that have been, because of the amount of runs that they're chasing. And they need to go big straight away. And that rate now, well, just under the 20. They've got some work to do here. Somebody's got to start somewhere. Shinwari, the bowler, comes in.
Once again, no timing. This will just be a single. So Belgium, not so sweet 16 so far. As we move into the next phase of the game, the middle overs. Power play is over. Not a lot of power from anybody in the power play. It's in back leg, but pretty high. We'll get through for a leg bye. So, well, what's the plan for Belgium here? I mean, they are on the top of the table at the moment. Looks like they're falling to their first loss here, but I mean, you know, things can turn around very quickly. Next one a bit too wide, but you know, the reason they want to keep performing is because what's going to happen this week, basically Group A, it's like a little tournament within itself. So these 5 teams, they're going to play each other twice, and at the end of tomorrow, we will eliminate the bottom team from the competition, and the top 4 will play a kind of Group A finals day on Friday to see which 2 teams will go through to the championship week in week 4. This next one's a wild ball down the leg side. Well, keeper had no chance here. This one angled so far that by the time it reached the keeper, Iftikhar, it wasn't even the same postcode, and that is 5 wides.
Yeah, that will help. They need these runs to come from somewhere. And that's 5 of them. But, yeah, look, the other interesting thing about this game is, of course, we know that Spain are right back on after this, and they've got the opportunity, if they can get one over Sweden, go top of the group. This one's been hit well down the leg side, but being fielded there behind square. It will just be a single. So what an opportunity this is for Spain, and I know we can see them there on the far side there, just warming up, doing the training. So they've got one eye on this match. Great opportunity for them to topple the group, but hey, they've got to get over Sweden. I know they were able to get that win yesterday in that 5-over innings per team match, but this one, well, who knows?
down the ground, hit hard. Good bit of fielding. Just their standard fielding's been very good this week for the most part, hasn't it? And especially those fielders down the ground. So a stunning catch by Savant in the first half of this game. Yeah, it's a good point. It was 72-60 last night, Spain over Sweden in that 5-over match. It'll be great to see them play a 10-over affair. And that one's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time. Again, swing and a miss. This one didn't miss Raza though. Got him above the pads. And the news from the toss as well. Sweden, they've won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. So they'll be chasing again. But I guess the difference this time is it will be a 10-over match. And that's a really tough one to call, that Spain-Sweden one. Talk about it more as we get closer to the end of this match. Right now, here's Amadullah Shinwari. Low full toss, it's dragged, and it's gone. So it's party time. Now, they're pretty late to the party, Norway, but they're crushing through the front door now. Belgium in disarray. It's 25 for 4. That's the end of the 4th over.
Wahidullah Sahak, what a good catch this is. Shouts at catch it, and he says, yeah, we'll take it easy. And good technique. And that's straight in the middle of his hands. No problems there at all. Well, who would have thought it? There's me thinking, I think this is going to be a close one. I think it's going to be something exciting, something sensational happening here. Well, we're seeing something sensational.
Yeah.
All the sensation is coming from Norway at the moment.
And yeah, they are delivering, aren't they? But I mean, this is what we've seen all year. I know we've done literally hundreds of matches of T10 cricket this year on ECN. Over 800 matches, in fact. We've broadcast unprecedented amount of cricket, and in this T10 format, within a tournament, yeah, one team dominating, then they can just fall off a little bit. And like we say, we don't win tournaments on the first day. You win them at the end of the week, ultimately at the end of 4 weeks here.
Yeah,
Belgium, good start, but I mean, the wheels are completely off in this match.
Look, Norway just upped the game.
Yeah.
They knew they had to. They knew they had to do something different today. And I know, we see this, going back to the live action here, see this ball, we continue with that. What goes through. Yeah, I mean, talking to their captain, Raza Iqbal, I mean, he's saying to Rico, he said, we don't know what more we can do. We're trying everything. We're getting close, but we're just not getting the rub, the green. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
And then, well, look, the rain's gone. The sun's come out, and with it, Norway have produced a fine performance in this match so far. And this will just encourage them. They'll get better and better from it.
Got some good cricketers in their lineup, no doubt about that. Here's Niazi. Short. Misses out again. He's a batsman, really. All the Belgian batsmen look really quite adept at coming out and hitting straight away. But this is just one of those innings where nothing's going right for them.
Yeah, this one hasn't been, I don't think it's been signalled as one for the over. I thought this was probably over the shoulder height.
Well, Niazi will continue. And will be over the shoulder and maybe over the head as well. And Rahimi no offs at this one. Anything over the head will be called a wide. That certainly was. That will be the one for the over now. So any further delivery over the shoulder will be called a no ball and will be followed by a free hit.
Yeah, I think he's probably a little bit lucky there, the bowler. I thought the one before was very, very close as well. Obviously, it's difficult for us to tell
I
here.
suppose if he knows it wasn't called, he's got the right to try and bowl another one. It's short again, and this is off the back foot, and, well, it's gone all the way. Maximo! What a remarkable shot from Rahimi. It was a stand-back hop cut, and that was effective. He gets 6 for his team. It's sorely needed 6 runs for Belgium.
Well, he's absolutely muscled this over, hasn't he, for 6? That's a big hit. He's hit that strong. He's hit it hard. He goes all the way, but is it too little, too late?
Full this time. Previous one, Gori, he was hopping. I thought maybe he'd done a hamstring, but he was only just willing his teammate to be able to jump. It was about 2 or 3 hops. And I said, oh no, he's a key player. You don't want him injured. He scored a half century in the first half of this game. But yeah, it was just one of those things. It's funny. Always seen that all over the world. Ball might go to one fieldsman, the other fieldsman are kind of jumping in sympathy, trying to give them that extra energy, trying to telepathically send that kinesis over to their teammate. Short again. Oh, is this too short?
It's got to be a no ball, surely, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been called now. No ball. And yeah, we certainly had the one over the head. And that one, yeah, no doubt for me, that's over the shoulder. You see it there. And I tell you how Tell you how I know it was over the shoulder. The batsman was smelling that one. So this will be followed by a free hit coming up. So a little bit of indiscipline, I suppose, from Norway, but they're still well ahead in this game. This is given away off the back foot. Let's say a quick hello to some people doing the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company today. Hello to Roni, who said, nice cricket, nice ground, nice tournament. Nice reply. Well, here's your reply, Roni. Hope you're having a great day. Had so many positive comments. Luke Belgium, well, he's very, very excited with Belgium's start to the tournament, but so happy, I think, with this game, I'm sure. Dragged leg side. Should just be the one, and it will be. And thanks to Tushar as well. So thanks to everyone for your wonderful comments, not just in the YouTube live chat on our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, but on all other platforms. End of the over, it's 36 for 4. Rico, we are really honoured to be able to bring you this tournament, aren't we? And it's such a big week, isn't it? Because, of course, Monday was the first ever ICC-sanctioned T10 international. So this is international cricket.
It's international cricket, and yeah, you're absolutely right. And when you think how quickly we've got from where we started to here, if you remember Alicante, we had that mini typhoon there as well when everything took off.
March 2020.
Had the very first golden ball as well, and well, it's completely different now. You see this delivery, swing and a miss. I mean, everything has changed so much, and you know, we can talk about the production. The production now is 5-star. This is top class, without doubt. It's the, it's the best you get in the world. But also the improvement in the players, the fielders, the way the fielders have learned the game, the way they learned the rules, the respect as well is awesome.
Slow ball, miscued. He's got a long way to go. It's going to be a Bermuda Triangle situation. Will all converge. And the ball was always going to hit the turf first. But that's another case of just missed timing. I think he picks this slower ball and he just holds back on his shot. But still, not the timing that he wanted. Belgium staggering on into the second half of this innings. Next one will be called wide. We can't believe it.
Well, Sahak not happy with this call, but he has a smile. Does the old Michael Jackson swim and spin, and has to go back to his mark.
It's a good call for me. They're consistent. Now, a bit of the ball hit the blue as it went past the popping crease, and that has been called a wide all week. All you want is consistency, isn't it, with those wide calls? I know it might seem harsh, but I always think that's a good marker if any of it gets the line, because once you start saying, oh, it got a bit of the line, or then there's inconsistency amongst umpires and amongst judgments. So that's why the line's there. You've got to make sure the ball stays inside it on the offside. That's the slower ball, and it's probably going to go to the boundary. Still has enough pace to get there. It was a wild agricultural swing across the line. And Rahimi, he'll get 4. Not quite where he intended it.
No, it's one way to get him, isn't it? I mean, they need stat loads of runs from somewhere. Throwing the bat at everything. You could see a very concerned looking bench there. Remember, unbeaten up until now, Belgium.
Short, this one is launched, it's high, does it have the legs? Well, it certainly does. Maximo! Rahimi, he's been a bit hit and miss. This one had enough, moves into the 20s. In Belgium, they move past the 50 in the 6th over.
Yeah, shaka lagia. That's what they need. They need some shaka. They need a party of shaka. They need shaka time. And that's one of them. Oh, there are a few more there. Well, he certainly has the power. And he's dispatching the short ball pretty well.
Well, this one is timed this much better. Well, this one, good luck finding it. You'll need to get the old 4-wheel drive out and get that one, because that's out of here. Maximo, back-to-back 6s for Rahimi.
Boom, shaka lagia. Well, that was big. That's gone a long way. That was a biz away. Super 6. That's what we're talking about. Well, if he keeps hitting them like that and he does it regularly and he gets some support at the other end, you never know. Stranger things have happened, Vinny.
55 for 4. Well, that's right. We've seen some games won from remarkable situations, but at the moment, 22.75 required and over. You're going to need something huge to bring them back into this match. That's It's a funny one. Already, we're into this match number 12. And by then tomorrow, we'll have the top 4. The 5th team is eliminated. The top 2 get a double chance. So that's why already I think Belgium need to think about net run rate here if they're not going to chase down this target. Because you want to get as many as possible. This one's pushed away. They think of 2. They won't take it. Because if you have a situation where the teams are equal on points, their net run rate does decide it. So, for example, that might decide 2nd and 3rd. Still a lot of cricket to play. And so in this situation, once you kind of make the mental decision, we're not going to be able to reach this target, you still need to put as many runs on the board as you can. So you approach it a bit like you're batting first. Well, this is well hit, and it's going to clear the field. This is a remarkable stroke from Rahimi. Well, this is all wrist, powerful wrist from Omid, and he found the angle. What an easy shot with the ball coming into him. There was a man back there. He had no chance. 6 runs.
That's an awesome shot. This is all power. This is all about being a master blaster. Well, he's showing that he can. This is a great little knock here. Great cameo. Gone down the ground here, trying to split the 2 fielders. And I think that may have just gone all the way. Well, the fielder is saying he thinks it's a 4. Well, I think it's worth having a look again. It was a lovely hit.
I thought it was 4 first up. Get a look here. Yeah, just inside.
Just inside, yeah. It's a huck there.
Shot though.
And he's got a fantastic shot. Take nothing away from it. Well, we said it's not over yet, is it? If this man can keep hitting the ball like this, he's raced on to 40 of just 17 deliveries. And, well, that's another way to get him, Shinwari. He goes for the wider option, full and wide. And Rahimi says, don't worry, you can't hide it from me. I'll find a way to get to it. This one's gone to the boundary as well. Well, this is the reply they needed. And at the moment, he's trying to create something. He's doing it solo. It's Rahimi. This is an excellent knock from him so far.
Yeah, real cameo to the 40s. It'll take him to his 50, but he won't get it here as it's driven down the ground just for a single. So Belgium, we're seeing some of that attacking intent, but this is a case where Rahimi has played a great knock here, but just hasn't had enough time or enough support to get them anywhere near this. I mean, he's coming at number 5, and there were plenty of deliveries that were squandered before he came to the crease. Remember, at one point, they had 2 runs off 13 deliveries combined as a batting unit. It's not the start you can afford. Short and pulled away, and I think this one is out of here. 6 mas, and well, balle, as you say, that's the way to finish the 7th over. 77 for 4.
If you want to play like that, Maximo!
Yeah,
it's a nice shot. This is what I'm liking. Look, I'm still surprised. One thing I don't understand, Vinny, why is the captain, Raza Iqbal, not having a bowl? Is there an injury here we don't know about? I would have thought this is an ideal time for him to bowl. And look, when I saw him bowling in Creffield, he was in the wickets all the time. Yeah. But he's shying away from it for me today, unless he does have an injury.
That's the other thing. You have to manage your resources, I suppose, throughout the tournament. So I see selecting some other options. 3 overs to go in this one. And it was a large over, wasn't it, in the end? Magical over in the end. 22 came off it. There's those first 2 overs of this chase, though. They were only 5 off the first 2. Since then, all the overs have been in double figures, but just the damage has been done. They need something crazy from here. Now as he comes back to bowl his 2nd. And he gets immediate success, and Rahimi won't make his half century. And this is a really nice piece of bowling from Hayatul and Niasi. He attacked the stumps. And well, it was an entertaining knock, wasn't it, from Rahimi, but he's got to go for 45, 4 sixes and 4 fours. In his innings, it's 77 for 5.
This was a beauty. This is what we say. Jak ditte fatte. The off stump clean out of the ground. What a beautiful delivery this is. Well, this is what a quick bowler, when you come in on a bowl, that's what you dream of. That's what you want to see. Well, the European Cricket Network here, along with Dream11, making the players' dreams come true. And of course, remember, he can go back and watch that over and over again. A lovely delivery. Gets out the danger man. Well, he can be proud of himself. Omid Rahim, he's one batsman that has gone out there, performed. But the others, they'll be asking questions about their performance in this match.
Yeah, but I think there's also Belgium, they've been playing well. They just need to shake this one off. You know, you don't want to dwell too much. I mean, they're going to be 4 and 1 then after this. They're still in a really good position to make the top 2. So it's one of those things, sometimes you don't overanalyze. There are going to be innings in short form cricket, particularly T10 cricket, where it just goes wrong. And for example, you take Faisal Mahmood, for example, no for 6. That's very uncharacteristic. It's just one of those games. So you draw a line under it and you move on, I think. Sefat, who took one of the catches of the year earlier in the first innings of this game. And what's that quick hello to Roll Dizzle, who's watching in the YouTube chat. And great to have you with us. And everyone's free to join us in there for some lively discussions. Short, but doesn't quite get it. This has a lot of hang time. Should be out, and it is. So a second wicket for Niazi. Well, he's bowled well, and he gets the reward. And Sefat, well, he had a very, very entertaining game in the first half, but he doesn't contribute too much in the second. He goes for a duck, and it's 77 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, you got to spare a thought, I suppose, for any batsman that's coming in at this stage. I mean, you've got to go in there and you've got to go boom, bang, bang, right from the very first ball. And intelligent bit of bowling there, just not giving him any room, not giving him any width. Shorter delivery, couldn't get the power. And you can see the fielder there. He said it weren't easy, you know. It was spinning. It was doing a little bit of this. But he takes the catch there.
And they get posing for a photo with the fans. And just hanging over the fence. That's it. And the fans do get very close. There's that fence between the fans and the players' race. So a bit up close and personal. I don't know if that's exactly when I'd feel like a photo after getting dismissed for a duck.
Good night.
So, Niazi, can he get a third? 3 deliveries remaining for him. Good fielding. Oh, Norway, giving them a lot of confidence, and I can see them going up and up from here. But Belgium, I need to see how they respond to this game, because they still have 3 more group matches to try and pick up the points. The table starting to take shape. It's unbelievable that Norway hadn't been able to register a win in their first 4 matches, although one was a washout. Slower ball in the air. Should be another one, and it is. So he does get a third, Niazi. And they're having fun now, the Norwegians. Oh, they keep picking up wickets. This is a 7th. Well, it's a slot machine. It's 77 for 7.
Yeah, it's another duck as well. Another batsman departs without troubling the scorers. And as I say, you know, the intent has to be hit big as soon as you get out there. And another one goes down. A nice technique there again from the young man. Zahak takes a cool catch. And Niazi, well, he's bowled very well. I like the way he's used his variation. Yeah. He's got the fuller ball in. He's got a nice quick short ball as well.
This over has gone wicket, dot, wicket, dot, wicket. So he's on a triple wicket maiden here, or a quadruple wicket maiden if he gets a wicket. You know what? On ECM, we've had so much cricket. I've even seen a quintuple wicket maiden, 5 for 0 in Switzerland last year. Such an unprecedented amount of cricket, as we've had over 800 matches broadcast this year alone on the European Cricket Network. And you see a bit of everything.
But he's got a ball to do it in, hasn't he? Making a change in the field here to the left-hander. And it's Ikrami who's come in, joins his captain.
It'd be great to see a quadruple wicket made in the ECC. I don't think Ikrami agrees though, because he's facing up. The last ball from Niazi. Wow, it's in the air, and well, it's going to be perilously close. Well, there goes the fourth, and there goes the maiden. It'll go for 4, but still, what an outstanding spell of fiery bowling from Hayatul Niazi. And he will finish with 3 for 14. The score at the end of the 8th over, it's 70. Well, it's now, pardon me, it's 81 for 7.
Yeah, 81 for 7. It's been a really good performance, hasn't it, from Norway, I think. It was all about the way they started. It was all about the way they approached, getting the runs on the board. That was key. They know against a strong team, the only way you're going to put them under pressure is to pressurise them by putting a big total on the board. They did that right, and then their bowling's been tidy. They've had a few struggles, mainly with the bowlers getting their footing right.
Last ball. Mohamed Shah Sahak to bowl over number 9.
Yeah, it's Sahak just going for a single. And I'm getting word, I've been asking the question about Raza Iqbal, and the word has finally come through. He is nursing an injury, and it's a hamstring injury. So there we go. Mind you, I have to say, it could also be the reason why he wasn't able to get himself in when he was run out on 12 of 6 deliveries. Slower delivery, and this has been absolutely dispatched. Balle. Well, this one is going to the fan zone there, and maybe he wants a little bit of Cerveza Victoria itself.
Well, this one has gone up to the bar and ordered a drink, I think. And, well, Prithvi Bharat, who's fielding out there, he was up the stairs chasing it. There he was. Said hello. How's your lunch?
I think he wanted a cheeky one while he was there as well, so we went back to the live action. This is going to be another one. It's back-to-back sixes here. It's all happening too late, but come on, Shub. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras más.
Yeah, he rolls the dice and comes up double sixes, Ekrami. He had a fire introduction to the crease, but this one puts a bit on it as well. And that's hassling the other teams. I mean, we do love to see the spectators here in the fan zone enjoying the hospitality. As again, this one's not going to beat the onside outfielders. 4 men patrolling the leg side boundary. Yeah, but we've seen some big hits on that side of the ground, particularly from the left-handers. We've seen one on the roof of the bar. Gave everyone a real fright over there. You look down, find something in your burger. It's a kookaburra. This one's just a little under edge. And, you know, this is only the second of 5 T10 matches today, of course, on day 3. We'll have more cricket just around the corner. And the next one is going to be a doozy. Rico, we saw them locking horns last night.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see 2 teams returning in match 13. This last one of the over. Take away another single. And that's the end of the over. It's 97 for 7 after 9. And of course, the 2 teams I'm talking about, Rico. Now it's your guys now back for their second game of the day, taking on a team that we haven't seen yet today in match number 13. It's going to be Sweden versus Spain. And the news from the toss, Sweden won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. They will be chasing. And Spain, they've got spoiled for riches, aren't they? I mean, Kuldeep listed at 8. He played one of the shots of the tournament for me. But they have Yasser Ali back in the lineup. I see they're listed at number 3. But Sweden, I mean, their top 3 as good as any, I think, in this competition. And also they've got a good bowling and fielding unit. So look forward to that game. It's coming up in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcast partners all around the world. Here's Prithvi Bharat, who's back from the bar. And starts with a wide down leg side. Good keeping by Sale Iftikhar.
Yeah, we better tell him that Cerveza Victoria also comes in sin alcohol, I should say.
It does.
So Bart, next time you're up there, take the sin alcohol option. May not bowl the wides. What do you reckon, Vin?
Suit some people. I must admit, I had one last night.
What, sin? You? Never. Oh, this one's been picked up beautifully, and well, he may have gone to the bar to have a drink, and now he's sending the kookaburra there to have another little dab.
Well, maybe he's ordered lunch, and now his teammate's going to have to go pick it up because he just drifts into the left-hander here. And Karami, this has been a good knock. And just have a look at the score here. That takes them past 100. They're 104. Remember, they really wasted 2 overs. I say wasted. There was some good bowling there. They lost some wickets, but just shows you, I mean, it looked like they were for a horrendous score, but they've hit triple digits and they could still make something like 110, 115. Dragged too long on. This will just be one, but that just shows you it's a game that you'd say, you know, they've been thrashed basically. But when we look at this final margin, it might be something like 30 runs. So it just shows you.
It's the power play.
Yeah, the power play
is key. Only 15 runs of the power play. You know, when you're chasing big runs, those power plays have to be big.
Norway scored 42 in their power play as a comparison. They've gone to the right-hander here, so you can slide into him.
Minnie, you were talking about the teams, and we know we've got this real big match coming up, Sweden to Spain. Sweden, if they can get a win, they join Spain on the same level points again. And Spain know, with this result going this way, if they win it, they go to the top of the group.
Yeah.
But though it's very competitive on the field, continue after this ball. In the air, this could be a chance. He takes his time, and well, he's not able to do much about that. He goes over again. Well, all of these runs have just come in the wrong part of the match, really, for Belgium. If they could have had this sort of start earlier, they had options, but now it's happening too late. 6 more, 6 carreras más. But just going back to that, the way the teams have been between themselves has been incredible.
Yeah, it's a great community feel.
And just to recap on that, as this one is taken single, I mean, we come on the bus with the two teams,
Yeah.
and you know, it's like they're one team.
Yeah.
That's the only way to describe it. You got Spain there coming in with Luxembourg this morning. It's like they're one team. They're all,
It's all about,
talking to
really.
each other, gossiping with each other, talking about. It's just so good. This is the community spirit that we want here.
Last ball of match 12. Well, of course it won't be. It's my famous trick. I was getting hungry, and I have to go and ask Bart what he ordered for lunch, because getting to that time of the day, isn't it? Yeah. As we get to 12:40 p.m. local. And we'll finish with a wicket as captain runs past one, Sheikh Shiraz. But like you say, the game played in very good spirits. And ultimately, it will be Norway to get their first win of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And they run out winners 145 to 114. A highly entertaining game. Look, we saw 259 runs in that 20 overs. But congratulations to Norwegians. They get off the mark. And that really throws this this Group A right into a bit of chaos, I think, up the top of the group. I think we're going to see some musical chairs in the top spot and the top two spots as the week goes on. As these teams, they're all quite even, aren't they? As we look back at some of the highlights, and well, they needed a big start, didn't they? The Belgians, they were undefeated. And we see the big ball and the big task for the two openers out there. And Norway, they were ready to go. And some great warm-up exercises. Tip your cap, but then, well, it wasn't just the keeper on the ground in the warm-up, because Vito Ravi, he was playing a bit of slippery slide, not landing on the right bit of his shoes. And it was a strange first two overs, because the bowlers, they seemed to be struggling for their rhythm. But the batsmen, they just found a way to get out, and only 5 runs off the first two overs. From there, it was always going to be really tough for Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say, you've got to be a bit critical with the way Belgium started. I think the shot selection wasn't good. They did give their wickets away, and look, that's just another example of that. I know they were under pressure. I know they had to go big straight away, but they did recover slightly, and they were helped by, well, something like that, 5 wides. When you're not scoring runs at the bat, you'll take those any day. But look, one thing that Norway did do very well, they took their catches. I think their fielding was superb. There was good hitting here. This was a really good knock from Rahami. He batted really well. He played shots to all parts of the ground. Had a little bit of luck along the way, but you need that one. This one was absolutely awesome. That was that Bizaway Super 6. And at this point, you thought, well, maybe the impossible is possible. But then here came Niazi, and what a spell that he had.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because when I look back at Belgium's score, they scored 114, which is pretty much a par score based on what we've seen so far. But so where really this game got away is Norway in the first innings. And that first half of the game when they scored 83 for 1 off the first 5 overs. And ultimately that was the difference for me. Of course, you couple that with the awful start that Belgium had in the first 2 overs. And that was the last one. Sheikh just trying to hit that one into another universe. Missed out, and it was all over. First win for Norway, and a first loss for Belgium. That's the big story of match number 12. As we look at this very picturesque Cartama cricket ground, have a look at the scorecard. Just look at that top 4. I mean, 9 runs off 19 balls in that top 4. Just not enough production to give them any hope. Rahimi, he came to do what he could, 45 off 20. A dozen for the captain, Sheikh Shiraz. And Akrami, well, he batted number 9 and scored 32 off only 9 deliveries. So that was quite the innings, and just shows you he might be an option they could push up the order if he's hitting them that well. Niazi 3 for 14, got the figures, all 3 in his second over. Bowled very, very well. Vinay Ravi, 2 for 11, did the damage in the first over. And singles for Mohammad Shah Sahar, Amadullah Shinwari, and Prithvi Bhatt got a wicket off the last ball of that game. So, Rico, I know you're going to step out, maybe have a little bit of lunch and make the most of the facilities here. When we return, we will have the next match at Sweden versus Spain. Match 13 is on the way. And I'll be with Michael McCann. So, all the McCann fans, get on the McCann band, and we'll see you then. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo along with the Rico Bull. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN and our broadcasting partners. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome back to all of our viewers, and well, it's been a great entertaining day of cricket so far. It's time for match 13. It'll be unlike
Tail's cool. It's his.
What would you like to do, Venki? So Sweden win the coin toss in match 13. Well, hopefully it's lucky for them. They've elected to bowl, which means we'll see Spain first up.
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval in Spain. Apologies for those slight technical issues in showing you the coin toss for this match 13, which is coming up very shortly. But what I can tell you from that toss is that Sweden have won it and they have elected to field. So they're going to chase in this, the rematch between these two teams who shared a very eventful rain-reduced 5-over contest last night, in which 12 runs proved to be the margin of victory. Those are your team sheets. Spain with 3 wins from 4 after losing their opening game of the competition against Belgium. They have come back strong ever since and started to show the kind of form that we expected given the talent in their lineup. As for Sweden, 2 wins, a washout and a loss so far, as umpires Adnan and Gooch lead us out onto the field. Sweden team following, looking for a bit of revenge from that game yesterday where they were chasing. Spain posted 72 for 1 batting first from 5 overs, Sweden managing 60 for 3. Just jumping back to those team sheets again for another look. The red is the amount of fantasy points accumulated by that player so far. Azam Khalil, the Swedish all-rounder there, top performer so far. Sweden with a spin triumvirate, but we haven't seen much of Rahul Khan or Oktay Gulami with the ball so far. Maybe that will change here. As for Spain, Awais Ahmed, the player of the match for them this morning, with 27 off 13, with that against Luxembourg in that victory. And they'll be looking to him for more of the same. Spanish dugout watching on in this game, already feeling pretty confident, I'm sure. They picked up a win against the level minnows of the competition, Luxembourg, earlier on. Luxembourg posting 75 for 5, and Spain knocking it off with 20 balls to spare. They finished it in 6.4 overs. In terms of a run chase, it was the fastest successful run chase of the competition so far. Opening the bowling for Sweden, Khalid Zahid, who's had a pretty good tournament thus far. He saved his best over for that 5-over game yesterday. The first over against Spain, conceded just 2 runs and picked up a wicket. Goes without saying they'd love a repeat dose here. Watching on from the sidelines, Rajesh Sharma and David Willerman, the Swedish coaching team for this tournament, with Tonti Rhodes and Ben Harradine advising from distance. It's the Swedish Brains Trust behind the scenes. On the field, they've got 2 men out in the power play. Of course, that's all you're allowed for the first 3 overs of a T10 game. Long and mid-wicket are those 2 fielders, so can't afford too much width here. Khalid Zahid, the non-striker's end is Hamza Salim, and ready to face the first ball of this match 13 is Awais Ahmed. Oh, what a lovely start from Khalid Zahid. Doesn't get much better than that. Bit of outswing with the new ball, back of the length, just inside the wide lines. And even Awais Ahmed, who's been in great form, he's pretty lucky not to nick that to the keeper. Zahid, as I mentioned, bowling a magnificent over against Spain yesterday. Inside out from Awais Ahmed, not convincing, and he just about gets away with it. That was almost in the hands of Imal Zuak at cover. Sort of sliced the shot inside out. He gets it right. He can play some gorgeous classical cricket shots, Awais Ahmed. He hit a straight 6 earlier on in the tournament in his 50, or near 50, I beg your pardon, against Norway. That was, for me, one of, if not the shot of the tournament. He made 45 off 18 in that game against Norway on Monday. So already a change in the field. Of course, it is the left-handed Hamza Salim on strike, but it's the same broad plan, mid-wicket and long on out. Just can't adjust to left-hander, so signalled as wide by umpire Stefan Gooch. I've mentioned how good a tournament Wais Ahmed has had. How about Hamza Salim too? Hamza Salim has been ticking for Spain. 56 not out of 19 balls against Norway. And then off the same number of deliveries against Spain yesterday, made 44. Against Sweden, I beg your pardon, of course. But he has to respect a good ball like that. Blocked back. This is a brilliant start for Sweden. And even 3 balls is a long time in a short T10 game. That is a solid chunk of the power play already gone. 6th of the power play, 18 legitimate balls in the power play, I should say. Oh, what a delivery from Zahid. Oh, this is quite the first over. He's doing it again. There's something about playing Spain that really does bring out the best in him. That is a peach. Somehow not nicked through to the keeper. Hamza Salim is lucky to survive. These are 2 informed players, 2 of the best players in Group A. He's making them look a bit silly, and now he's got his reward. So deserved from Khalid Zahid. He's got Hamza Salim for a 3-ball duck. Salim tortured Sweden yesterday with a magnificent 44, but he's gone here for a duck, 2 for 1. Well, it's outstanding new ball power play bowling from Khalid Zahid, and this one is a cutter. He just runs his fingers along it, and it crashes into the base of leg stump. It's magnificent stuff. It really does not get much better than this. He's earned that. So, trouble for Spain early doors in what is a very even contest. So welcome back, Vinny Sandy, to my right.
Thank you, Michael. Great to be with you, Michael. Welcome to the coverage today. It's day 3 of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, Hamza Salim, he was the leading scorer for Spain over the first 2 days. He had 101 runs over 3 innings. He's got a pair today. He got run out without facing a ball earlier, and now makes another duck. So that just shows you how quick your week can turn around.
He's joined Azam Khalil in the club of players that have already made 2 ducks in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, whilst oddly simultaneously also playing some outstanding innings.
Thought last week with Mian Sahid in the ECS, he made 3 ducks, but they were winning all the time. The opening batsman was out off the first ball of the innings twice, and then the second ball of the innings. Then he got dropped in the final on 0 as well. It would have been 4 in a row.
Jake Perman out there now, beg your pardon. The bright young hope of Spanish cricket. It's a fly slipping. And that's a leave. Well, you're not going to see many of those in the power play this week, but you can kind of just about understand it given the circumstances. What an over from Khalid Zahid. He's done exactly what he did last night when he only got 1 over against Spain in that rain-reduced game. He's conceded 2 runs and he's picked up a wicket.
It's good to be consistent, isn't it? And standing first over. Problem was last night, after that over went for almost nothing, Zabi Zahid came on and bowled it over. Yeah, it went for 30. It was supersonic.
It was a strange innings in that 3 of those 5 overs went for just 20. The other 2 went for 52, as you see the Swedish flag being proudly hung out by David Wellerman, the Swedish women's coach. See, in a coaching capacity with Janty Rhodes in quarantine ahead of IPL fielding coach commitments, I should say. But I'm sure he's still pretty handy in the field these days. That's a very good ball first up as well. Maybe just sliding down leg from Zabi Zahid. Sweden are really up and ticking here, and one of the sort of levels you can take for that is the noise in the field. They really are very, very loud. Every ball, it's not just 1 or 2 players, it's pretty much the whole 11 with something to say in a positive way.
It's a huge game, that's why.
And again in swing, but it's a full toss. Horrible delivery, releases the pressure, and 4 runs through square leg. Wais Ahmed is in great form, and he's not going to miss out on that.
And we've seen it cashing in on the full toss today. Got a few of them earlier from Harper. This one just drifts into the pads. It was low down, but against all the risks, isn't it? Away just flicks that away dismissively, and always he's keen to go big here. Spain, the hosts, fresh off a win against Luxembourg first up this morning. They'll want to make it 2 out of 2. Sweden, they'll want to avenge that loss from last night in match 9.
And again, swinging in, just a little inside edge on that one. And Sabi Zahid just trying to follow up on the very good first over of the innings from Khalid Zahid. They're going to have a dilemma here. Do they bowl Khalid Zahid out in the power play? Given how good his first over was. Now, he is arguably their best death bowler too, so it would be something of a risk. And that's going to be a wide down leg. Clever from Perman, he's aware of the rules, steps inside, takes the wide.
Yeah, so here's the thing with Khalid Zahid. They didn't have to worry about that dilemma last night because it was a 5-over game and every bowler could only bowl 1 over. So they didn't have to think about, well, do we bowl him his second straight away or do we wait to the end? So yeah, it's an interesting one. I would gravitate towards bowling him again early. I think he's a wicket taker, has shown he can keep it tight in the power play, and I'd give him that opportunity.
In swing, and Jack Perman gets very lucky. It scoots away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. A fortuitous way to get off the mark for Perman. They won't care right now. Beggars can't be choosers, and it's probably harsh to call Spain beggars, but they're in a spot of bother early on here.
Well, it's not quite the full force strike that we normally see from the Perminator, is it? And he just gets a little bit inside edge, but I do like the move to put him up to number 3. I think he's the kind of player that relishes the ball coming onto the bat. Seen anything that drifts onto his pads, he can be brutal over the leg side. Judgment day is here for Spain.
And that's another gorgeous ball from Sabi Zahid. Some awkward looking play and miss from Perman. Seemed in 2 minds.
So Sabi Zahid, a horror over last night. I'm sure he wouldn't have been sleeping well after that, but gets his opportunity to come back, and not a bad one so far. 10 off it, last ball coming up.
Oh, that's an awful delivery. Might well be a no ball. It's been signalled as such by umpire Gooch at square leg. It looked pretty high, and Perman will be annoyed with himself that he hasn't hit this for 4 or 6.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but I mean, not a delivery that you're expecting. We've seen the occasional one getting away from the bowlers. So yeah, this is what happened last night with Sabi Zahid. Just couldn't get out of his over, no matter what he tried. Maybe he can get away with this one. But it will be always Ahmed on strike. And he's got the license to thrill. Free hit coming up to finish the second over.
Oh, whacked away. That's 6 over mid-wicket. The first 6 of match 13. And it's a big, big one. Even on a 60 or 70 metre boundary, that is definitely going all the way. Awais Ahmed finishes the second over in style. And Spain, pardon me, are 20 for 1, and the counter-attack is on.
Well, they just put out a warning at the Mediterranean because there's a cricket ball coming your way. That was launched. I never even saw it coming down. The last I saw it was still going up. Awais Ahmed. We've seen a few batsmen missing out on free hits. He wasn't one of them. Let's have a look at the run rates, and you can see very, very even. Look at the runs for amongst the top 4 teams. 126, 124, 124, 122 per 10 overs. And so for me, it's also about the bowling. And so far, Spain actually been the best at restricting. So that's very interesting as we see these 2 teams not too much in it. The difference is Sweden conceding 119 per 10 overs. They've been giving away too many runs for me. And we saw it last night in that 5-over match.
Well, it was those 2 overs that really cost them, that went for 52 between them, the 30 from Sabi Zahid being the most damaging. Now they've decided they're not going to bowl out Sabi Zahid, their best death bowler, Khalid Zahid, beg your pardon. It will be their 3rd seam option, Quadratullah Mir Afza. Starts with a leg side wide Quadratullah. Just giving away a loosener, and this is a theme of last night in that Spain bowled 13 wides, and it was an unwanted case of anything you can do, I can do better, because Sweden managed to bowl even more.
Yeah, it's been an issue with them. They can clean that up. I mean, do anything, Sweden.
Swinging in and swinging away from Jack Perman. His first 6 of the innings, he's joining away Samed in the counter-attack. It swung straight into his slot and disappeared.
Yeah, nice shot. And that's what I was identifying just a couple of balls ago. This one, just a little bit of in movement. I wouldn't say it was on the leg stump. Still takes off enough off some kind of line, but the bounce is so consistent. That one sails into the jungle. Jurassic Park over there for 6 more.
It's timed by Perman, who's a bit lucky that it doesn't ricochet onto his stumps. You do see awkward situations like that where it gets caught up around the bat and the gloves and rolls back, and it's a desperate scramble to try and avoid being bowled.
Yeah, just got tied up a bit on that one, didn't he? But move of permanent number 3. He's certainly not going to die wondering.
Probably that knock of 18 off 10 in game 1 against Belgium more than anything that helped get him the promotion. But he can't put bat on that one, and I think the in-swing might have just stopped this one being a wide. Those wide lines outside off stump are pretty savage, but it came back a bit.
So, know that Sweden have a very, very strong top 3. Oh, they bat all the way down as well. I think that's one of the differences as well in the international game compared to the domestic club level in Europe, the depth in the batting order. This one, another wide. You know, we've had so many wides. In fact, I can show you because this is one of the issues I identified yesterday. And we've got the avoidables graph, and just have a look at that. Sweden, 16.4 runs per 10 overs. They're giving away in avoidables, and if they don't give away that many, then I think they're higher on the table at the end of the day. I mean, 5 to 6 up is probably acceptable. Could be trouble here. Oh, almost had a soccer style run out or football style run out. Let's have a look at this. Lucky identified it.
But just coming back to, as you call it, the avoidables, they definitely do make a difference. When it's that big a difference, when we're only talking about a run or 2 maybe, but that's quite a margin. I mean, from Belgium to Sweden, that's 10. It's a gap of 8 between Spain and Sweden, of course, in action now. Cut away nicely by Perman, but straight to point. Good diving stop.
This is the thing, Michael, because 8 games, would you give away 8 runs to your opponent in what we're all calling it a 50-50 game? I mean, everybody seems to say this is line ball.
Yeah.
And you think about giving 8 runs to your opponent, I mean, that could be the difference.
Yeah, and Spain's worst performance in terms of extras was last night against Sweden. Up from away Samed, and long enough too, a straight 6 down the ground, his second 6, and Spain are starting to tick, as are this pair. At the end of the power play, they are all of a sudden, despite that quiet first over, well placed on 35 for 1, Quadratula Afsal going for 15 from his 6.
Quadratula will be disappointed he couldn't close out the over. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable power play. I think that's about a par power play for me. I think around about 35, but it was once again the same story as last night, wasn't it? It was Khalid Zahid who bowled the first over, and then Zabi Zahid concedes a few. Third over, not particularly good either. So now I think we will see them going back to, well, it looks like actually will be Abhijit Venkatesh coming in to the next over.
This is an interesting move because Spain, speaking to a few people, do have a top order that tend to often prefer pace on the ball. They've got a good spin triumvirate, Sweden, in Azam Khalil, Rahul Khan and Oktay Gulami, and the captain Abhijit Venkatesh with his little medium pace has decided he's instead going to bowl the 4th. It's a touch surprising to me. It's blocked away by Perman for 1,
wow.
And the flick throw has gone to short fine leg. Well, this is extraordinary.
Let's have a look at this. I mean, 10
wow.
points for innovation, probably 0 points for result.
Look at that.
I was worried it was going to go over the field of backing up. Said, well, I'm backing up, but what do you expect me to do if you throw it over my head? But luckily, came down from the skies just in time. Didn't cost them a run.
We did see Venkatesh bring himself on to defend 14 off the last successfully, ultimately, against Norway earlier on. Very hopeful UWW appeals. Shouldn't be given on a number of reasons. Mainly hit him outside the line of stump, so from that point everything's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I agree with you. I think change of pace would come in handy. I mean, they've got Galami, the ambidextrous spinner, into the lineup today. He can bowl right arm and left arm off spin.
I've been keeping that up my sleeve, waiting for him to bowl, to give him the big, and we still haven't really seen him. Surprising. Just turned away by Perman for one more.
Been in the 11 as yet, to my knowledge anyway, and so he gets his opportunity. And also Rahel Khan, I haven't seen him bowl. He was an outstanding bowler in the Stockholm series. The way that he gripped his leg spinners, even in slippery conditions, rainy conditions, I think that was very, very good.
Nice looking straight drive from Awais Ahmed. And 2 is the call. Well, Awais Ahmed turns it down in the end, and it's a good thing he did with a throw like that. That stump pegged back at the bowler's end. An outstanding bit of fielding from Khalid Zahid. I'm sure if Jonty Rhodes is watching on from his hotel room, quarantining ahead of his IPL fielding coach commitments, he will have been very impressed by that.
No doubt about that. Jonty Rhodes, coach of Sweden.
That's very well bowled by Venkatesh once more. Well, he's justified the decision to put himself on ahead of his spinners. He's gone for 4 or 5 balls thus far.
Well, sometimes captain knows best. I mean, it's a really good off-cutter. Basically a fast off-spinning delivery. It was the length, just Perman couldn't quite decide what to do. Trying to get across the line. I think he's getting a bit frustrated here. I think he's going to try and go.
You're right. And he has. And he could be caught. Well, he's managed to get it in between the sort of short, fine third man fielder and points. And that's the end of the 4th over. And, well, it's one of those right now. I think it's quite difficult to actually say who's in front in this game at this stage. They've only lost 1 wicket, but the run rate's not particularly out of control. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a fairly even start, fairly even contest between these 2 teams. And I know a lot of people around the world are really looking forward to it. Rematch of last night, there was only a dozen runs between them in that 5-over contest. Once again, Sweden electing to chase. And well, let us know what you're thinking. Feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and get in the live chat. You can ask questions. We'll answer you on air. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann, as we head back to the action. And you know, Michael, I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing so far. This first ever tournament, we looked forward to it for such a long time, and now it's here. The sun's out, the sun's shining. Here is Azam Khalil to bowl the next over.
One of the trickiest spinners in this tournament. And he might have got a wicket with his first ball. He has. Azam Khalil does it again for Sweden. The spinner working and weaving his magic. He's got rid of the bright young hope of Spanish cricket, Jack Perman, promoted up the order to number 3. Perman removed by the spin of Khalil. He does tend to prefer pace on the ball, and that looked pretty out, and umpire Gooch obliged in raising the finger.
Hits him on the boot, doesn't it? And yeah, I think this is a pretty good shout. Been playing across it. It hits him on the big toe, and well, the big finger went up from the umpire, and Azam Khalil, well, Smith doing the trick. You predicted it, Michael. The crystal ball was working just fine. And you see the wicket go down. Azam Khalil, very, very crafty bowler indeed. It's 40 for 2.
He looks very innocuous, but he's very tricky to get away, as we see Perman there. Confirming just for you, gone for 15 off 14. He just didn't really get going, did he?
Perminator, fired a couple of shots early, but in middle overs, wasn't able to go on with it. Azam Khalil, what he'll do, he'll bowl some off breaks, some off spinners, but he has this ball he kind of flicks out of the front of the fingers, and that one, if anything, it'll just leave the right hander a little bit, and a bit like a doosra basically. It's not a traditional kind of doosra, but it's a very clever delivery, and it was a full toss, but it was effective.
Skipper in for Spain, Chris Munoz Mills. He hit 42 off 27 in the first game of the tournament against Belgium. Hasn't quite hit those heights since. Taking a very open stance. And just has to respect that from Azam Khalil once more. Khalil, who bowled one of the 3 tight overs that Sweden managed in that 5-over contest last night. His over going for just 6 runs.
This is just what he does, though, isn't it? Comes on after the power play, middle overs.
Mistimed. And out. Khalil has a second in the over. The Spanish captain gone for a 2-ball duck. The dancing starts for Sweden from Rahul Khan and company. Goes to celebrate with his spin compadre. And it is another wicket for Sweden. 2 in the over.
Yeah, certainly noticed Azam Khalil. He's decided to bowl a bit faster this over. Munoz Mills has got a thick outside edge. The catch was well held, so Rahul Khan, his club teammate with Albi Zalmi, well, they're a team that we'll see at the European Cricket League next year in February 22 because they are the national T10 champions of Sweden. But no luck for the captain here in match number 13. It was unlucky for him, and now Spain 40 for 3.
So Chris Munoz Mills goes out, but in comes yet another very capable hitter, Yasir Ali, who we haven't quite seen the best of with the bat in this tournament. He's one of the biggest hitters in Spanish cricket. He's played his club cricket with Catalonia CC, and those who've watched cricket on our network for a while will remember he played in the 2019 European Cricket League. And he's off the mark here with a nice wristy whip through mid-wicket for 1, fielded by Sami Rahmani. So Azam Khalil loses the double wicket made, and I imagine he won't be too bothered about that. Dots and singles are always wins for the fielding side in T10.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But I know that Sweden very, very keen to avenge their loss in match 9. It's pitched up, isn't it, from Khalil? He certainly has made an effort, Michael, to adjust because of the small boundaries. Often he's trying to beat the batsman in flight, but because this ground's so small, if you miss-hit it, normally still goes for 6. So it's clever bowling.
You picked up on it, and you're right. This is as quick as I've ever seen him bowl, actually. In Stockholm, with the 55 to 60 metre boundaries, he was floating it up more. And just darted through a bit. Quick single, and they just about get home. Away Samid manages to scramble in. So it's the end of the over. It's an exceptional over from Azam Khalil. He's taken 2 wickets, and what's more, he's only gone for 2 runs. 43, I beg your pardon, for 3 to score at the halfway stage. 2 for 3 for Azam Khalil.
With that over, now Sweden have to be ahead, and Azam Khalil, tell you what, he's the heart and soul of this Sweden side. He gives up so much to try and assist Sweden. I know he's helping the national coach, Jonty Rhodes, a lot in trying to develop the game and the community. What a great over from him. The captain's back for a second over, Amjit Venkatesh, and it's a good move to go back-to-back here. I mean, it was a bit of a surprise choice, you said, to come on bowl the 4th. We have seen it at the end of the innings, but I think like him in the middle overs here.
The pattern I've noticed is Sweden don't want to bowl spin back-to-back at any point. They haven't done it throughout this tournament, and it doesn't look like they're going to start now. So if you've decided that's what you're going to do, then bringing back Venkatesh probably makes sense. Miscued. And dropped. It hung in the air for a long, long time. I think it's gone for 4 as well. A horrible moment for Sher Ali. And Spain get a very fortunate life. It did hang in the air, but there's not much wind around, and there's not really many excuses for that. It is a big, big catch to drop and a big man to drop. An important wicket goes a-begging.
Well, I tell you what, time froze there, didn't it? And Sher Ali, yeah, one of the features of this week has been the catching has been very, very, very good. Hopefully it's not a moment that we look back on and regret.
Very good LBW shout. And not out, maybe just drifting down leg on the angle. So it's 2 moments of fortune in 2 balls for away Samid. Probably should have been caught at square leg. And then given not out there, albeit the angle, you can understand why there was enough doubt in that one.
Yeah, fair enough. And the umpires have been great. I see umpire Adnan into the action today.
Down the ground, it will fall just short of long off, so One more for away Samed. And just to come back to that fielding from Sher Ali, it's not meant to pick him out. I know that Sweden will have a close eye on that. And that's not just because of the very obvious sort of John T. Rhodes connection, but in their high performance document that all the players were sent in April as part of the latest evolution of Swedish cricket, fielding and fitness were right up there. Bottom-handed whack down the ground for one more. Spain passing the 50 mark in this over from Venkatesh, but just quelled somewhat after a promising partnership between Perman and away Samed. Azam Khalil helped them pull things back here, as has Venkatesh, who hasn't taken a wicket but been very economical.
Yeah, excellent work by him so far. Trying to close out the 6th over here.
He's left that alone, I think, Yasir Ali, in the hope it's been given a wide, and it hasn't. And that sort of sums things up for Spain right now. They've just lost their way a bit in this innings, and as the replay shows, that was more than okay. So at the end of the 6th over, they are just struggling a bit here, Spain. 51 for 3.
Yes, well, we are 6 over check-in time. Well, what a great comeback it's been. It's a very good first over from Khalid Zahid, but then it got away at last 3 overs, just bringing it back. And from here, I think 2 balls where I normally default to. They'll get into about 100. So let's see if they can get that many. And Sweden, they'd fancy chasing that. I think a few comments in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, and Roll Dizzle saying, well, Michael McCann, hello to you.
Hello.
Because he's a great man. And Michael was so generous to me and my family when I was in England. Well, you generous? Oh, yeah, that sounds about right, actually. You're a lovely man, Michael. And you know, lots of people.
You know that. It's about the players out there. And
Jamie Carroll's got a great discussion point.
Ooh.
And
talk to me.
He said, commentators, please can you talk about the best sledges you've heard? We don't have too long because this is such a fast-paced game. We don't get too many. I'll just think of my best one.
You're an Australian, so I'm sure you've got about the top 10. But we'll come back to that because Oktay Gulami, who we've talked about for days, is finally about to bowl. He starts with a slightly short one, but he's got a deep square leg out there, so that will be 1. Oktay Gulami, part of this spin trio for Sweden. We haven't seen Rahul Khan yet, but Oktay Gulami gets his chance here. He's models himself somewhat on Daniel Vettori, but he can bowl with both hands if needed to turn the ball away from batsmen of both left-handed and right-handed nature. But for now, he's bowled a short one, and it doesn't matter whether you bowl that left-handed or right-handed. It's going to go the journey. A big 6 for Yasir Ali, who's been a bit out of nick early on, but he gets going here with a maximum.
Yeah, too short, and he just teed this up and just kind of drives it out of the ground. And Gulami, he's pitched up a little bit. Doesn't have too much margin for error with the length at this pace that he's bowling. That'll be a confidence booster for Yasir Ali.
Well, that's a wide, but could also be stumped, and is stumped, given by square leg umpire Gooch. And it is magnificent wicket keeping. Any stumping off a wide naturally means that credit, first of all, goes to the keeper rather than Oktay Gulami. But I think Gulami might have just put this one a bit wider, seeing the batsman advancing, and Spain have lost yet another wicket. It is very smart stuff behind the stumps from Humayun Kabir Jyoti.
Yeah, Jyoti, a big fan of his keeping as well. And yeah, he did well because he didn't spend it before he had it. That can be a bit of a tendency some keepers will have when the ball's wide of the stumps to kind of sweep towards the wickets before they actually catch the ball. And yeah, that's a nice one. So Yasir Ali, 6 and out for him. He'll be disappointed to fall for 10. It's 59 for 4.
Just lost their way in this innings a bit, Spain. You look across the last few overs since the power play. They were 35 for 1 at the end of the power play. Since then, they've managed just 24 for 3 in 3.5 overs.
Gulami, I've seen right-handed batsman on strike so far, so he's continuing with a left-hand option.
Gulami chasing 2 in 2 now against Kuldeep Lau. Short, too short and cut away. Nice shot from Kuldeep Lau, who I know some feel at number 6 is maybe a touch low in this power-packed Spanish batting lineup, beg your pardon. And that is an impressively put-away shot.
So one of the shots of the day so far. His first runs of the tournament, Kuldeep. Smashed a cover drive with a real flourish.
Full toss, horrid delivery. Oh, but it's got a wicket. It's got a wicket. Caught out there by Imal Zouak. And it's 63 for 5. Nothing's going right for Spain right now. It's 4 and out for Kuldeep Lal, who has absolutely smoked this straight down wide long off stroke.
Yeah, he has. He'll be kicking himself here. So Kalami won't be the best ball that he ever bowled. But it's effective and, well, 1-2. Imal Zouak holds on to it. A bit of the juggles about it, but it's effective. So Spain, well, they've got a good long batting order, but running out of resources pretty quickly. Kuldeep goes for only 4, and it's 63 for 5.
So Kuldeep Lal gone for 4 off 2. Caught by Imal Zouak off Oktay Gulami. Now this is going to be a real test of Spain's lower order depth. They need Awais Ahmed to stay out there and hold the innings together. And not just hold the innings together, but go big at the end. And he could also do with a bit more of a regular support act.
Yeah. I'm going to come think of your sledge, Michael, because I've got mine. And
going to come on to that. There's been too many wickets falling. Classic T10. Atif Mahmood now facing up. He's going to get 1 here through the covers.
I'll give you mine. It's a fairly simple one. It was a test match between England and Australia, so I heard, and James Ormond, who was playing for England.
Oh, yeah.
And he's getting a mouthful from Mark Waugh and second slip, and he said to Mark Waugh, who was saying that he was absolutely terrible, you're rubbish at cricket and whatnot. And the reply came.
Swung away by Awais, who's out. It's a 3rd wicket in the over for Oktay Gulami. What an impact he's had. His first over of the ECC, and he's picked up 3 wickets. Azam Khalil doesn't drop those. 64 for 6, and the one man who was holding things together for Spain, Awais Ahmed, is gone as well.
Huge wicket at this point in time, isn't it? To get Awais, I mean, that's more crashing around him, but he'd been the steadying force. Can't get down to the 20s once again. So, into the 7th over, 64 for 6. And Azam, oh, he's a real team player. He didn't just take the catch, he's doing up the shoelaces, he's doing everything. That is so Azam Khalil.
Good contribution from Awais Ahmed, 27 off 15, 2 4s and 2 6s. It's the Spanish middle order that has fallen apart somewhat here, you'd have to say. And now it is up to the bottom order to try and rescue things. As we look at the rankings for this group, which, well, they don't necessarily mean a lot in T10 cricket. That's what we were expecting to find out, and what we found out. Norway, the top ranked of the 5, albeit they are very, very closely bunched together in truth. Luxembourg, lowest ranked to the 4 by a bit of a distance, and despite pushing a few teams close, still yet to win. As Khalil back on for his 2nd, this could be yet another wicket. There's 5 fielders coming close to it, but nobody can catch it. Well, that was a really tough one for Sher Ali, who dropped a pretty easy one out on the square leg rope earlier on. This was a much more difficult chance, and he can't hold it.
This is crazy. I was talking about the Bermuda Triangle, the Bermuda Square. This one was the Pentagon. There were 5 fieldsmen coming around this ball, and it fell perfectly between all 5. That was incredible cricket.
Oh, Azam Khalil was having a few words with Sher Ali Chowdhury. I'm not sure we can blame him too much. So that one's blocked back. First ball that Paul Hennessy faced amidst this batting collapse.
This innings will be over before we know it. So Mark Waugh was giving him heaps second slip, and James almost said, yeah, well, I might be terrible at cricket, but at least I'm the best player in my family.
Yep. Straight drive. Could be another wicket. And it is another wicket. They are falling like dominoes here, Spain. Paul Hennessy is gone for a 2-ball duck. He joins Hamza Salim, Christian Munoz-Mills in the duck pond. The 3rd duck of the innings for Spain, and they now all of a sudden are having arguably the worst collapse of the entire tournament, and they are 65 for 7.
Wow. And how about Azam Khalil, 3 for 4. He also took that catch last over. Well, I'll tell you a little bit of something about Azam Khalil. You're an eagle-eyed viewer. He normally likes to wear his number 3 shirt. That's his trademark. But he left it at the hotel today, so he's had to borrow one of Ismail Zia, who's not in the lineup, number 47. Well, I don't know if Ismail's going to get it back, because at the moment, he's got 3 wickets for only 4 runs. He's bowled 9 deliveries. Oh, well.
Which are inherently superstitious, aren't they? You did well with that sledge, because it's probably the best sledge I can think of that you can actually say on air.
I've got one more then, because I didn't think you'd come up with one.
I've got a couple.
I think we'll get a break.
We just haven't had any time. Spain keep losing
How
wickets.
quick is this game going? Here's Azam Khalil.
Down the ground. but that's not going to be caught. That's only going to be caught in the camera tower. A 6 from Zulkarnain Haider, who announces himself in style. Of course, even in a batting collapse, you've got to keep swinging for the hills. And Khalil, for once, gets a bit of tap in this game.
Yeah, well, these players are learning. And Spain and Sweden, they both play a lot of T10 cricket domestically. You've got to keep attacking.
Haider goes again. Miscued, should be caught, and is caught. Well, he's dropped a couple, Sher Ali Chowdhury, but he wasn't going to drop that one. It's 71 for 8. Azam Khalil becomes the first man to take 4 wickets in an innings in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and Spain really are capitulating.
First ever forfeit in T10 international cricket, and yep, this one had to be caught, didn't it? This one was straight down his throat. So that's a typical T10 innings. That's a bit of 6 and out. Sher Ali does hold on this one. Have a look at a little bit of byplay. And, well, Zulkarnain just saying, all right, you got me there. It's always satisfying when you get the batsman after he smacks you out of the ground.
So 6 and out. And there's still time for Azam Khalil to get a 5-fer. He's got 1 ball left of his spell. He is on figures of 4 for 10. Remember, Spain were 40 for 1 when Perman and Ahmed were going well. And since then, it has all fallen apart very, very quickly. They've lost an astonishing 7 wickets for the addition of just 31 runs. Now, can Khalil get a 5-fer? He's bowling to Tom Vine. And what a good ball that is to finish his spell. Vine just left prodding outside the off stump, and Azam Khalil becomes the first man to take a 4-fer in international T10 cricket. He finishes with 4 for 10 from his 2 overs, and Spain are in all sorts of trouble.
They certainly are. 71 for 8 after 8. 2 overs remain. Well, so I'll tell you the other one I was thinking of, and I can't remember when this was, but it was Kyron Pollard. It was a one-day international at T20, and he was giving the batsman heaps for going slow. And he was saying, come on, this isn't a test match. And the batsman just turned to Kyron Pollard and said, well, of course it's not a test match. You're here.
Oh, yeah, saw that one.
So I'm told. I think that was in the stump mics. I heard that one. But that, well, 2 overs left, and now you are concerned with losing 8 wickets, aren't you? Because if you lose a 9th, you're really on your last legs. You can't push for those extra runs that you might normally try for in the last couple of overs. Look who they're bringing back. They're bringing back Khalid Zahid.
Back for his second. That is hit very, very hard down the ground. And Atif Mahmood well cut off from Abhijit Venkatesh, the captain leading by example.
Let's go this. The umpires got to have pretty good reactions as well, don't they? Well done to umpire Stefan Gooch. He's almost down to 1 kneecap.
Full toss. And back at him. Well, it would have been arguably the best caught and bowled of the week, but Khalid Zahid can't quite hold on.
Well, look at that one. That's a real finger-tipper. Well, Stefan, he went the right way that time until it got deflected. Well, there's the DJ.
DJ Anthony.
Drop some sick beats at the innings break, no doubt.
Cutter cleverly bowled, and he was through the shot very, very early there, Atif Mahmood.
Yeah, it's a clever bit of bowling, wasn't it, Michael? Just explain what he does. What does he actually do here to make the ball react in that fashion?
He's just rolling his fingers across it, which means it comes through slower than Mahmood expects. He's done the same thing again there, and Mahmood's toe-ended it. This is very, very good deft bowling. There's just 8 balls left now for Spain. We know that par is somewhere in the 120 sort of region. It's worth saying that Sweden's average score batting in this tournament is 124, and average score against is 123, so that gives you an idea of how Sweden have been going. They would expect to knock these off. As that is cleverly done, and good awareness from Humayun Jyoti, just coming up to the stumps in case there's any thought of a late innings bye. But this is the other problem. They've lost 8 wickets, so they've got to be a touch careful on that note.
There's that, and also, you know, Vine, he's not a top order batsman, so not necessarily reading Khalid Zahid very well at all.
Well, he's gone for this one. A whack through the leg side, and Tom Vine gets his first 6 of this ECS. He's not a man who Spain would necessarily have expected or hoped to need with the bat, but he's done a good job for them here.
Yeah, well, didn't quite get all of this. I think it was not quite out of the middle, but still Vine, he'll be happy about that. He had plenty of chances to see it. And the last one sends it out of here. End of the 9th over. It's 80 for 8. Last over coming up, Michael.
So the one I can think of in terms of sledging, it was a young county cricketer who was 17 years old facing a gnarled veteran. And the gnarled veteran said to him, "You're a dreamer, give up now." And then a couple of years later, once this youngster had earned the veteran's respect in the veteran's last game, they were playing again and he hit him for 25 off and over in this guy's last ever first class match. And he turned to him and said, "You're a dreamer, give up now." Down the ground, that is a huge 6. A late counter-attack from Spain. Atif Mahmood has absolutely launched that down the ground. And this lower order pair are just giving Spain an inkling of hope.
Yeah, it was a nice blow by Mahmood. So now, I mean, you do have the 2 wickets in hand, last over. What I liked about this, he hits it straight, doesn't he? And Zabi Zahid just cannot take a trick in this series.
Short, nicked and gone. Well, that is a bit of consolation for Zabi Zahid. He's not been in great form with the ball, and he's got hit for the big 6 down the ground from the first ball of this last over, but he's got some revenge here. Spain now 9 down, 86 for 9 as Atif Mahmood's gone.
Great catch by Jyoti. This was up and it was climbing. Look, it was going really, still up, really, wasn't it? And look at, he's off the ground, both feet off the ground. Excellent wicket keeping. Really outstanding work. So there was no doubt about that. It's another 6 and out. 9th wicket down, 86 for 9. 4 balls remaining in this innings. And finally, something goes right for Zabi Zahid with the ball.
Yeah, they're very lucky, Sweden. They seem to have quite a lot of good wicket keepers. They had a recent series of open trials in July in Stockholm, and that helped them find out about Humayun Kabir-Jyoti. They also have Zia, and then sitting at home watching this, presumably, is the T20 vice-captain Venan Boshoff from Djurgården, as well as Zia from Albi Zalmi. So they're very lucky to have a lot of depth in the wicket-keeping position. Raja, the number 11, facing. Full toss, and he's going to get 1 and give Vine the strike. That's a sensible move. He's better doing that than probably trying to hit a 6, holding out. They've still got a few balls left just to try and grab what they can, and maybe if Vine can hit a couple here, that can get them going.
So where you find out what you're made of, though. I mean, you could push 3 singles, or you could just go for broke. Vine has hit a 6.
He has had a back injury recently, and I can imagine that batting wasn't necessarily what he might be wanting to do, but here he is. Oh, he sends him back there. This could be run out, and he's missed Zabi Zahid. And now Raja thinks of the single, but it's good composure from Vine. He knows he's more likely to be able to hit 6s, so he says, "I'll have the strike."
Yeah, and it wasn't a good throw because he missed, but it was a smart throw because he knew that if he missed, they weren't going to take an overthrow. So he had a free shot at ending the innings there. So
yeah, you're absolutely right. Vine goes, but misses, and they're not going to run by. Tom Vine looking for some late runs here. The man who was born and raised in Essex until he was 11 years old when his family moved to Spain, and he's still got, I wouldn't quite say an Essex twang, but sort of Essex stroke London accent. Took 2 for 10 for this pair of overs this morning against Luxembourg. He'll be key with the ball later on. For now, last ball, and he's gone, cleaned up. Well, it's not really his primary job, Tom Vine, and he's not able to add to Spain's score from the last ball of the innings. Zabi Zahid cleans him up. 2 for 25 for Zabi Zahid, who, to his great credit, has pulled things back well in this final over. He's picked up 2 quick wickets. He's kept a lid on things, and that means that Sweden are going to have a very manageable run chase. Spain 87 all out, and it will be 88 to win for the Swedes.
yeah, good comeback over from Zahid. Only going for 7 after going for 18 in his first over. Well, we are in the middle of the day on the Costa del Sol. The sun is out, it's shining, and we are having a wonderful time in the first ever ECC. Stronger together. Well, these teams have come together, and there's a real sense of community about cricket as it grows on the continent. Well, Awaz Ahmed, he doesn't drop much. He dropped his batting glove, and then they had to deal with Khalid Zahid. And what about that for a delivery? He was getting the ball to talk in the first over. They had some problems with him last night, Spain. And that brought out the Perminator. And Azam, well, he might have forgot his shirt. But they found a replacement. There's no replacement for Azam Khalil in the middle of the innings, though. This would have been run out even if it wasn't given, but it was plum LBW. He got Perman on the boot. And that was one of 4 wickets for Azam Khalil. And this middle overs really puts the Sweden team on top in this contest.
Absolutely, you really cannot emphasise the difference that Khalil made. Perman and Ahmed had put on 38 for the second wicket, but then this huge batting collapse started. Away some, they got alive there, dropped by Sher Ali at square leg, but Yasir Ali was 6 and out, cleverly stumped there by Jyoti off the wide. A very fortuitous wicket here for Opte Gulami, who played his part in spinning a web that Spain couldn't get out of. Gulami taking 3 wickets in an over, and this was a slightly more conventional one than the full toss. Khalil taking the catch out at mid-wicket. The wickets just did keep tumbling. It's as simple as that. Khalil had another when Khalid Zahid took that catch to get rid of Paul Hennessy for a 2-ball duck. And nobody in the middle order could make much of an impact for Spain in truth. Sher Ali Chowdhury having dropped 2, hold on to one there to get rid of Zulkarnain Haider. And then the end of the innings, having gone for 30 in his only over last night, and been expensive earlier on today. Zabi Zahid, the line man as he's also known, pulled things back really well and cleaned out the middle stump from the last ball of the innings. To finish things in style, they're just the second team in this tournament to get bowled out, Spain, after Norway were bowled out for 121, falling 4 runs short against Sweden on day 1. And it is one of the lowest scores of the tournament so far for a team who's batted all 10 overs. And Spain will be thoroughly disappointed with that. 87 all out. As for the bowling, the 2 stars, the spinners at the bottom, 3 for 13 for Gulami, who my touch surprise didn't come back for a second over. 4 for 10 for Azam Khalil, who becomes the first player in T10 international cricket to take a 4-foot. Zabi Zahid expensive but came back well at the end, and Khalid Zahid superb with 1 for 11 from his 2 overs. So at the midpoint of this game, with Sweden chasing their 3rd win of the competition and Spain chasing their 4th, it is Spain who are very much on the back foot. Bowled out for 87 despite the nice knock at the top from Awais Ahmed, with Perman and Ali the only 2 other players to make too much of an impression on the scoring. Azam Khalil and Opte Gulami taking 7 wickets between them. We will see you back here very shortly for the run chase in match 13, where Sweden will need a distinctly chaseable 88 to win from 10 overs. I'm Michael McCann, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where we're at the exact midpoint of day 3 of the brand new Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Spain 87 all out in game 3, so it will be 88 to win. For Sweden, it is a distinctly under par total. So we have a look out onto the practice pitches at the back of the ground. And it's comfortably the hottest day of the tournament so far. The sun has finally popped its head out. We haven't seen much, if any of it, really, on days 1 and 2. And to the great surprise of pretty much all of us, a fair bit of rain around yesterday as umpires Adnan and Gooch head out to officiate on the second part of this game. Shortly followed by Spain in their red tops with yellow numbers. Blue trousers, gorgeous conditions for cricket, and of course this AstroTurf wicket means that as a batter you don't really have to worry about uncertain bounce or pace, but it was the spin that Spain really had to be concerned about. Oktay Gulami picking up 3 wickets in an over, and Azam Khalil picking up the first ever fourfer in international T10 cricket, this first ever ICC approved T10 competition. So that's what's put Sweden in this position of strength. They've had 2 wins, a washout and a loss thus far. Spain with 3 wins, a washout and a loss. And Sweden will be eyeing this up now as 2 likely points to the ladder, but much stranger things have happened on the European Cricket Network than Sweden failing to chase this target. Rahul Khan out to open for them. Albi Salmi Man, who we still haven't yet seen with the ball, to the surprise of a few people, including yours truly, but has certainly been a success opening the batting for Sweden. His most notable contribution in the tournament coming with 39 off 15 on Monday morning in game 2 against Norway. He actually wanted number 18 on his shirt as a Virat Kohli reference, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it, so ended up stuck with number 4 at the other end. Sher Ali Chowdhury, who's a very capable hitter in his own right as well, plays his club cricket with Mashta. Sher Ali at the non-strikers end. Atif Mahmood, who got a cameo little knock at the bottom of the Spanish innings. To be honest, if it wasn't for Atif Mahmood, they'd be chasing even fewer than 88. It's going to open the bowling. Just jabbed away by Rahul Khan for 1. In the T10, still a value in being able to make sure that you score off the good ball, I should say, and put away the bad ball. In T10 you can't quite hit every ball for 6, although there's plenty who perish trying. Ball and just chapped away by Rahul Khan. He's got pretty lucky there. There was some very hopeful appeals from Atif Mahmood for LBW, but of course it's come off the inside edge of the bat. I can't quite believe it, because I think he thought he'd beaten him and bowled him. I cannot believe that instead it's 4 runs against his name. So Sher Ali Chowdhury off and running, fortuitously so you might say, but they all count. 4 in the book for him. Beautifully bowled from Atif Mahmood. There's quite a small margin of error when you're bowling left arm over to a right-hander, but he's got it right there. Full toss, and he's got away with that somewhat. When Sher Ali Chowdhury's in, that's probably going for a boundary. Good sliding stop from Chris Munoz-Mills, the Spain skipper. And a shout of Vamos. Even someone who certainly can't claim I'm proficient in Spanish, doesn't need a huge amount of work translating. Plenty of encouragement out there from the Spanish fielders for Atif Mahmood. Turned away by Rahul Khan. Strike rotation. Name of his game in this first over initially. Paul Hennessy with the throw at the stumps, even if it had hit. Rahul Khan had made his ground. Just need to be careful here, Sweden. I know it's maybe a touch early to say this, of thinking that they need to play within themselves and can still get this target. Inside out shot from Sher Ali, could be out. Oh, a direct hit, he would have been gone by miles, Rahul Khan. He could have actually had a shy at either end, the field at cover. It could have been Sher Ali or Rahul Khan in danger. As it is, Sweden end up settling for 8 off the first over. He's quite literally not in the frame there, Rahul Khan. So end of that first over, plenty for Khan and Sher Ali to talk about, not least maybe their calling, which was a touch suspect. As out on the back practice pitch, the two teams in action next go out for a bit of a warm-up, Luxembourg and Norway. It's the first of 2 contests between them. They'll also meet on Thursday afternoon. They're one of the only combinations left in the group who haven't actually faced each other for the first time. Luxembourg with 4 losses and a washout thus far. And it's on for the second over comes Adil Raja. And next to me, once more, is Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And it's great to be back here. Spain, they're good defenders. They got a real fight on their hands here.
Straightforward forward defensive shot from Sher Ali. You don't see many of those in T10. And what do you make of what I was mentioning, which is that there is a danger when you're chasing 89 to win. You don't go as hard in the power play as maybe you normally would. You sort of think you've got more time than you have, and suddenly you've backed yourself into a hole.
I've got some good coaching advice, actually. I saw some good coaching advice, but earlier in the season in this T10 format, I'll share in a minute.
Inside out makes room, Sher Ali. It's a good stop in the covers. Probably saved 4, or at the very least has saved maybe even a 2 there, Yasser Ali.
Just have a look at this, though. One thing I would say about Spain is they have been conceding the least runs of any team in this tournament, only 10.2 and over. But still, that's over the 10 and over, isn't it? So they're trying to defend a score that's a lot lower than that. 87 is the score they're trying to defend here.
Short. Mistimed from Rahul Khan. He might still get 4 for it. He will get 4 for it. Well, that's the nature of 50-metre boundaries in the power play. Even your miss hits still go for runs. He normally hits a fair bit of a cleaner ball than this. But regardless, it is a valuable boundary for Rahul Khan.
Yeah, that one just trickled over, didn't it? But, you know, what I was talking about, remember the coaches were saying, look, we're going to approach this like we're chasing 100 anyway. And so I think here you could probably raise that to 120. So that's the rate you should be trying to score.
Smashed. But again, it plugs. Again, it's a miss hit from Rahul Khan.
So Sweden will get to see their top 3 going to war. We know that they love to create carnage. And so Spain desperately needs some breakthroughs.
Game goes inside out through that cover area and it thuds into the Whalings. Well, that's more intent from Sher Ali. We just wondered if Sweden were batting a touch within themselves, but these two don't tend to play like that for very long. They love to go for their shots and loves to make room and go through that offside. Sher Ali did that very well here, and it's giving Chris Munoz-Mills a bit of a headache as to where he puts his 2 sweepers. Right now he's got long on and point, so somewhat hedging his bets. It's left alone, and it's not a wide, and this is the problem with Sher Ali's tactic of backing a long way outside the off stump, so premeditated. It's going to be difficult to get your leg side wides because it's going to hit your pads, and it's going to be difficult to access the ball out there.
18.
End of the first over, and it is 18 without loss.
I agree with what you're saying, though, Michael, because what he's doing is increasing the zone that the bowler can deliver the ball. Because I suppose if he's standing in normal batting stance, the bowler has the offside wide line to the leg stump as a kind of zone where he can bowl. But when you back away to the leg side, you're basically extending that zone, because then some balls that would miss leg stump, they hit the batsman's pad, or the balls that you have to hit. So yeah, it's particularly useful tactic, I think. I mean, occasionally to hit the ball over the offside, maybe. Anyway, here's Hyder.
Well, that will be a wide to start off from Zulkarnain Hyder, who's been one of Spain's most economical bowlers in the tournament so far.
And Michael, we talked about the wides last night and the avoidables. These two teams certainly have been a little bit wayward at times.
Well, Spain bowled 13 wides in that game, and it was only a 5-over game as well. Short, and that's a very clever shot, just uses the pace. He really dabs it for 6 through third man. It's outrageously clever and fielded out there by the ECN staff. And when the ECN staff are fielding it, as opposed to the players, that's a bad sign
That's James,
for the fielding team.
James has never fielded a ball this clean in his life. Look at that, it was on the way up. That's probably one of the best bits of fielding we've seen today.
James Cantor, the ECN head of operations.
Now I've seen everything.
Pouched. Well, this time Rahul Khan has tried to smash this into next week. He hasn't got all of it, and he'll pay the ultimate penalty. He's out, caught by Kuldeep Lal. Spain needed to get themselves a breakthrough, and they've done that. 25 for 1. Rahul Khan perishes. In this format of the game, it's actually a pretty good knock. He goes for 13 off 6.
That's what he does. But have a look at this one. The one beforehand, James, this was climbing. And, well, James maybe could be the fielding coach for Spain, because it certainly inspired Kuldeep to hold on to this one. A little bit risky, let's get a bit low on him, but he's there for a reason. He's got very safe hands. The opening partnership is broken. And Azam Khalil comes to the crease. Well, what a tournament he's had with the bat so far. We've seen him bat well. We also seen him fail a couple of times.
Now, I really like to involve myself in what's going on with players, but I mention this only because the man himself was insistent on it. He seems to have an idea in his head that I'm somehow something of a lucky charm for him, in that I had the pleasure of commentating on his 41 off 12. Yes, you did hear me correctly, off 12 balls against Norway on Monday morning. And since then, having been out of the box, he's got 2 ducks. So he was adamant, genuinely, on the team bus on the way here that somehow my presence here was going to have any effect on what goes on out there, which is superstitious to the extreme.
You know that they can hear the commentary in the fan zone, which the players have to walk past to get on the field. I think just the tones of your voice were just relaxed him. So, put me down for Khalil 50 plus then.
Ridiculous.
Michael McCann, calming influence for the Swedish international.
Oh, he's going to start with one where he's just missed out. It hasn't been wided. We've seen that if it sort of even tickles that blue line.
He's a bit of a nicker though, Azam, especially early in his innings.
Well, that's exactly how it got out, wasn't it? A couple of times already.
I'd definitely have a third man to him. They've got a deep point, so I would bring the deep point up and put the third man back.
Just turned away, used the pace nicely, Azam Khalil. So he's off the mark, and he's off a dreaded 3rd duck of the tournament. He's making history both in unwanted and wanted ways. He's just become the first man to take a T10 international 4-fer, but he also was the first man to register 2 ducks in the format. The thing I'd say with the cut shot, and I was chatting to him about this, is it's his best scoring area, one of behind score on the offside. So that's why he doesn't want to put it away.
I'll tell you what I think in a minute after this ball from Hyder.
Swing and a miss for Sher Ali, and this is very good bowling from Zulkarnain Hyder. They would have talked a little bit about Sher Ali from watching him on video analysis when coming into playing Sweden. That is exactly where they want to be to him. They know he's going to step away outside leg, and it's well executed.
Yeah, good to have a plan and execute it. But as far as Khalil and the cut shot, I think he needs to play the cut shot. Sometimes I don't like it when he overdoes the dab. It's a bit of a nothing shot. Maybe only dabbing to get one. He risks nicking it, but he's going to have to play it. But he's going to have to realise that it does put him at a bit of risk.
Again, Sher Ali misses out. Now that looks wider than it actually is because of Sher Ali's stance. And of course, it is rightly not up to the umpires to account for that at all in adjudicating on the wide. If Sher Ali's going to stand a foot outside off stump, he's going to struggle to reach deliveries like that. So at the end of the power play, exactly what I predicted could happen is seeming to come to the fore. Sweden are 26 for 1, but by their very high standards of power play batting in this tournament, that's a touch disappointing, and this game is very much alive.
It's about 10 under from normal power play, but also I think you've got to just keep an eye on the rate required. I mean, 88's the target. If you use 90 as an estimate, that's 9 and over. They'd want to be about 27, there and thereabouts. But I think Azam Khalil is the key for me. Sharali batted very, very well against Luxembourg, but at the moment it just seems a bit out of sorts. Let's see what Azam can bring to the table. Adil Raja into the series. Coming on to bowl over number 4.
Down the ground from Khalil. Big moment. Oh, and almost taken by Christian Munoz-Mills. It hung in the air for a long, long time, but even with hurling himself in from a long off boundary, he couldn't get there. And in a way, Azam Khalil's been lucky that he's mishit this so badly, but the lack of fielders in that offside ring means he gets away with it.
Yeah, it was in the air a long time, wasn't it? And, well, Chris Munoz-Mills wasn't going to get it. No one was.
Just comes off the pad, and that will be one leg by. He's overran it, Zulkarnain Hyder, but it won't have many consequences. Now, I just wonder as well whether we're seeing one big difference between these teams coming to the fore here, in that Spain's only frontline spin option is Yasser Ali, who has, by all accounts, struggled. He's been their most expensive bowler in terms of economy rate in the tournament. By contrast, Sweden have 3 very serviceable spin options, one of which they haven't even used yet. So that's very nicely bowled, and Azam Khalil going for that little dab shot that we mentioned he likes, but can't make contact on this occasion. So what that means for speed is for I've just combine the so the teams to Speeden.
Speeden. I'll tell you what, I think that's a great idea. Imagine you combine these 2 teams. You have a super unit. Have topping the group, I think.
Super ECC.
Speeden.
What is
it? Hold on. What do they eat in Speeden? Like ricey meatballs? Excellent.
Oh, he's got a bit lucky there, Azam Khalil. I'm not really sure that's where he meant that one
down
to
there.
go. And it's fielded by Luxembourg cricket's ambassador with that red and white shirt, Rico Full.
He's the Spanish 12th man down there. You can see Rico getting down there.
He needs a bit of yellow or blue, I think, to be Spain, though. At the moment, he does look like Luxembourg with those white cuffs.
He's ready, though. He's in a great position, Rico. I tell you, the fielding from the staff has been great. Rico's meant to be having his lunch. He's out there chatting. Well, if you're not going to eat your lunch, come back here, because I'm hungry, Rico. Anyway, continue with Raja.
Short, and again Azam Khalil misses out. This is clever bowling by Raja, not giving Azam Khalil any width.
We were talking a bit earlier, Michael, about the runs that have been given away by these 2 teams, and yeah, it's been something we'll look at a bit more closely in a second. And you know, it's been Sweden in particular, but Spain, obviously, last night, they gave away a few.
The point I was making, though, before saying Speeden was, I think that spin bowling difference is key here. That Spanish attack does lack a bit of variety compared to Sweden. It's unavoidable. Smashed by Khalil. It's the first one he's got to hold off, but he's got out. Straight to Christian Munoz-Mills. That is a big moment in this game. Well, if they're going to defend this target, they needed to get Azam Khalil early. And after that brilliant knock on day 1 against Norway, his struggles with the bat continue. He's out for 6 off 7.
I mean, he hits it well. This is the game, isn't it? He takes it on, he drives it, doesn't get the elevation, gets the power. And there's the little signal from CMM. He says, well, you're out of here. And Munoz-Mills, very safe hands. Ends the 4th over as well. Azam Khalil, he has to go. Goes for 6, and it's 32 for 2 after 4 overs. And, you know, Michael, this is one of the things we talked about, and they have improved their discipline over the last couple of overs, Spain, but you know, one thing that we were noting was the amount of avoidables that we've had so far in this series, and such a discrepancy between, a disparity, I should say, about the amount given away between the respective teams. In particular, look at Sweden. I mean, 16.4, it's just way too many. Spain, that's why I was so out of character last night, because across the tournament, they're only giving away 5.9.
But then suddenly they bowled 13 wides alone in that 5-over match. Now, here is a man that can help pull things back for Spain. Tom Vine took 2 for 11 earlier on in the day against Luxembourg. He's back from a back injury.
That was very good slow balls. He's got 2 or 3 different types as well, Vine.
That's it. A nice start, as predicted by the man to my right. Immediately shows us one of those slur balls. It's just nudged away for a single by Sher Ali Chowdhury. Now, Sher Ali Chowdhury's got to really take on the mantle of responsibility here. A lot of the time in this tournament, Sweden have been dependent on others. We haven't quite seen the very best of Sher Ali Chowdhury. He's now there alongside Imal Zuak, who is facing up for the first time. The big hitter who plays his club cricket for Hudinge, recent ECS winner in Stockholm.
It wasn't that long ago we were there. It was an exciting series we had.
It's another slow ball. It's completely mistimed. And he's got away with it because everyone who's in front of square on the offside is out on the rope. So that's just one, and I think this is going right to the wire.
Yeah, this has low-scoring thriller written all over it. I mean, if I saw Sher Ali there in the 5th over, I would have thought there'd be a lot more carnage, but he's just having one of those days, and we've seen it with batsmen. Some games, they time the ball, same batsman just a bit out of sorts, and that's exactly what it is at the moment.
Again, it's a slower ball, and Sher Ali can't make contact. It's just inside the wide line. This is perfect bowling from Tom Vine.
It's that trigger movement. It's more than a conscious decision by now. You see, look at that. It's the jump away, and Spain have worked him out here. So he has to consciously try and avoid that, I think.
But the problem is he does this every ball. We saw it in the ECS in Stockholm, and we're seeing the difference between the ECS and the ECC. Well, that is a poor delivery, and it's gone straight to short fine leg. It could even have been a run out at the bowler's end.
Touch on the whole thing, please.
Because Zuak came a long, long way down, anticipating the single, backing up as you should in a T10 game, and then was sent back. And
we see what happened here, because, yeah, a bit of miscommunication between the batsmen. They went to the wrong end, because I think if they went to the bowler's end, could have had a run-out opportunity. He survives, not even going at 100 strike rate at the moment. Get to halfway at this point, and that rate now has crept over, 10 and over required.
Miscued. Should be caught, and it's out. Well, Christian Munoz-Mills is not going to drop that. Tom Vine gets a wicket that is thoroughly deserved. He's been all over Sweden in this over, and now he's got the breakthrough. The dangerous man that is Sher Ali Chowdhury is out for an uncharacteristically so 12 off 15 balls.
It's a change of pace though again, isn't it, from Vine. Well, he's a real crafty character. Look at him there. Up through the junior system here. It's another one, I think, just rolls his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball. And, well, Ali's used up a quarter of the innings, 15 deliveries. He's only scored 12. Didn't look like the same player we saw the other day. Now Sweden up 34 for 3.
But that is a great example of the higher standard of cricket we're seeing here. So Sher Ali often dominates domestic cricket in Stockholm at the top level in Sweden. But he's not necessarily facing the quality of bowling that he's just faced there from Spain. And that's only going to push the standard of cricket across Europe higher as these players realise what they need to do to take their game to the next level. As out comes the skipper, Abhijit Venkatesh.
To be fair to him, he did score 63 the other night. That was against Luxembourg.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean,
they probably don't have quite the same kind of attack, but I definitely take your point there. I'm sure he'll be keen to make amends. Last ball for Vine's 5th over coming up.
It's another slow ball, and this time it's cleverly worked away down through 3rd man for 4. That is a nice touch shot from Venkatesh, learning the lesson from what he'd watched his teammates do for the previous 5 balls. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just guided it away. So it's a valuable boundary, and at the halfway point, Sweden are behind not just the halfway score, but definitely where they'd want to be. They are 38 for 3 after 5. And
well,
I mentioned, just to go back to Sher Ali, I mentioned that not personally to him, but speaking to a lot of these cricketers across the 5 teams in action in Group A, a lot of them are getting so much out of this already from being exposed to cricket at a high level and realising what they need to do to raise that level consistently.
Yeah, very well said, Michael. Couldn't agree more. Kuldeep's going to come back to bowl over number 6, Kuldeep Lal. Just slide it into the batsman, Zuak.
Just nudges it away, uses the pace, and good backing up from Venkatesh means that there's always one there.
This is where I'm reassessing. If I'm batting there, 38, I need 88. So 5 overs, I'm just trying to get 48, 58, 68, 78, 88. You got to assess and just try and keep pace because you don't really want that rate to creep up any further.
Oh, a little nick and frustration for Lal. Well, it's a moral victory, but that won't mean much to him. Slips don't really exist. They're rarely a thing in T10 cricket. And he gets a bit lucky, Venkatesh. Kuldeep Lal, who had the best bowling figures in the tournament until about an hour ago. Little slow ball, rolled his fingers across it. 1 out to Hennessy at deep mid-wicket. Kuldeep Lal taking 3 for 6 in the very first game of the ECC on Monday morning against Belgium. And he's been consistently impressive with the ball. We haven't seen much with him with the bat. Really is a very talented batter too. Nice looking drive from Zuak, but it's only 1. And it doesn't need a mathematician or a stato to tell you that any ball that's at a dot or a single and 2s aren't really a thing on this ground.
Yeah, not really.
You're going to send that required run rate skyrocketing. Steps across, tries to get funky. And it's worked as well. It's 6 over the keeper's head. Well, what an inventive shot from Abhijit Venkatesh. That has come pretty much out of nowhere. He's played very solid conventional cricket with the bat in this tournament, but he's decided that he's going to get something that's a bit more throw the textbook out of the window sort of vibe, and it's 6 runs to Sweden. They bring up their 50 in style.
Speaking of skyrocketing, that was a skyrocket, wasn't it? And it went up, and it came down the other side of the fence using the pace of Kuldeep. Venkatesh is this innings where he will break out. 15 of 4. This one bring him to 16. Michael, this has got close finish all over it. It's the end of the 6th over. 52 for 3.
Well, it's just something that I noticed at the top, which was that Rahul Khan and Sher Ali Chowdhury, and maybe even Azam Khalil too, didn't quite bat with the urgency that I think we've seen from them in this tournament, and we've tended to see from them particularly when batting first. And I just wonder, maybe not even consciously, without meaning to get too analytical, but whether subconsciously it was in their head that we're only chasing 89, and that can be a very dangerous mindset.
It can happen. It can happen. You can bat a bit too conservative. I don't think it's necessarily that. I just think that Spain have bowled and field well. They've held the catches.
Yep.
Here's Vine.
Cut away, 4 through backward point. Well, this is sensible batting. Venkatesh has figured out how to play Vine. Don't try and smash him straight because you're going to struggle to pick all his slow balls. Just wait for it and try and work it square of the wicket on the offside.
Venky's come out here and he's absolutely smashing them so far. And it's the craft I like from Venkatesh.
But that's the thing. He's not smashing them.
Yeah, well,
he's using the
I
pace.
say smashing them.
I know what you mean.
That's when I just mean batting well.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
It's a bit of an expression. Yeah, but you're right.
Deliberate bit of wordplay, but you're quite right.
Yeah, he's loving it. And what's Vine's approach? He's going to go pace back on.
It's a full toss. And Venkatesh for once does try to put back to ball in more a hitting way as opposed to a guiding sort of way.
So the trick for Vine, he has to work out the balance of the deliveries he wants to bowl. He's got these good slower balls, but I guess he also has to occasionally put one in that's a bit quicker, and it just makes those slower balls more effective. Otherwise it becomes a bit too readable.
Balls. I don't think he's pushed one through yet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
At all. And again, that's a slow ball. 1 out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Hennessy.
You'd also say if it's working, okay, it's working. And haven't really shown they can get hold of his slow ball, except for that shot from Venkatesh where he was able to stroke it to the offside boundary.
Of course, he is a rather new bowler to this tournament, so he'll be maybe slightly unfamiliar to some of these other teams, but after today, that won't last long. Flicked away, and it's a leg stump half volley. It gets the treatment it deserves, and Abhijit Venkatesh is flying. The Swedish batting dugout are very excited, and why not? He has 25 of just 8 balls, and all of a sudden, Sweden are moving into a position of dominance in this game.
Now, Swedish flags are flying, and getting closer and closer to that target. They've got that rate back under control now. Down below 8 and over required.
Really got all of this. 2 was the call off the bat, and the amount of times we've heard on the effects mics players urging for 2 and then realising it's impossible. is beyond counting.
I do
really.
like them looking for it. I said this
Oh,
to
of
Rico
course, yeah.
earlier, though. I said that just the little things, the fundamentals, a lot better at the international level, as you'd expect. Things like running that first one hard. If you do get a fumble, and it doesn't happen very often, but at least if there is one, you can get back for a second.
I'd love to know how many twos there have actually been, though.
Keanu.
Bottom-handed whack through long off to end the over. 64 for 3 off 7, so it's a pretty tidy set all in, despite the treatment that he got from Venkatesh. Fine finishes with 1 for 18 from his 2. He's had a good day overall with the ball. Remember, he took a couple of wickets earlier on against Luxembourg and conceded just 10. And speaking of Luxembourg, they're in action next here on our coverage of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. They've had 4 losses and a washout so far, up against Norway, who finally showed us just what a good team they can be with that emphatic 31-run win against the then undefeated Belgians.
Yeah, so news from the toss. Luxembourg, they won the toss. They'll be batting first. Tony Whiteman back into the lineup, the oldest player in the tournament.
Hennessy starts with delivery that gets posited away for 1, fielded by Yasir Ali. Paul Hennessy, who behind Vine was the second most impressive bowler for Spain this morning. 1 for 12 from his 2 overs, and that helped restrict Luxembourg to a very manageable 75-5, which Spain knocked off easily enough. But now this is a pressure scenario to be on in. That thuds into the pads of Venkatesh. We've seen he's got this deft range of touches behind square on both sides. So I would imagine there's going to be a bit of cat and mouse here, because Hennessy will have watched what happened to Tom Vine. It's good keeping from Awais Ahmed as well.
Hard to hold your nerve when the batsman's all over the crease. Yeah, I think with the keeper, it opens that opportunity for that little deflection shot.
Down the ground, full toss, and it gets the treatment it deserves. Evian Christian Munoz Mills can't cut that one off. He might have hurt his shoulder in the process. As for Sweden, they're celebrating. It is yet another boundary from the bat of Abhijit Venkatesh. He has 30 off 11 balls.
Nice. Got an excellent wagon wheel. Shots all over the park. This one beats Mills.
This time he goes leg side, and it's just wide of Tom Vine. He can't come round from deep mid-wicket and cut it off. Back-to-back boundaries for Venkatesh. Can he take his team home? He's certainly doing a very good job of that right now.
Captain's knock, isn't it, really? And you won't believe this. Remember I said Azam Khalil left his shirt at the hotel? Do you know who also left his shirt at the hotel?
Oh, he didn't.
Abhijit Venkatesh. So he's wearing number 13. Unlucky for some, this is match 13.
Oh, well, he can't do any wrong at the moment. He was trying to work that through fine third man, but it's come off the inside half of his bat for a single through fine leg.
So he's wearing Hassan Mahmood's shirt. He's not in the 11 today. And again, maybe Hassan Mahmood won't get his shirt back, because 13, some people think it's an unlucky number. It's proving pretty lucky for Abhijit
Chaos
Venkatesh.
for our operations team, who no doubt will have been as studious as always in keeping, and have been keeping track of these changes. Hit hard by Zuak, but plenty of sweepers out there. Got sweepers in front of the wicket on both sides, and then Hennessy content to let players try and work it behind square if they can. That's not the worst over from Paul Hennessy. It's gone for 11, but just tilted the pendulum all the further towards Sweden, who are 75 for 3 off 8 and need a very manageable 13 to win off the last 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds easy when you say it that way, but if you think this is a foregone conclusion, grab a bat, head to the middle of the Cartama Oval right now. I'm telling you, it'd be human if they weren't feeling pressure. Zuvak will be the man on strike. And I suppose he's got the
Sounds
confidence.
easy up here, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's got the confidence. His captain's batting very well at the other end, so he probably thinks, just grab a single here. This is where I'd even think about gambling now, rather than leaving it too late. Maybe bringing a couple of outfielders in and trying to squeeze some dot balls to build some pressure on Zuvak, rather than just let him get the single.
Well, they've gone for Zulkarnain Haider to bowl the penultimate over. He's been their most economical bowler in the tournament thus far. I'd imagine that would leave Atif Mahmood to bowl the last. Slow ball nicked. Well, that's going to help Spain's cause. It's not the one they really need to get out in Venkatesh, but Zuak is gone for 7 off 8. And Spain is 75 for 4, still needing 13, and now off 11 balls.
Yeah, it's a wide one. He slashed that just a little feather through to the keeper. You can see it there. Great camera angle from our partners at Spring Productions. Haida comes back, immediate success. Zubak's got to go. So maybe there's a twist in this one yet. It's 75 for 4.
So still the pressure firmly on Abhijit Venkatesh, the Swedish captain, to take his side home as Marzuak goes for boundaryless 7 of 8. So out to join Abhijit Venkatesh comes the new man, Zabi Zahid, who earlier on will be able to take some confidence with how he recovered with the ball. He's had a tough time of things with his bowling of late, but picked up 2 wickets in the final over, and now he's trying to see his side home for a 3rd win from this, their 5th game of the tournament.
Yeah, just raises the pressure a little bit. We've seen a lot of these things, and it all happens in the 9th. That's what Rico would say. It's a good start to the 9th for Haida, who's got 2 for 8.
Short baseball-style shot down the ground. They're eyeing 2 here. They're going to turn it down, so 12 to win off 10 now. Zabi Zahid off the mark. This, of course, the latest chapter in Swedish cricket history, which goes right back to 1883, when the first club was formed that had a name that translates as the Society of Joy. It certainly will be a very joyful Swedish camp if they can notch up yet another win here. They had 2 wins on Monday and a disappointing Tuesday, a washout, and that 5-over defeat against Spain, for which they're seeking revenge now. That's a swing and a miss for Venkatesh. Suddenly the pressure just coming on a bit. 12 to win off 9. And for those maybe interested in the main landmarks that followed in Swedish cricket history, well, it was actually British Embassy staff that created Stockholm CC in 1948, which is the first organised club that's still going today. But back then, the only teams they could play were crews of passing ships, because they didn't actually have any other teams to play in Sweden.
That's a great
so
story.
They had to build their fixture list on when ships were coming in. Cut away, could be a pressure relieving boundary, but instead they've got their sweeper in the right place. Jack Perman does his job.
That's great field placing. Straight to the Perminator, and he's kind of halfway between deep point and deep 3rd man. I mean, the first ball of the over, it's quite a clever one from Zulkarnain Haida. It was the grunt slower ball. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
And it fooled him, but now I think the pressure on Zahid here, because it looks like we're heading for the last over. 11 off 8 now.
Steps across and whips this away. That should all but seal the game for Sweden. 6 for Zabi Zahid from just his 2nd ball faced. And Sweden head towards this last over. They've still got 1 ball before they get there, knowing that 1 more maximum will seal victory.
Oh, I'm loving these shots of the dugouts as well. Aren't they excited? And this was a 50-50 game. And we said it at the start of the game. Even during this innings, it's had that feel. It could go either way. I mean, the captain, Abhijit Venkatesh, has been the catalyst for this run chase.
And even just the body language there from Zulkarnain Haida and Chris Mills, you can see they just all of a sudden the shoulders have dropped, and they're still going to push as much as they can here, Spain, but you almost felt the sense of deflation from that 6.
Well, I think Mahmood's going to have last over, I think. So, let's see.
Oh,
Zahid, does he just go for the win here? Last ball of the 9th.
Gives it a good thwack. He's going to get 1 to long on, so he'll keep the strike. It will be 4 to win off the last 6. It's a very good penultimate over from Zulkarnain Haida despite that 6. He finishes with 2 for 17, and Sweden need 4.
Yeah, 4 to win, that's right. So, yeah, 3 to tie. Look, I think this is where you got to gamble, and I think you got to bring almost everybody up, because I think your only way back into this is wickets or dot balls, and I think if you have the field back, I think you'll just see them probably, unless it's really there, just happy to knock it to the outfield and knock these runs off. So for me, I think this is where you've got to be proactive. It will be very, very difficult to defend. 3 for the tie, 4 for the win, but got to try something.
And these are the kind of scenarios that for all you might do strategizing tactics, as Rahel Khan proudly holding the Swedish flag on the sidelines, you cannot really plan for a scenario like this. Christian Munoz-Mills, the Spanish captain, has got to think on his feet and work out what he's going to do. Now, it looks like he is still going to keep 5 out for Atif Mahmoud. Everybody behind square is up. And then they've got 5 out, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side in front of square. So the boundary options realistically are probably behind square. It's Atif Mahmoud to Zabi Zahid. He tries to hit this straight, and that's a great start for Spain. 4 off 6 becomes 4 off 5. Now the counter argument to what you mentioned, which was understandable, is that by having all these sweepers back, Zabi Zahid maybe gets lulled into feeling like he has to hit another 6. And then, as he did there, choose up a ball with a dot.
I still think he gets a single here. Venkatesh is set and on strike, which isn't what you want. Anyway, they'll leave the field back.
Well, that time, Zabi Zahid has taken the sensible approach. He's got his captain back on strike, 3 to win off 4. They do like these final over finishes.
They do. They do that. But for me, it's still, you know, that's what he wanted. He wanted to get off strike there when they're so close to the target, and maybe you bring him up and you force him into trying to hit a big shot.
You know, in their recent 2 series against Denmark and Finland, both 3 T20 international series, 5 of those 6 games for Sweden went down to the final over one way or another. So they do love a close finish.
3 to win.
Oh, he swung and missed. Even the pressure is getting to Venkatesh now. He was the one man who looked immune to the pressure of the scenario. And Sweden, who only needed 13 to win off the last 2 overs, are really, really backing themselves into not quite trouble, but a bit of a sticky situation. And I was waiting for you to pull this graphic up.
If they are tied at the end of the game,
I was surprised you didn't do it sooner.
The batting team will have 1 more delivery to score 2 or more. If they do, they'll win. If not, the fielding team will win. We've had 22 of them here on ECN. The trademark.
It's a full toss, and even Venkatesh has missed. He should be run out. He is run out. Huge moment in the game. Set himself, Atif Mahmoud, knew he had time, and Abhijit Venkatesh, who's batted so brilliantly for Sweden in this innings, is gone for 36 off 17. And astonishingly, this final over is going right to the wire, it looks like. 3 to win off 2 balls now for Sweden. Remember, they only needed 4 off the entire over.
Well, this is a cliffhanger now. And if you don't think pressure exists, just take a look at this last over so far. You've had Venki, who smashed the ball everywhere. 6 fours and a Maximo in his 36. He has to go now, 85 for 5. I told you he's had low scoring, thriller all over it. And the captain goes with the target just within reach.
What a knock though, 6 fours and a 6, a strike rate of above 2 a ball. He is the standout performer on this Swedish scorecard. But the captain has left it to his troops to finish it off, and the shake of the head tells you everything you need to know. I think it can be such a mentally tough game, even after a brilliant effort like that. He's still left coming off frustrated. Here comes Khalid Zahid, who is in his own right a more than capable batsman, but this is a pressure situation.
Literally, not literally I guess, I feel like you're walking the tightrope.
3 to win off 2 then. Zabi Zahid is facing, of course, because it was a run out at the bowler's end. Swings and misses, they go for the bye, and they get there, so it's 2 to win off the last. It was taken by Owais Ahmed, but he just couldn't quite get the run out. It was good running from Khalid Zahid. He knew that they pretty much had to try and scramble it, and I think even if this hits, Khalid Zahid has actually just about made it in anyway. So it will be 2 to win off the last. It is almost effectively
I think he's out here if it hits though. I think he's out. Look, watch.
Oh,
yeah,
you're
he would have
right.
been gone. He would have been gone. So look, here's the situation. They need 2 to win. If they get a single off this, they score 1 off this, we're going to a golden ball. And that is the first time we'll ever have a golden ball in international cricket. If they get 2 or more, Sweden will win. If it's a dot ball, then Spain, they've defended this.
So Spain are going to stick with a field that's worked for them so far. Everybody behind square is up in the ring, those 4, and then they've got 5 boundary riders protecting the boundaries in front of square, both sides of the wicket. 2 to win off the last. Mahmood to Khalid Zahid, who goes to try and nudge it behind square on the leg side, and is bowled. Spain have won this game. An improbable win for the Spanish. who grabbed their 4th victory of this competition. And I don't know quite how they've done it. They managed to below par 87 all out, and yet somehow Sweden have finished on 86 for 6. Khalid Zahid gets a golden duck, bowled round his legs by Atif Mahmood, who has astonishingly defended 4 to win off the last over. And it is Spain who win this game, who beat Sweden for the 2nd time in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. They are the victors by 1 run.
Unbelievable match. And I thought we were heading for our first golden ball. I was certainly quite confident, but I don't know about the decision. I mean, for me, I think maybe you just try and hit the ball to the outfield, get the one, guarantee the golden ball, and push the fieldsman to try and run you out for a second, because they can mess that up. But instead, it was a slightly low percentage option, I suppose. Khalid Zahid, so great at the start of this match, but unfortunately, he gets bowled off the very last ball. And Spain, they've defended. We said they are the master defenders. And the final here in match 13, it's Spain 87, Sweden 86.
A huge round of applause, not just from the Spanish batting dugout, but from a couple of other teams watching on, and a good few dozen Spanish locals who are in here and very much partisan in their support. Sweden, for a long time in this game, looked like they were going to be the team who would win it. But as we know, that is not how it proved. They were chasing just 88 to win, remember? Nicely fielded down there by James Cantor at 3rd man. And Rico Full also doing his job in the field. But the wickets started to fall for Sweden. They never really built a good platform at the top. Rahul Khan and Sher Ali both got into double figures, but both got out. Tom Vine in the middle overs bowled really, really nicely with his crafty mix of slow balls. 1 for 18 from his 2 overs. Kuldeep Lal was a bit expensive, going for 14 from his only over. But Fine kept the pressure on. Sweden, for a long time, looks like they were certainly the side you'd rather be in this run chase. They brought it down to 13 to win off the last 2, but this is where they maybe lost their heads a touch. Zulkarnain Haider bowled a magnificent penultimate over of the innings that really, really dragged things back for Spain. That over only going for 9 and taking things to the last with the game still just about alive. They only needed 4 runs to win though, but when Venkatesh was run out at the bowler's end there off Atif Mahmood, suddenly the Spanish dream came closer and closer to becoming a reality, and here's where it did. Khalid Zahid bowled round his legs. Just look at what it means to Atif Mahmood, who's an excellent death bowler, but even by his standards, to defend 4 off the last over is quite astonishing. So that's your scorecard from this innings. No doubt that Abhijit Venkatesh is the star performer for Sweden, but he will be mightily disappointed that with 36 off 17 scored off his bat, he couldn't quite see the job home. He's run out by Atif Mahmood, and then the 2 Zahids, Zabi and Khalid, couldn't do the job. As for the bowling figures for Spain, well, Atif Mahmood was magnificent. 1 for 9 off 2 and defended 4 off the last over. 2 wickets for Zulkarnain Haider. Tom Vine bowled well with his 1 for 18 before he got a bit of tap as Venkatesh got hold of him. Lal somewhat on the expensive side. So it's our second, in fact, I think it is our first last ball finish at this competition, I beg your pardon. We did see the game between Sweden and Norway in match 2 on Monday morning go right towards the end of things. But Norway were actually bowled out with 2 balls to spare as Sweden won that game by 4 runs. But this time it's Sweden who lose in a close game. It goes right to the very final available ball of the entire match. And it is Spain who win it by 1 run. And just look at that table now. Well, if you're Spanish, you're going to be screenshotting this and staring at it for a while in delight. They are top of the pile. They've leapfrogged Belgium, who had that slightly surprising loss to Norway earlier on. Norway finally starting to play cricket at the level at which we all knew they could, taking their time maybe in adjusting to T10. Spain top then, Sweden in 3rd. We've got coming up for you Norway versus Luxembourg. Norway will be the favourites for that one to get themselves a 2nd win in the competition thus far. So Luxembourg versus Norway coming up in just 15 to 20 minutes or so's time. Make sure to join Rico Full and Vinny Sandu for that one. I'm Michael McCann. Thank you very much wherever you've been in the world watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And don't go very far and don't go for long, because we'll be back very soon. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
How we play cricket
on the coast of our soul.
Time for match 14 here in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and Luxembourg still searching for their first win of the series. They're here to take on Norway, another team that started the day without a win, but they did open their account against Belgium earlier today. All to play for then in match 14. Let's go to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with two captains for the coin toss.
Good luck, mates. Good luck. Thank you.
Your call.
Head.
Heads is called. It's tails.
What would you like to do, Tony?
We'll have a bet.
There you have it. It's Tony Whiteman that wins the toss. He is back leading his side, Luxembourg, the oldest player in the tournament. He's been sensational so far with the bat, really exciting to watch. He's decided Luxembourg will be batting first. They will be putting the score on the board. Look, I do like their top three of Vishwanath, Thomas Martin and Tony Whiteman himself. I think that they are the key. They have to bat through the overs if they are going to put a competitive score on the board against a resurgent Norway side. They won their first match of the tournament this morning. And look, Norway, they'll want to make it 2 for 2. So it's all to play for. And Rico Full is back in the commentary box with me for this one. Let's get over there now for the start of match 14.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, I hope you've got your breath back. Well, I have. Just about, I should say. What a match that was. Vamos España. They did it. Well, I think everybody more or less had written off. I'm sure I heard Michael, Harry Potter saying, well, I think that's the match gone when that big six was hit. And well, he wasn't the only one who thought that. I think everybody thought it. That was a remarkable comeback. And Atif Mahmood, what an over. As we go over to this match, match number 14. Beautiful shots of the surroundings here. Luxembourg taking on Norway. And as you heard there, toss being won. And it is, of course, Luxembourg who have elected to bat first, with Tony Whiteman coming back into the team. And it's going to be an interesting match, this, because Luxembourg, well, they were beaten well, weren't they, by the team you just saw winning that cliffhanger of a game against Sweden, Spain. Spain winning that one quite easily with 20 balls to go. So Luxembourg still searching for their first victory. Well, what about Norway? Well, they've certainly found their form. They had a crushing win against Belgium, the team that was unbeaten before the start of today, winning that one excellently, and good performances there from Ahmed, 34-17, and Walid Ghouri, 57. He scored 9 out of 25, and then there was some good bowling there as well. So this one is all about, I think, the people's favourites, maybe the neutrals' favourites, I should say. Luxembourg, they do have that 1 point courtesy of the match that was abandoned yesterday. That was the one that they were due to play Spain in the first one. As we get ready now for this one. And this man's had his trouble, hasn't he? Beneravi. He's just not been getting his footing right. I know that in the break he was having some treatment to, not so much to his ankle, but to his knee, because he was saying it was more the way he was, when he was slipping, falling. He said his ankle's okay. Now, just what he was talking to me and saying, well, he maybe just has to cut down his pace a bit, or cut down his run up a little bit like the way that Sahak did. Well, we shall see. He's getting ready to bowl the first delivery, and he's going to be bowling to, well, a batsman that we think is going to go on to do some damage at some point in this championship, and that's Thomas Martin. We have liked the look of him. So here we go, getting ready for the first ball. The countdown is on from our official time partner, Norcan, Swiss watch manufacturer. Here we go, first delivery. Bowled, but very slow, and not the best bit of running. And they do just get themselves in a very delayed departure from the non-striker, Oscar Whiteman. Oscar, he's not had the best of series, but he finds himself being promoted up the order. Maybe he's been saying to his dad, look, Dad, I'm an opener, that's why I'm not scoring any runs. That's right, we have Oscar Whiteman and his father, Tony Whiteman, the captain. Father and son in the team, Luxembourg. And plays this nicely down with a straight back. And well, that's the advantage of being a fast bowler. You're saying, I'm not bending my back to pick it up. Come and get the ball and give it a good wipe and pass it back to me. So I remember that when I was a colt, playing my cricket. And I was at, well, whether it was mid on, mid off, that seemed to be my position. And every time one of the senior bowlers was on, it was always my job to get the ball. So it's angled down the leg side. The bowler thought about the appeal, but I think that was always angled down the leg. Also the height as well. Ball's coming from a long way up from Vinay Ravi. Bit bad on this. And Oscar Whiteman deciding he doesn't want it. Seems to have got his footing right here now, Vinay Ravi. Seems to be running in with the same sort of momentum as he would normally do. So back at the bowler, no run there. Very good bowler. Always takes wickets. Good campaigner. Always gives 100% to his captain. This one is going to be a wide ball, I think, is it? Yes, umpire should likes to take his time before he gives his decision. And, it's a good stop from the keeper. Plays it, takes a single once again. Best bit of backing up from Oscar Whiteman. He seems to be a bit unsure, and it's only when he sees the batsman has started coming down he goes. Bit of ball watching going on there as well. Needs to be listening for the call. And that is the end of the over. And 4 runs have come off it, but still got all the wickets intact. I think that's the key here, surely, for Luxembourg. Rico full here in this, well, it's a sensational commentary booth, if you want to call it that, or call it the tower, whatever you like. And well, Michael McCann is probably going to go and have a bit of luck, and maybe a little bit of lunch as well, perhaps. A bit of luck, well, a bit of luck with his predictions maybe. And I'm joined by Mr. Maximo Vilisandu.
I tell you, he did have a bit of luck, Michael McCann, because he was the one that picked Spain in that last game before. We both picked Sweden, didn't we? I can tell that now. You thought maybe Sweden might have the edge, but how about that 1-run victory? And yeah, appreciate Michael. He'll be back a little bit later on. Right now is Mohammad Sharif Sahak.
Oh, that's a great delivery. Another bowler who had some trouble in the morning with his footing, but no problems there.
I noticed that no Roshan Vishwanath in the lineup now for Luxembourg this game. He's just been given a rest. I'm not sure if he has a slight injury concern. We'll try and find that out for you. He typically opens the batting with Thomas Martin, so I'm taking this opportunity to give Oscar Whiteman an opportunity at the top of the order.
Yeah, he's going to split the 2 fielders, and there was a shot to catch it, but nobody's going to catch that. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs, the first boundary of the innings. And there's that man, Thomas Martin. How key he is in Luxembourg getting and posting a good score. Searching for the first victory, Vinny.
The team up is the key for me, especially with no Vishwanath. Him, of course, the captain, Tony Whiteman, who'll probably come in at 3 as well. Got to attack.
Wide ball, spraying this across the batsman. You're trying to get that angle, that Yorker in. And, probably a little reluctant, maybe, of going too wide on the crease, because obviously of still that slightly damp underneath the ground, the left-hand side of the pitch there. You can see there. And once again, it's going to be another one. I think he's far better off just trying to get closer to the stumps and trying to get the ball to go the other way. unless he's really prepared to take that chance to go wide. They were very, very good in the last game in controlling their extras. Nice shot. Well, thought maybe for one, but decided not to go. But Vinny, what a match that was. Have you recovered from it?
Not yet. We have a look at the adjusted run rates for and against Luxembourg. You can see their troubles have been with the bat, although they are the most expensive team with the ball as well, but averaging only 87 per 10 overs. It's not really enough to compete at this level based on what we've seen so far. So the key for them, they need to put 100 plus on the board, ideally more, 110, 120. Can their big guns fire?
Just trying to flick this away, and he's got a good bit on this. But the fielders do the job. Get the throw in. Nice tidy work there being done by Wahidullah Sahak.
I think, you know, batting depth. I mean, we've covered a lot of T10 matches this year, haven't we, Rico, together? And that's one thing that strikes me. Teams that can bat deep and have the confidence knowing if they do get out, there's someone else can pick up the slack. It's huge. I feel like it's where Luxembourg are lacking a little bit, but this one is going to be all right. And some confidence for Oscar Whiteman. He gets off the mark. He'll be happy to get a couple of runs to his name. His first boundary of the day. That's a nice one for the youngster. Of course, always good when your dad comes to watch. Not often he's the captain of the team. But, that's another boundary for Luxembourg. Nice little leg glance there from Oscar.
Yeah, played that well. You can see that what the bowler's trying to do is hard. And this one, he just helps it along the way. He puts a smile on his face. Nicely played, just like change of line from the bowler. The end of the over. So we're at 15 after 2 without loss.
Yeah, so really steady start. You see, this is the run rate we're talking about, 8.7, 13.4. But let's look at their opponents, Norway. Well, they're evening up, aren't they? And they had a good win against Belgium, who now just in second place. So for me, look, Luxembourg, they're going to have a tough time, I think, getting up into the top 4. If they are going to do that, this really is a must-win for them.
Yep.
And even amongst the top 4 we see at the moment, the top 2 is crucial, because at the end of tomorrow night, we're going to eliminate the bottom team. We're going to go into Friday with a final 4, and in that final 4, the top 2 will have a double chance. That's in Group A finals on Friday. It's only 2 days away, and the 2 best performers. So basically both finalists on the Group A finals day, they get to go to Championship Week.
Oh, this is going to be a no ball, and he's going to get a bit of a telling off here as well from the umpires. This one's come out all wrong from the bowler. And first of all, he's going to signal to 6. Manos arriba. Arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Did that go for 6?
He goes all the way for 6.
Are you kidding me?
You'll see it better here.
He did well to get his hands through it.
And
Almost
then
put a hole through the sight screen, I think. It's weird how the Norwegian team are the only team that seem to be struggling with their footing. And in particular, Vinay Ravi, just because the way that his foot lands, and that was all about just not feeling comfortable at the crease. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, it's having a lot of discussion with about the field here, but you can't change it now. This is a free hit. It's the same batsman on strike. That field cannot change.
That's right. They're all going back to their places. Free hit for Martin.
And he gets a wide ball, and you can see that the bowler is trying to suggest, well, look, hang on a minute, he backed away from it. Let's just have a look, keep an eye on where that line is. And yeah, I think that's a fair call, you know. I think it's the line belongs to the umpire. Is that late bit of movement away?
Yeah.
I think that's a good shout, wide ball.
If it gets any of that line, then typically we do see it called wide. So free hit once again.
This time, he goes through, gets the dot ball in. So he had 2 chances, really. Wasn't able to get anything on it. And now that field can be changed. So the change has been made. He's given himself some protection out on the offside. And he's obviously decided that that's where he's confident he's going to keep the ball on that line. And that's, if anything's going to go anywhere towards the boundary, it's going to be on that side. Both men out on the offside. And then the batsman, Martin, tries to manoeuvre something on the onside. Seeing the field, not able to do so. Practicing that shot now. Just right at him though, it's well bowled. Didn't give him any whip at all.
Luxembourg, very popular team, I've noticed with the fans as well. Yeah, certainly a team that enjoy their cricket. They're enjoying their time here. They are the bottom-ranked team of the group, but giving it real effort. Ravi, just, I don't know what the situation is with his footwear or whatever it is, but several times today, he just hasn't been comfortable in that delivery stride.
I mean, I did speak to him when he was getting some treatment in the medical tent, and he did say that, no, his shoes are fine. He's used them all over the place. Slower delivery, and it may have got him a wicket, and it has. And, well, you don't always have to charge in and fire it in. Sometimes the slower delivery work is just as effective, and they've got a big wicket, and that's the wicket of Thomas Martin. That was a soft one in the end. And, well, gathering everybody round here, Norway, and straight away, as soon as this wicket was taken, you see that even the bowler, Vinay Ravi, says, right, everybody quickly come round. And I wonder what they're talking about here, Vinny. What do you reckon?
You don't get many conferences these days because there's not really time in this format, but obviously a little bit unhappy with their start. They would have been hoping to put their foot down. Now, Norway, they gathered a lot of momentum. You know, they didn't get a win in their first 4 games. Over the first 2 days, they had a washout and 3 losses. And with that confidence building win over Belgium, I think I probably would have talked a lot about continuing the momentum going. Okay, we're not going to take Luxembourg easy. Okay, do think they're a class above Norway, but you know, I think that they're a little bit disappointed about the start they've made here, particularly with some of the extras and a couple of loose deliveries. But anyway, here's a man. He's the most popular man of the most popular team, I think, and it's going to be Tony Whiteman that comes to the crease, and he's going to come to join his son. So we've got father and son at the crease for Luxembourg. Not something you see very often in international cricket. But you're going to see it. You see it right here on the European Cricket Network. But tell you what, Whiteman Senior is more of a classical technique batsman. But tell you what, when he gives it a hit, he can give it a fair thump, can't he?
I like him coming in higher up the order. For me personally, I would open with him and Martin because I think the longer they're out there, the better they get, both of them.
I do like Vishwanath if he's in the lineup. I would have said today. I probably would have favoured Tony Whiteman opening up with Martin. But anyway, here he is facing his first ball.
He elects to let this one go outside the off. Doesn't offer a shot. Good delivery, and you can see him there saying, oh, that did a bit. Yeah, moved away.
Swing around corners, according to Tony. I just love the characters we unearth in European cricket. He puts a lot into the game. He's originally from New Zealand, just outside Auckland.
Takes his away to get himself off the mark. Takes a single.
Okay, father and son. What could possibly go wrong? Imagine some sort of run out or something like this. What's the situation going to be? I think your father and son first. I mean, I know Oscar's probably a bit too old to send to his room, but you run your dad out. What's next? No allowance. Do the dishes. I guess we'll find out. Here's Whiteman Jr. This is Oscar on strike.
Beaten outside the off stump again. Just getting his rhythm now. And Vinay Ravi gets his rhythm just as he completes his spell. It's much better from him. Seemed a lot more confident. They got the overs in quicker as well. That's one thing that Norway have to work on. That's the end of 3. They score 24 for 1.
So power play probably about 10 short for me. I do think about 35 or so will be the power play. As far as winning scores, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, we saw Spain just defend 87. So it does show what is defendable in that last game, 87 to 86. Sometimes I call totals in the 80s, the Grady 80s, don't I? Yeah. Because I think they normally throw up some great contests. But I think, you know, if you're not making triple digits, batting first, you're a long way behind in the game. That's what I'm seeing with the higher standard, technically, in this series. And obviously, still got these quite short boundaries all over the field. Here's a man, had some success earlier today, Hayatullah Niazi, coming in to bowl the 4th over.
Swing and miss, that's gone straight through him. Not the best of shots to be playing there. I mean, you've got the 2 men there straight. He's taking a chance, trying to go over the top of Sahak here as well. Just not getting that foot far enough forward.
Niazi coming off 3 for 14 in match 12 earlier today. against a very, very strong Belgian side. He'd be keen to keep his day going well. Hello to Terry, who's in the chat. Says, nice to see Daddy Whiteman doing some coaching in the middle to his son. I'm not sure if his son asked for it.
Oh, that was quick, wasn't it? And that's the variation and the change of pace that Niazi can bring. That's why he's such a dangerous bowler.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the kind of delivery that's bothered him. It's kind of middle length. I don't think he feels confident trying to pull. It's just a little bit late on it. And he just tries to cut, but that was a bit too close to cut, wasn't it? Whistled through to the keeper. Good start by Niazi.
I wonder if he's trying to get the Yorker length delivery in here now. Here comes Niazi to Whiteman. Oh, it's hit up in the air. This is hit very well. That's a lovely shot. And 4 runs. Just got into position so quickly. We saw him miss out on a couple, but this time round, doesn't miss out on this. Hits it beautifully. Perfect timing. And yeah, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, well, that one, again, risky shot, but he certainly got enough bat on that one. Flew away. So that's what he's trying. It seems to miss that one sometimes. It feel like builds pressure. The bowler feels pretty confident as well.
And this one was more at him. He tried to play the same shot again, but this got onto him pretty quickly. I think if you're going to bowl that length, that's the way to do it. This was right at him.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think that Whiteman, look at his weight. He's going away. He's trying to hit the offside, but all his weight's going away from the ball. And that one did dart back at him, to be fair. That's why it's very difficult, of course. Niazi, his tail's up. He's had a great day so far. He's hunting more wickets. He's hunting Whiteman's at the moment. It's his prey of choice.
Hit firmly, will be 1 for sure. Takes the 1. Yeah, I bet there's quite a bit of an age difference between Niazi and Tony Whiteman, don't you think?
Yeah, I can tell you that one. I know Tony Whiteman. He's in his early 50s. It's, I can tell you exactly if you like.
Is he 52 or 53? I think he's 52.
I'm going to decide because I keep hearing both, and I'll give you the definitive.
Yeah, I see. Comes in once more. This is well bowled right up there, and that's well played by the young Whiteman. He just needs to be careful when he changes his direction coming in there. He needs to keep running straight, changing his angle as he's running in. He could be out.
So he is 52. I'll give you the score first before I start throwing numbers at you, but it's 30 for 1 now after 4 overs. And, well, it's great to have your company today, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And this is what I love about European cricket as well, the fact that we have some young players, some older, more experienced players. We have players from all different backgrounds as well. You know, some are born in the country, some have emigrated, some, you know, from all different parts of the world as well. So it's really something that we're trying to get more and more people involved. It will take time, but I do believe if things keep going in this direction, that the future is very bright for European cricket.
And coming through the ranks, coming through the junior ranks, I know that with the Spanish team. I'll be told the same about the team that we're watching here now, also from Luxembourg. And that's what it's all about. That's what makes the European cricket stronger and better.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how this develops. Of course, this is only the first edition of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Planned to be an annual event. 15 teams, 15 countries taking part this time. So here you go. So Tony, he is 52. And well, Niazi, I can tell you, I'll do some quick maths. He's almost 21, so he's 20, and pretty much the same age as Oscar. So it's pretty much like you go to play your mate in a game of one-on-one cricket, bat and bowl, and then your dad turns up and says, well, I'll show you how to do it. Can I play too? This time, it's in front of millions of TV viewers. That's the only difference.
Firm shout. Here comes the throw. It's backing up, but it's a long way back. And they do take the 2. Good running. Oh, well, look, there may be a big age difference between him and some of the other players on that pitch. But he's still pretty quick in between the wickets. And that's one thing that all the guys, the Luxembourg guys said. He said, don't let his age fool you, because he's quicker than most of us.
Yeah, I like it. Got to say a quick hello to Ram Kranthi from Men in Blue in Barcelona, who's tuned in. So many people tuning in from Europe and all around the world.
Nicely played. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Oxer Whiteman, but all of a sudden he seems to have grown in confidence. He's playing shot's much better. His timing is better. Getting into
What a
position.
start though. He's got a bit of a start, but you can see like it's a big ask. The 10 over format puts a lot of pressure, and he looks like he's got a pretty good technique. But you can see the approach from Luxembourg, and they are relying on a top 3, especially now that Martin's gone, where T10 wouldn't be their preferred format, because they'd love to be able to settle in and kind of show their more classical cricket batting skills. See the other teams, they just come out, it's all crash, bash, isn't it?
Well, he tries to crash bash this one, misses out, it goes through.
Yeah. And this is what I'm talking about. So either you go out there and it's not really your game, so you start going after them and you miss out, or you have to make a deal with yourself about how you're going to approach it. I mean, are you going to just try and play the shots that suit you and hope they bring you runs, or do you take those more risky options?
This is up in the air, clears the man, diving acrobatically. Stuck his hand up in the air, but the ball was too well hit, gets past him. 4 more runs. It's not the first time that he's directed one in that area. And this is what he's got to keep doing. That's nicely played. I like the way he gets his wrist involved in that shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And there's no one back behind point on the boundary. So that was just all about timing. Hello to a few more familiar faces in the chat. Jay Hayes, as well as Michael Daub. Hello to you. And keep them coming. Rajiv Sharma, I liked your question too. Here's the next one.
Short, and that's in the same area again, over the top. And this time, it is cut off. They take one.
I've got to say, as we get to the end of the 5th over, it's 39 for 1. But Rico, I've got to say, one thing that's really impressed me is the focus on fielding. And we know that Jonty Rhodes, when we were there in Sweden, the Swedish coach, had really stressed the importance of that. But I'm seeing that from all teams. I think there's not too many weak fielders around in these teams, and you can't afford it. And the fielding can be the difference in T10. And even that was a great pickup. And great conditions, of course, here. Outfielding, excellent, Nick. But I think it does make all the difference, I think, especially when the teams are fairly evenly matched. So time to start the 6th over. And looks like it will be Wahidullah Sahak to bowl it. So let's see what Wahidullah can do for Norway.
Short, that's well played. There's a fielder there. They know where his strength is. One thing I've noticed that the quicker bowlers, they've got the ball much shorter into Tony Whiteman, not giving him any space at all. And look, that tells you how the rankings stand. Norway, well, they're finding their feet, and you can see why. Especially the last game they played, they ranked top. Luxembourg ranked 54, but the others, you can see how closely they are. And you've seen that in the close game. And if you needed an example of that one, it's this one, a sharp run taken. If you needed an example of how closely ranked these teams are, well, that last match between Sweden and Spain, well, that told you exactly why. This one, just have a look at that. I think he got there quite comfortably in the end, run pretty well. Father and son. Well, senior has taught the youngster how to do the running. Slower delivery, and he's got hold of this, but is it going to go all the way? Oh, well, it's 6 runs. He's taken a good catch, but the foot goes over the line. Says Guerreras. This is an excellent catch, I have to say, but not for the first time today. He's been taken the wrong side of the rope.
Oh, what a catch. It's a really good catch, isn't it? Mohamed Shehzad, what are the odds of getting 2 of these in a day? And he just didn't really know exactly where the rope was, and when his foot came down, well, he felt it, didn't he? So, still, outstanding cricket. Unlucky. Luxembourg, they'll love that.
Oh, well, this one. Well, this has knocked him down. He's gone after him again. Leave him alone. That could be me out there, you know, same age as me. Come on, you youngsters, stop bowling this stuff.
You want to hit a 6 off me, and this is what you're going to get. Try and hit this for 6. I'm going to hit you. It's a little dab. Oh, standing 8 count. He wasn't standing for very long.
If you're going to bowl a short one, that's why it's got to be angled into him. Well, Tony Whiteman, what's the reply going to be? And, well, the reply is going to be from the bowler. Well, that's the old trick. I think Tony Whiteman will know all about that one, because that's the oldest one in the book, isn't it? First of all, the short one. when he had him on the ground, and then the full pitch one, which has knocked the stumps over the castle. Castle to the wicket, Lally both at bowling sigi. And another one goes, and it's a big wicket this. Now can Luxembourg keep this going? And I like him that as well. We said about the sportsmanship between all of these players. Danny Whiteman knowing that he's been done by a good one, and he looks up and acknowledges Sahak and says, yeah, that was a good and well bowled, son.
Yeah, this was just the issue, I suppose, with Tony Whiteman. Sometimes he just is backing away and giving the bowler a bit too much of a look at his stumps. He goes for 18, and as Whiteman Senior that departs first, it's 47 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, what this means in the group, these two teams, Luxembourg are right at the foot of the table, just that 1 point from the abandoned game in their 5 matches. Norway also played 5 before this one, 3 points. Luxembourg, if they can get a win here, they get joint with Norway.
Yeah.
If they can't, Norway then get away from them, and it's going to be very difficult for them to avoid being eliminated.
Well, then they're looking at basically 2 wins and 2 big wins. Luxembourg to hope they can get through on net run rate. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 48 for 2. 6 over check-in time. So I suppose from here, I normally work off that 2 a ball, but with Luxembourg, I haven't really been able to do that. So I mean, even if you get, let's say 10 and over, something a bit more realistic, I mean, let's have a look at the avoidables. And Luxembourg have been okay, actually. You see, Norway and Sweden both have been giving away more runs by the total of wides, no balls and byes. Those figures are runs given away per 10 overs. Norway, I think that's something that they need to work on as well. This innings, yeah, we had 5 wides and a no ball, so 6 in 6 overs. I think that's something they'd want to cut in half if they're gonna compete with these other top teams. Group A, very, very fascinating group. So we have Group A this week. We've got Group B next week, Group C the following week. Each of these weeks will culminate on a finals Friday, and the top 2 teams on finals Friday of each of the group weeks will go through to the 4th and final championship week, starting the 4th of October. Here is Walid Gori, man of the match in the last match for his half century, but it's a good cricketer, also pretty useful with the ball, isn't he, for Norway?
Very much so. Hey, listen, Harry Potter, he gave me some wrong information, you know.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he needs to change his wand. He needs to get another one. There's nothing wrong with Raza Iqbal. I was having a chat with him and I said, so how's the hamstring? Is it healing? And he gave me a strange look. I said, there's nothing wrong with my hamstring.
That's not like Michael.
No.
He's normally spot on.
In the air, but safe, and the ball is going to get to the boundary. 4 more runs. But that's what all the boundaries seem to be coming in that area. This is 4 more, and that's healthy. That's what they need. They just need to keep finding these boundaries from somewhere, a couple and over from here now, as well as keeping these singles going. And they at least will put a testing and challenging score on the board.
Yeah, so I can't believe Michael's come back with fake news.
Fake news,
fake injury. Raza Iqbal.
And this one, I think, has come off the pads. It's going to be 4 leg byes, I believe. Yes, it is. And that's 4 more runs. Acceleration starting to come at the right time. This is what they need to do. Bienvenidos a España. En Cartama, Málaga, durante un mes tenemos 15 equipos jugando para ser campeón de Europa. That's right, 15 European countries. And he's got him. He's played all the way around this one. It wasn't a very good shot. So Pandea, he scores a quick 5 runs and then goes off his 5th delivery as well. Clean bowl.
Yeah, it was a clever one. Just came back, didn't it, at Pandey? Well, half an octopus, as I was calling him. He's got those 4 big tentacles. Unfortunately, he'll end up going pretty close into his innings. Maybe a bit of seam movement back. I think it was a slow ball. I think it's just hits the same position. And that one knocks back the off stump. Luxembourg. They lose a 3rd wicket, 56 for 3. This brings Mohit Dixit to the crease. Man who led the side this morning. Well, hopefully, we'll see a few big hits from the men in red. They certainly are a popular team. Haven't had too much to cheer about so far in this innings, have they? They do have 5 4s and 2 6s, but with that run rate, still just hovering around 8.5, and that's been pretty much what they've been able to go at through the series.
Yeah.
Guys, keep an eye on the score, boys.
Keep an eye on the score. Well, you can hear that. I think you all heard that as well. They want to, they're very keen to try and restrict Luxembourg to as few as possible. Walid Ghouri just making an adjustment in the field. So he's brought the man that was on the leg side boundary up and sent fine leg back on the boundary. Good ball, first up to the new batsman, to Dixit. Right up there in the block hole. Too much you could do with that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, you want to come out, you want to play shots, that's what you need to do, but also you need to have the proficiency to do so. No one likes getting out early, so let's see what Dixit can offer. Tagori's last delivery.
Well bowled. That's the end of the over. And we're just pooling along. They are picking up the odd boundary here or there, but 56 is the score. 18 balls to go, and really they need to be looking, for me, at least get into the 80s. I mean, Grady Hades, like you said, well, that's what we saw the match before. So
right.
What a thriller that was.
Yeah, 4 and the 4-leg wise of that over. Just a reminder, you can join us on the live chat on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's a great place to keep up to date with what's happening, and got some lively discussion in there. Thank you to everybody that contributes. You can actually ask us questions to me, Vinny, or Rico, or Michael when he comes back, and we'll try and give you the good info. Still surprised that Michael came back with a fake injury. Not fake, but
injury. Well, he's had a few fake injuries as well himself, hasn't he?
Maybe just told Michael he was injured to get some sympathy, and then when you've gone, he's going, nah, actually, I'm completely fine.
Well, look, here he is, the man we're talking about. And starts well. Well, look, there's nothing wrong with his hamstring there, is he?
Looks fine to me.
He's running back to his mark as well. Michael, wait till you get back. Harry Potter, I said, he needs to get another wand. This one's not out of action now. It will be when he comes back here.
Isn't Michael great?
Snapped it in half.
Isn't Michael great at getting all the information, though? He knows everything about these teams. It's a lot of work, and it shows.
Wide ball
Great
given.
keeping. It's a wide, but, I mean, that's great keeping from Iftikhar. We've seen some excellent wicket keeping this series. That's a tough one, because the batsman's basically trying to put a hole in you. You can't even see it.
Up in the air. Should stop it, and he does. Gets the hand outstretched. Needs a bit of help getting the throw in, and it's been darted in. Well, what an arm that is. Good work there between the two.
Once again, fielding. You know, and wicket keeping count that one as well. With basically save 4. I think most of the time that would go 4. This one, it's another really good save on the boundary. Good work.
Catch it, it's a shot, but they're not even going to stop it. That's 4. Through the gap, through those two fielders, 4 more. Well, he's peppered that straight. And talk about peppered. Let's talk about our lunch today, courtesy of our official food partner, Purple Pepper. Thank you very much, guys. It was a nice bit of lunch today. Nice bit of biryani.
I've got to tell you, the Spanish team and all the Spanish supporters, I got a big ovation because they thought that me wearing the Spanish colours today was the difference. They said that was worth a couple of runs, and we only won by 1. That was pretty popular down there.
There you go. You see, it's paid dividend. This one's a big hoik and nothing. They're just doing that so you don't say anything nasty about them. They know what you like.
Oh, it worked. We had a lovely lunch, though. Thanks, guys, at Purple Pepper.
And, ooh.
Rinse and repeat into the over. And Luxembourg, after 8, they're 64 for 3.
Yeah,
high there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was too high, and no real appeal either there from Razak Iqbal. A lovely guy, Razak. I met him for the first time. Graffield had many a conversation with him, and he came to me in the break. He heard somebody say, good comeback, Razak Iqbal. Well, it is, and that's the reason why he hasn't been bowling. He said after the 1 over I did bowl, where I did get peppered all over the place, talking about Purple Pepper. He said, I didn't fancy it. He said, but I will. And I said to him, well, look, the last game, you had a perfect opportunity with so many runs on the board. Well, he's come on here now, and I think that's important.
Yeah.
He's bowled, it was tidy, it's good. So if he feels there's a situation where he can come on to bowl again, he needs to take the pace of the ball, he knows that he's ready, he's got his line right again.
And when you're the captain, Razak Iqbal can go, okay, you go. Yeah. You've got all the power, don't you? Here's Biffy Bart with some of his spinners.
And just has hit the toe end of the bat. And, well, it looked like he did want to go for the bowler, and then he darted back and thought, okay. So the wicket keeper.
It's right off the end, look, straight off the end of the bat. And he was looking for it, wasn't he, Oscar? He didn't find it.
Good line start, good
extraordinary bit of bat on ball contact.
This goes to fine leg. Well, they're not making life easier for Ifika, the wicket keeper. They're throwing it in at all angles, but he's still getting there. quality keeper. We've seen some excellent keeping, haven't
We really
in this
have.
championship so far. And what, we're only in day 3?
Yeah. And this is only first 5 teams of 15 that we'll see. That's what's so exciting as well, Rico.
And the third man, he watches the bounce and the spin pretty well.
Smart. Again, just a higher level of cricket. You can tell across the board. I know we've had almost 750 matches in the Fancode European Cricket Series this year, which is club level competition in Europe, and this is a cut above best of the best in Europe. As this next one is in the air, and it's going to be taken. So Dixit just couldn't get any production, could he? He went after this length delivery. If he times it, I think it disappears into Jurassic Park. But he didn't. It was a simple catch. And Luxembourg just losing their way here in the 9th over. Dixit goes for 2. It's 67 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch taken by Niazi. That was quite straightforward and simple for him. So, well, I think it's just trying to get the boundaries that they need to try and accelerate and get to the 80s that we're talking about, which gives them something to bowl at least. You've seen Spain defend that score in the 80s, 87. And, well, if they can get to that, at least it gives them something, get some hope. But Norway, well, they've had to fight back hard, haven't they? They didn't have the best of starts. I said before that they didn't have the rub of the green in a lot of the matches they've had. They didn't have the best of weather yesterday as well. But they come back strong. Emphatic win against the team that hadn't lost so far in Group A, Belgium. And now looking to make it 2 out of 2 here today. Could be another, and it is. And that's 2 and 2. So Puri, well, this time he has been fried. He goes first ball. So Puri has to make his way back. So, well, Bart, how about that? He's got a ball to come. Could be a hat-trick.
2 times the full tosses. Good and bad. This is a good one. You know why it's good?
Why is it good?
Because it got mishit. And if it got hit out of the ground, that's a bad one. But it's actually the same ball. Puri, he'll be kicking himself, won't he? But he's got to go. Look, once again, you see the rule, don't we, with the batsmen. Even if they've crossed, they've got to go back to the original ends. It means new batsman Puri was on strike. He goes first ball, 67 for 5. And could we have our first hat-trick ever in T10 international cricket? Prithvi Bhatt has that opportunity. And he has 1 ball remaining in his spell, but it could be a memorable one.
Could be very memorable. Could this be the first one of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship? This is all about making these European national cricketers' dreams come true. Well, this could be a dream come true. Bart, ready to bowl his hat-trick ball. Takes his time. Here we go. And nicely played there by Ukwal. Well, he's bowled pretty well. He's done the job. And this is all about, I think, experimenting as well from Raza Iqbal. He knows that he needs to get another slower bowler in the frame. He's bowled an over himself. I think Bart there as well. And that will help Norway because when they've got those pace bowlers opening up, the time is an issue. We've seen that a few times. They've run close. So having somebody like Bart and Iqbal himself as well, bowling quickly, 2 quick overs, quickly gets them back on track.
Yeah, true. Well, Michael Dowd in the chat saying, well, shirt number 1, that was Puri. 1 ball, 1 wicket. So number 1. We didn't score 1 run, did he?
No.
1 less than that. But I think it's a good point you make about getting through the overs. Maybe you do have to start the 10th over before the 40-minute mark. There are some allowances, for example, for wickets and for unavoidable interruptions. 1 over from Bart. He'll only get the 1, 2 for 3. Last overtime.
Oh, does get bad onto it, just bounces kindly for the wicket keeper. Ifika makes the stop, no run. 5 balls to come.
So we're really enjoying this tournament. The fact that we do get to see so many countries. I like it it's 5 at a time because you really get to know the teams, don't you? Of course, we've got a new group of teams next week in Group B. Oh, so close to the helmet.
That was very close to being 5 runs there, wasn't it?
He's looking pretty relieved, isn't he? Sahal Iftikhar. Tell you what, might have needed to put the helmet on if this goes on because he wouldn't have been very popular with his teammates. have a look at this. How close did this go? Oh. Yeah. Anyway, all's well that ends well.
Short again and wide again. And this time, he hits it the other way, saying, I'll take it away from the helmet. So another wide. Another one that goes on the board. So the score is creeping up to the 70s. Still 5 deliveries to come in the over. Yeah, that was very wide. He did well if you got to get to that, the wicketkeeper.
Can they just find another 10 or 11 runs from nowhere? I'd like to see him get to 81 here. Set something in the 80s.
Gets a bit of bat onto this, but not enough to get it past the fielder. You know, all this time, we've forgotten that young Oscar Whiteman. He's still there.
He's still there.
He hasn't had hardly any of the strike. I mean, he opened the innings and he's only had 16 deliveries.
There's been 55 balls in the innings, and he's faced 16 of them. So he's 39. Have been anybody else.
That's pretty full. Asking the question, and it's been given out.
Umpire having a good hard think about it. I think let's have a look on the replay. Now this one, it's all about where it pitches for me.
I don't know about that one. I mean, the umpire's in the right position, of course. Looking at it first up, I think it's probably going to go on to miss leg stick.
Yeah, it's all about where this ball bounces, isn't it? Gee. Yeah, for me, I have to say, as fractionally an umpire, he originally was thinking about it, and then he decided, yep, you're on your way. But anyway, some more time in the middle for Oscar Whiteman. Makes a runnable 17. The score is 71 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did well. He hung around there for a while. And he'll be disappointed. Look back at that, and that's nice. It gets the acknowledgement from Papa. That's good. Father says, yeah, well done, son. You did all right there. You did all right.
Hey, Dad, haven't seen you in a while. Sorry for, they actually put on 24 for the second wicket. And Luxembourg again, it's the same old story. It's just doesn't seem enough runs. Well, there he is, Tony.
Give us a wave, Tony. Come on, give us a wave. Give us a thumbs up.
Too late. Back to the game.
Back to the game, Niazi. Well, he's given plenty of thumbs up. He's bowling really well, and that's another good delivery. Just missing by centimetres, full. Aiming, darting it into the off stump.
Yeah, it was fast, full delivery. This is what, no, look at the footwork, backing away. I mean, it's low percentage, I think. If anything go the other way, look, if you get LBW, get LBW. But if you're not LBW, maybe it sneaks away for 4 behind the wicket. Means also you get that wide if the ball does miss the leg stump. 2 to come, though. 71 on the board.
Slower, straighter as well. I was hoping that the batsman was going to miss it. Doesn't. Kumar gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, sorry. Seen some really good bowling, though, from Norway. They're a team, I know the highest ranked team as far as the ICC T20 international rankings go, but they didn't win a game in day 1 or day 2. Came out, they beat Belgium, who were previously undefeated earlier today, and now it does seem like they're doing a number on Luxembourg. This really throws this top 4 wide open for me, Luxembourg. I mean, I think they're going to struggle from here, but still.
He's up in the air, tries to catch it. He's sort of run all the way around this, but he still gets there. Easily taken. Walid Ghouri takes the catch. And it's another wicket going in the very last ball of the inning. So 7 down with the score on 72. And Norway, as you said, Vinny, bowled very well, and will believe that they've done and put in the hard work in the field to set themselves up for what should be a straightforward victory for them.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, cricket's a funny game, though, and we know that at Luxembourg, they do field really well, don't they? They've got some very, very good fielders. If their bowlers can perform, maybe some calculated gambles at Harpal, maybe he can pick up a wicket or 2, then maybe they can make a game of this. But yeah, on the surface, you would say there's going to be hard work all uphill. Well, they decided to send Oscar Whiteman to the top of the order to partner Martin. And there's the umpires, Adnan and Shub. Everyone was ready to go. And, well then, it was a bit of fight for your life here. Because you got a good look at this one, because it would have hit him between the eyes, Rico. Next minute, it was out of the ground. Once again, we saw Vinay Ravi just struggling with his footing. But although we saw some nice strokes, and amongst it there were plenty of wickets, and Luxembourg never really got going in this innings, did they, on the way to this score of 72?
Yeah, and I'm liking that, father and son there. But this, well, he was liking it for a moment, saying, yeah, I've got it. It was spectacular. But his right foot went over the line, and then he started liking that. He said, yeah, it is a 6. Well, first he knocked him down, then he knocked him over. That's what it's all about. That was good bowling there. And, well, once Tony Whiteman was gone, then they were always going to struggle, especially when they didn't have their other Roshan Vishwanath playing. And it was always going to be hard work for them to get to around about the 100 mark. That's where they would have liked to have got to, and they fell pretty short on that. But the catching was very good, you have to say, catching and fielding. This one, the umpire and man took his time and decided, yeah, I've got to give him out. Well, he had smiles on his face, especially when his sons came in. And in the son did pretty well, batted all the way through the innings. Didn't get much of the strike, though, it has to be said. Right at the end, it was a valiant effort from Luxembourg, but once again, it just fell, probably for me, about 25, 30 runs short where they want to be, especially against a Norway team that are very much on the high. Looking at that scorecard, look, the first 3 batsmen, and we keep saying the first 3 batsmen are the key. Thomas Martin, 13 of 12. Oscar Whiteman, 17 of 17 balls. Tony Whiteman, his father, 18 of 14. And after that, really, nobody else could get the big hits in. They couldn't really pick the tempo up. And hence, because of that, just finishing on 72 for 7 at the end of their innings. Well, the bowling there, and once again, I think Raza Iqbal took the opportunity to try out a few bowlers. He even gave himself a bowl, and he bowled pretty well, just conceding 8 runs. But again, the pick of the bowlers for me there, Niazi, what a bowler he is. He's got pace, he varies the line very well, got a very lethal short ball, and he can follow it up by a good Yorker length delivery as well. And don't forget Privit Bhatt as well. He took 2 wickets in his 1 over. He was on a hat-trick. So good work done by Norway, but they need to follow it up. And one of the things I think Raza Iqbal, and if I know him really well, what he'll be saying to his guys, he'll be saying, don't think because it's a low score that this match is over. And what he will be doing is he'll be saying, if you think that's the case, we'll look back to the match before this one. Look what happened there when Spain only scored 87 and were all out the last ball. And Sweden would have fancied getting there. They didn't. They lost by 1 run. So he will be taking nothing for granted. It's a funny old game, this cricket. So the mid-inning summary, Luxembourg have made 72 for 7. I'm Rico Full, and I'm here with Mr. Maximo. And we'll be right back in just under 10 minutes time to resume with this match number 14. Hasta pronto! Hola, bienvenidos en el campo de cricket aquí en Cartama. Eso es donde está ahí este torneo excepcional, de torneo internacional de cricket. Eso es de Dream11 European Cricket Championship, de primero en el mundo. We are in Andalusia, Spain. Welcome back, everyone. And the host city of Malaga, best known as the capital of the Costa del Sol, and also Picasso's birthplace. It's a city of sunshine and beaches, fantastic museums, a destination where delicious food comes at surprisingly affordable prices. But there turns out to be a lot more to Spain's 6th largest city. It is also the home of the first ever, that's right, the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. This match between Luxembourg and Norway, well, most people will believe that Norway should knock these runs off pretty easily, but let me tell you, anything can happen. And if you watched, and of course you did, the host nation play the last match where they only scored 87, most people thought that Sweden was going to knock those off pretty easily. It was not to be. Spain held on to a thriller and won by 1 run. Vamos a España. Muy bien, chicos. Felicidades de equipo de España, eh? Well, this one, Luxembourg, they've got it all to do. They are, as they say, better in the field. They do believe that that's where their strength is. But they have to be at their best. And one man who's going to try and finish this off pretty quickly, because that's just basically the way he plays, is the captain of Norway, Razak Iqbal. He's joined out there by Ahmed. Ahmed has also played some marvellous innings. And between them, they want to get a good start in, at least a good power play, take advantage of the situation where only 2 men are allowed outside the 30-yard ring. And at the moment, those 2 men are both on the offside. Long off is all the way back. Well, pardon me, he's the left-hander, so long on is back, and also the mid-wicket. So both men are on the leg side to Razak Iqbal. Akwar to bowl. They need something special. Here's the first delivery, and well, that's not very special. That's ended up off the pitch completely, and therefore called a no ball. So no official delivery bowled. 1 run on the board, and this will be a free hit. And they need things to go right here if they're to have any chance. Akulwa, free hit delivery, and he does well. So he says skip. Yep, it was a baton, but look, I've got a dot ball in to follow it up with, so no real damage done. Fuller, and this is gone aerial, it's gone a long way. Balle, well, that's another one that's gone into the bar. And this kookaburra is thirsty today. Yes, the sun is out. It's feeling hot, 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 as it orders a pint. A pint of Victoria, please, he says. Well, that's a lovely shot. Taking one hand off the bat as well. That's huge. And that's what this man can do. Hits them big. 6 are the best. Something to think about for the bowler first, something to think about for the umpire. Bashub just examines the ball, says, yep, it hasn't had too much to drink. It should be okay to carry on. Akulwa. This is wide, and it is chased after. I think if that was left alone, it would have been wide. But gets a toe end of the bat onto it. Good work from the man there at third man. Good stop. Yeah, this was definitely a big wide. And the fielder does well, diving, getting dirty for his team, stopping the ball, going to the boundary, just the 1 run. So a chance now for Ahmed to face his first delivery. Hit pretty hard and well stopped. Single taken, 2 more to come. in this, the first over. Score 9. Oh, this one, unfortunately, not only does it get through the batsman, gets through the wicketkeeper as well. It's not able to stop that. And Kuma would have expected to do better there. And one ball to come as we welcome back into the commentary booth Mr. Maximo himself, looking dashing in these Spanish colours.
Yeah, I told you, it's been lucky for them today. Spain winning both matches. You've got a spring in your step, don't you, Rico?
Very much so, probably because of this mat that I'm standing on. And this one's gone through again. And well, what's the umpire going to give here? And he's given the wide, so that's going to be 5 runs. And this is the complete opposite to what they needed. Well, the slip is in place, but this goes between the wicketkeeper and the slip.
Well, I didn't know if Tony Whiteman was lost when I saw him at leg slip in the first over. It'd be a miracle if he was able to hold on to one. Edges normally fly a long way. Last ball of the over, hopefully.
Worked away on the onside, chase is on, will they get there? Well, Singh is giving it a chase, but it's in vain. Now he's got to stop himself going into the slate. Get out of there quick! 4 more. And this is, well, not the start they wanted. 19, no, 19 of the first without loss. Look, I have to say thank you to Michael because he knows that I like to always be upstanding when I'm doing my commentary, and he's bought this lovely mat for me. It's very nice. It's like jumping around on the mattress.
It's an inch taller as well.
Makes me maybe that's the other thing as well, isn't it?
Anyway, yeah, almost a magical first over. We do call them magical, don't we? On ECN, if they're 20 or more. We call them supersonic if they're 30 or more. We have seen it.
We
a
have
couple
seen
of supersonic overs, haven't we? The highest over we've seen so far is 31. Sami Romani, I want to remember that one. Sweden, we will see them in the last match of the day against Belgium. First time that those two teams have met in the series. I think it'll be a really spicy encounter because both those teams, they performed well early in the week, but they both lost their first games today. So one of them's going to go 0 for 2 on day 3.
This is going to be another extra. And one of the things that I know that you were sharing with the viewers earlier was the unavoidables. And you can see that Luxembourg, that's another area where they've struggled. Not only have they not scored too many runs when they batted, but they also have given away too many unavoidables. Dingra, well, he's gone from the leg side now, overcompensates, and that's a big wide on the offside. Just struggling with his line, just got to get his radar right here.
So Luxembourg, they want to get one too early. I do like their work in the field. They've got some characters in there. They got the half an octopus, Poundé, down the ground. See if he can wrap his tentacles around one. Dilshad too is a pretty good fielder.
Oh, that's very well bowled. And asking the question, and there certainly was some noise here, but I think it was just the sound of bat hitting the ground. Let's have a look here. Oof, yeah, that's gone right through his legs.
Through the legs. It's a good party trick. He couldn't get the bat to it because his leg was in the way. Hey, Raza Iqbal, fully fit according to the latest news. He's been upgraded from injured to not injured. Under run a ball now.
This is going to be wide, and this over, just not getting his line right. Dingra here, and this is painful to watch because just one of those that you go through these little periods of time sometimes as a bowler where you just can't get it where you're trying to, and then the pressure becomes more and more, especially when it's all happening on the big stage. It doesn't get any bigger than this. And this one, he gets it right. Thought he was in for the hunt here for a cordon bowled. Gets a dive in, just gets dirty. Goes through for a single now. He's got to adjust his line for the right-hander. So his troubles are not over.
Yeah, I mean, Taranjit Singh's just popped into the chat from Romania. Good to see some of the other international players popping into our live chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
It's a lovely played shot. There is a fielder there, and he's done very well. But look, that tells you how hard that was hit. That's hit the octopus, and it's gone a long way. It's gone all the way along the ground to acquire. That's a good stop. It takes something special to meet him.
Maybe he's a concrete octopus because it's bounced off a long way, but that's when you got so much surface area in the legs. And occasionally you are bound to get lucky.
He's just making sure he's okay there. He said, yeah, come on, carry on. That's only one leg. I've got 8 of them.
It's half an octopus. It's got 4 limbs.
That's better delivery, better line. And in comes the throw. Well, we saw him do a superb bit of fielding earlier today with the direct hit, but not this time. And Harpal Singh gets the throw in. You can see there's a little bit of tension around the ground. There's a little bit of excitement.
That's his zone though, Harpal. It was a little bit of magic from him that started things off.
Yeah.
The earlier game against Spain, wasn't it? A run out from that position, hitting one stump.
More chasing to do. This one won't go to the boundary. Well, a bit of a... I don't know if that was a fake slide or what there, but he does get the ball, gets the throw in. Now the excitement and the tension because everybody is waiting for Harpal Singh to come back on. They've seen him do the fielding.
Tell you what, he's a ratings hit. Harpal Singh, you know something's going to happen when he bowls. They put him in the 3rd over last time in the power play.
So that was pretty full, and the batsman's missed out on that Ahmed. That full toss, wasn't able to get it away. And this over, it was a long one, and it was a painful one. That doesn't go for too many in hindsight. 9 runs off it, and the score moves on to 28 without loss of 2 overs.
So a really comfortable start. Just a reminder, join the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, just like Taranjit Singh is at the moment. And hello, Taran. Hope you're very, very well, and all the best to your family as well. Looking forward to seeing you and your Romanian teammates next week.
Yeah.
See you over the weekend. And, so many familiar faces, actually, not just from Romania, but we've got Austria, we've got Portugal in that group, Hungary, and then Netherlands, where we were recently. Netherlands, pretty much an A team because they're
Back in shot, and well, I think that's 6 runs. I'm sure that's gone straight onto the rope. Well, hang on a minute, what's happened here?
Now, what happened here? This has saved him 6. I mean, I think it might be, for some reason, dead ball's been called. So I'm not sure why, but I think there might have been a distraction, and so the umpire immediately called dead ball. I'd like to know why. I tell you, if the batting team wouldn't be very impressed.
I think it wasn't called straight away. I mean, obviously we can't see square leg.
Verbally straight away. You see, I don't know if we can see the umpire shoot in the background. See there. See, there was a distraction. So he calls dead ball, then he signals it because he can't signal. And I guess that's to protect the batsman. It was the bowler that ended up getting protected. That would have been 6 instead. That one will be re-bowled.
And this has been hoiked up in the air, and Singh is after it. Where's it going to land? Well, the other side of the rope. That's 6 more. So in the end, well, it was a dead ball, but it was meant to be.
All right, I see you 6 down the ground, but we're going to scrub that from the books. And if you're that good, do it again. So he does, but he does it in another area. That one just helped away. It was outside the leg stump. I'll tell you what, it would be amazing. Imagine if that was the last ball of the game or something you needed 6 to win. We might have had call security, but regardless.
And this one looks like he's going to the boundary as well. Fielder coming across, gets the big stride in and the slide. Good work there, well done. Good bit of work on the fielder, Raju Akalwar.
Here we're talking about the countries, and there are the groups. You see, we are in the middle of Group A at the moment. These 5 countries we're all very familiar with now, but next week, Netherlands, Austria, Romania, Portugal and Hungary. Then Group C, how about that group? Group of death, I think. England, Italy, Germany, Finland and the Czech Republic. So the top 2 from each of those groups will go through to week 4 of the championship week.
Cleverly played, just chips it away, 4 runs. This is a really nice shot. This is elegant, this is classy. And, well, this is all about getting yourself into the right position. A little bit too short from the bowler, but still had a lot to do. Just negotiates the way. You see, a lot of batsmen would have just swung at that and in hope. He just takes his time, gets his footing right. Very intelligent cricketer.
Yeah, for sure.
And that was Gandhi. Gandhi ball sagi. Lag gaya choka. Well, that was halfway down the track. That was a gift. And the only thing he got away with, it went for 4, not 6. And, well, they need wickets and they need him quickly.
That bounced off stronger on the fence. And, well, that fence might need to be stronger because that one always went past it. That was, I think it was an attempted slow ball gone wrong. Reynolds asking about the England team in Group C. Well, it's a team of England's best amateurs. So England, I know the whole Brexit thing, but they still are a part of Europe geographically. So they're in the tournament.
Hit hard, and well, it was a slow motion drive. I think that Harper will catch up with it. There he goes. Well, that's Alu Pronta power for you. The acceleration was exquisite. Yeah, good stop there indeed. And doesn't give up, does he? He's always chasing. Look, that's really good from him. He started going even before that ball gone past the fielder. And that's nice great work there.
Really good work. Such an entertaining cricketer to watch. So Trivedi's gone for 17. Last ball of his over.
This one's going to be called a wide. Again, that slower delivery. The extras are hurting as well. You know, you haven't got a lot of runs on the board, and when you haven't got too many on the board, the bowling has got to be spot on. And extras, that moves up to 11 extras.
Yeah, well, they've actually been not too bad, Luxembourg, in the series so far, but I agree there's been a few too many of them this time, haven't there?
Short and absolutely clubbed away. That is big. Oh, well, that's not the keg over off the beer. Stop it leaking everywhere. We want some afterwards. 6 runs. What a hit.
Well, number 46, please. Your nachos are ready. And there's a kookaburra on top. This one's gone miles. That sent him scrambling in the fan tent. Maximo time. And after 3 overs, the 50's up already for Norway. It's 52 for no loss.
Oh, that was a massive hit there. And if ever there was a Bizaway Super 6, that was it. And all the way. For one moment there, I thought that was going to go all the way over to 10. I tell you what, the biggest one so far has to be that one in the match before this one with Awais Ahmed hitting it. It went right away over the trees. That was huge.
Yeah, that was smashed, wasn't it? And well, we're not going to see Hapal just yet. I'm a bit worried if we don't see him soon. Might run out of time, but Sambhav Puri is going to bowl over number 4 into the power play, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forward.
Played away, this man out there, and it is Harper. Well, maybe he's not bowling because he's running so much. He's out of breath. He's thinking, give me a chance, I need a breather. I can't come on a bowl after you make me run around all over the place.
That's true. Does give 100% though. A huge fan. He's got plenty of fans out there as well. Most of the Luxembourg team, because the way they go about their cricket, of course. I mean, been outgunned a bit in this series so far, but still, they're really enjoying their experience.
Doesn't quite get hold of this. It's one bounce into the fielder. Here comes the throw. Keep it to 1. Did you have your pufito this morning?
Tell me more.
Pitufo.
This morning?
Pitufo. You know what pitufo is? Smurf. It's called a Smurf, and it literally is a roll that you have for breakfast. Didn't you have for breakfast this morning?
Deliver me one.
Ah, come on. What's going on? This one's going all the way, and it's 6 runs. Shaka Lagia. Well, there's nothing small about that. That's big. It's gone all the way. Yeah, Pitufu literally translates to Smurf. And the locals give it a special name. It's a bread roll. It's normally eaten at breakfast. You can get it with various fillings. Had a nice one with a bit of salmon in this morning. I think me and you are going to 2 completely different places for our breakfast.
Back to that in a second. This next one is in the air, and I think it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Norway looking to do this by the end of the fourth. This is a big win now. They're going to go up to 66, and we're only 3.4 overs in. Oh, giant ice cube, even that might melt soon, because this is really hot stuff from the Norwegian. They've come to play here on day 3, and looks like they're going to go 2 for 2 and do it comprehensively.
Yeah, and the good thing about this is, though they made a slow start, a good victory here like this one, and the one before against Belgium. The net run rate is looking pretty good here as well. Puri just waited on this. Oh, the timing is exquisite. That's 4 more. What a lovely shot that is, and that takes him to 70. What? This is just perfect. The timing here. I mean, he's shown us that he can hit it hard and he can hit it big, but he also shows us it's not only about hitting hard, it's about placement and timing as well. This was a beautiful shot.
Oh, got one ball. So, Puri having a bit of a rough time at this game, to say the least. He's gone for 18. 3 to win now.
And that one could be close. If that's straight, he's got to go. And the nod from the umpire, Adnan, and he says, yep, you have got to go. And, well, the batsman doesn't look too happy about it as he walks away. I'm not sure if he's giving the umpire the dirty look or he's trying to say something to the non-striker here. Yeah, I think that's yeah. Look, I think his favourite fruit, Ahmed's, has got to be plum. Or least favourite, because that was plum. He's got to go.
Well, yeah, for me, it's all about the seam movement. See, it hits the seam, comes back. He's playing in front to get himself in a bit of a muddle. So, well, consolation wicket. And it's nice to see Luxembourg get one. Puri breaks through after a bit of a tough over. 70 for 1 after 4 overs. And Gori comes out to the middle.
Yeah, he's batted well there. Ahmed is 33 off just 13 deliveries.
Just a reminder, Rico, we do have more cricket coming up. We have one more match today. It'll be match 15 on the calendar. Final match of match 3, and it's Belgium versus Sweden, 2 teams that haven't played yet in the series. Sweden won the toss. They elected to bat first. Remember, they lost chasing to your guys, Spain, just by the single run in their last appearance. Belgium also, they lost to Norway, their first loss of the series earlier today. So Sweden, they're mid-table. With Sweden, they wouldn't want to go 2 and 3. Both these teams, this is going to be a great game. They are going to be desperate for a victory. No one likes to go away from a day of the ECC empty-handed. Yeah. One of those teams, they will. Well, here's Harapal. We'll get a good picture of him now, because this might not last too long. 3 to win.
And, well, this one keeps it to 1. So what that means is that the new batsman will go and strike, Walid Ghouri. But he's a very accomplished batsman. He batted really well, didn't he, in that victory against Belgium.
Yeah, sure did. It's Luxembourg haven't had too much to cheer about today, have they? Hard day at the office for them. This will bring Norway within 2 runs of the victory.
34 of 17 he scored, Ghouri, and he is to face his first ball. And he's hit this pretty well. Fielder should keep it tidy to a 1. He does. In comes the throw. So 2 singles on the first 2 balls. Scores now tied, so single required for what will be another victory for Norway, and well, it puts their intentions right back on track.
I've got to say, I want to give a big thank you to everyone who's been tuning in from all around the world. Scores tied.
And this one should do it, and that's it. It goes for 4. A desperate dive there from the fielder, and well, a satisfying win for Norway. Things didn't start their way. They weren't having luck. They were ending up on the wrong side of the results that they wanted. They needed to come back here strong today, and they've done exactly that and been led well in this match by their captain, Razak Iqbal. And Luxembourg still chasing their first victory, and trying hard, giving it 100%. But this time, even though the bowling discipline of the match is their strongest, they weren't at their best, it has to be said. Gave too many extras, bowled too many bad balls, and they still fought hard though, but in the end they just could not contain the batting of Norway. As we see some lovely, delightful shots. It wasn't all about power, it was about placement as well, and timing.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a bit of an exhibition, wasn't it? Norway, they promised so much, but remember, they never even played a T10 before Monday. So even though they're very talented, I was always expecting them to take a little bit of time to adjust to the format. They got within 4 runs of Sweden in their opening encounter, but they've been improving. Luxembourg, well, they've been improving too, and that was an improvement for Puri. He got 1 highlight, so he did get the 1 wicket in the end, didn't he? But in the end, it was a fairly comfortable victory, you'd have to say, for Norway. And they won with a massive 5.5 overs to spare, 33 balls to spare. And Raza Iqbal walks off with 31 not out. And the openers doing most of the heavy lifting. Kiza Ahmed went late for 33. This game was never really in doubt, was it? And Luxembourg, they needed early wickets, and well, they needed a miracle, really, you'd have to say. And not helping was the 11 avoidables in there. 9 wide, a bye and a no ball. That's it, you can see there the openers, 31 and 33 respectively. And Norway, they can go back on the bus home, and they'll be very, very happy with their day's work, winning this game in the 5th over. And I know, before we get to the bowling figures, you'll be in here with Michael McCann for the last game. One's coming up in around about 40 minutes, so a bit of an extended break. Look at the bowling figures. Well, Puri, he was the one that got the wicket. 1 for 18 off his over. Dingra, not a bad bowler at all. He's been okay during the series. Up for 9, Harpal, well, he survived to a 3rd ball of his initial over before the winning runs were scored. So there's the summary of this match, a fairly one-sided one in match 14. Contrasting the last game, match 13, where only a single run was the difference between the two teams. Join us for match 15. The last match of day 3. We'll see 2 more teams without a win today going head-to-head. It'll be Belgium versus Sweden. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu along with Rico Poole. We'll see you soon for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
This is how we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
Hi and welcome back to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. All this action today, 5 matches today. It's almost too hot to handle. We're going into match 15, the final match of day 3. And these two teams, they haven't met in the series as yet. It's Belgium versus Sweden. Let's go over to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with two captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails.
What would you like to do?
First. Okay.
So it's Sweden that win the toss and they'll bat first. That means they won't have to chase again. Remember, they played that game against Spain earlier today. It was so close, 87 to 86. And the captain himself, Abhijit Venkatesh, he batted very well, but just got out at a crucial moment. So Sweden, they will be batting first. Let's see if they can get a bit more out of their top 3. Sher Ali looked a little bit out of form, but Rahul Khan, Azam Khalil, they certainly have a lot of weapons at the top of the order. But let's talk about Belgium. They were 4-0, lost their first game of the series to Norway earlier today. And look, they've got some firepower at the top of the order. But for me, Shagarai Safat, I think he'll be a useful cricketer with the ball. He can move in the power play. He bowls fast. Also, have that catch. It's an early contender for catch of the tournament. So Sweden won the toss. They'll bat first. Over to my commentary partners in the box. It's Rico Full and Michael McCann to take you into game 15.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And for the final time of day 3, welcome back to the glorious Cartama Oval. Doesn't look so much better when the sun is shining as it's done today, with a bit of cloud cover around as well, in comparison to the unfortunate rain we had yesterday that saw us lose a couple of matches. And frankly, it was a miraculous effort from everybody on the ground that we actually managed to get 3 games in. But our attention turns to this particular match, match number 15 of this competition that is going by in the blink of an eye. But before we get on to match 15, that was a little glimpse at a match between some of the more junior members of the European cricket community going on the outfield. But now, as we move back to the international game, we take a look at your team sheets for this one. Sweden winning the toss and electing to bat first. This is a crucial game in pursuit of a top 2 spot for these sides. Belgium with 4 wins thus far, as we see Finny Sandhu just deciding to sledge the 7-year-old who's about to face him there. And then bowling with a sidearm and being absolutely smashed through long on. He's going to be very disappointed about that. I know he prides himself on giving kids a tough upbringing in cricket, and I think that's it's not too much of a stereotype to say that that is something of the Australian in him. As we turn our focus back to this game, which brings Sher Ali Chowdhury and Rahul Khan to the crease once more for Sweden. And as was mentioned at the coin toss, they've been a touch out of form in their earlier match today against Spain, where they needed a modest 88 to win, but fell short. Opening the bowling for Belgium, Murad Akrami. And your European Cricket Network commentators for this one, Michael McCann, and alongside me, to my delight, Rico.
Hello, Michael. Hello to our global cricket family. We're just seeing a little bit more Mr. Maximo there. But loving the fact that kids are here and enjoying not just watching the cricket, but also playing the cricket. This one was hit for big. That's a Maximo itself. Maximo gets hit for a Maximo. Yes, we get ready for the start of this match.
Rahul Khan to face the first ball. And it is spin being used for what I make it to be possibly the first time that spin's bowled the first over of a game in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's not a bad start. And could be a run out. Well, I think Rahul Khan has just made it back. Now, these two were not running particularly well between the wickets earlier on today, and it seems like whatever they've been chatting about in the last couple of hours hasn't really resolved the solution, has it?
No, that was bad communication, wasn't it? And he only just got back there. But you're right, yeah, I think, Michael, I don't think we've had a spin start so far. I mean, it was an unusual one. It was sort of like almost a medium pace delivery. It's pretty short. Got away with it. No runs.
Fuller, and just worked away for the first runs of the innings for Sweden, or run to be precise. Rahul Khan off the mark. Bowls a mixture of medium paces that he pushes through, and then more traditional slow left arm orthodox Akrami. Slow left arm turning away from the right hander. Otherwise he'd be a left arm wrist spinner, the rarest of things. Just drifts in. And again, really poor running. Rahul Khan ends up coming halfway down, sent back by Sher Ali, and they're having a bit of an argument about it. Well, it's not a very long way, 22 yards, but right now it looks like different continents out there.
Yeah, they're just not on the same wavelength at the moment, are they? Gets the ball once more.
Just pushed back, an orthodox defensive shot from Sher Ali. I mentioned it in the first over of that run chase against Spain, that they just both looked maybe a touch more casual. I wouldn't accuse them of complacency, but it's definitely in your mind when you're chasing an under par score that you don't maybe need to go like you normally do, and you can back yourself into trouble. That should be a wide and will be a wide, but the spin just taking it outside that blue line.
Yeah, just trying to change the direction slightly. He's bowled wicket to wicket the first few deliveries, trying to get the batsman to have it swing outside the off, but just too wide.
Will just go away for another single. So you would imagine that not just the other 4 teams in Group A, but maybe teams watching on, and I know that they are, from Group B and Group C, will be keeping eager eyes on this. An experiment that's working very well. It's about to say until now, but that gain will only be a single. Well fielded, going round to his right-hand side by the 12th man, Munib Mohammed. So, the end of the first over, and it is a boundaryless first over of the innings, not what Sweden would have wanted, having won the toss and chose to bat. And Ikrami concedes just 4.
Yeah, very tidy over. Look, a lot at stake in this match. Belgium, they would know that if they can get a victory here, they finish the day back on top of Group A. Sweden, well, after that loss to Spain, they know that they need to get back on track, because now Norway are on the same level of points as them. This is getting very exciting, isn't it, in this group?
You've got to stop reading my mind.
I've got to stop. I do this normally with Vinny. Am I doing it with you as well? Look, it's a commentator's thing.
That is the context of this game. And actually, what was interesting is the Sweden players were having to rely on yours truly to explain to them the permutations, whilst your good self and Mr. Sandy were covering that win for Norway over Luxembourg. As the second over starts, and again they've decided to stick with the slower approach, and that is good reactive captaincy, because Fahim Bhatti doesn't necessarily always bowl in the power play for Belgium, but after Ikrami worked well, they thought, well, his slow medium paces might be the trick. Well, now finally the shoulders are opened by Rahul Khan, who hits the first 6 of Sweden's innings. It was just a touch too full in that slot, as modern parlance calls it, and it got sent packing. Yeah, this is a lovely shot. It's probably too short, and plenty of time. The batsman, Khan, to pick it. He picked his spot, hit it clean, went all the way over. That's a nice shot. Yeah, I think what some of the teams have done, they've watched probably what Spain have done. Spain relied on their openers, the quick bowlers first, but found that it's keeping the pace of the ball that has done them the trick. That's what's got them back into form. And I think other teams are probably thinking that's the approach for them as well. It's just a touch too short, and that's a lovely touch shot. The bash of the 6 from the ball before, but then the guide for 4 from the ball that follows. It's a bit of both from Rahul Khan, and that's a lovely piece of batsmanship. Delightful shot, and you're absolutely right. He's showing that not only has he got the power to hit the ball over the top, but he's also got the technique. And as he caresses that one through the gap, 4 run, and it immediately forces a field change. That man now going back on the boundary there, sort of at the backward point area. Nicely bowled and nicely kept as well. Not easy standing up to the stumps to Fahim Bhatti, who is pushing it through a bit more. Good work from Ali Raza behind the sticks. Yeah, been impressed with Ali Raza. He's right up there, I think, with Ois Ahmed, the Spanish wicketkeeper. It's the 2 wicketkeepers that have impressed in this Group A. Down the ground. And just about 6 more. Well, Sweden finally starting to find their strokes. Rahul Khan hits his 2nd maximum off this over. Yes, manos arriba, umpire Stefan Leslie Gooch. 6 runs, put them up in the air.
And this one, a nice shot. Again, it just creates that shot, makes a bit of space for himself, and then levers this over straight. 6 more. Well, they were slow getting going, only 4 of the first. Well, they're motoring away now. The 20 has come up with the ball to go in the second.
Yeah, they're screeching down the motorway after a bit of a jump start, as we see the Swedish Brains Trust watching on. David Willerman, who is Swedish women's national team coach. Just flicked away by Khan, and that's tight, but Sher Ali Chowdhury just about makes it in, so Khan will keep the strike, which they'll be happy with because he's looking good here. Sweden 21 without loss after 2.
Yeah, it took a while really to get going there, the non-striker, but he does get there. I think a better throw would have been interesting. A direct hit would have been spot on, would have had him. It's nice to see Diana, the European Cricket Network photographer, hard at work. And look, I tell you what, the pictures that Diana takes are absolutely exceptional. She took one early this morning off the ground, and I tell you what, I'm going to put it on my Facebook when I do my Facebook write-up today. It is absolutely astonishing. What a shot it is.
Speaking of shots, that Swedish coaching team watching on, as interestingly they're going back to Ekrami, and why not? His first over went for 4. And that's a horrible delivery that he's really got away with. They get through for 1. You do often see teams sneak in an over of a spinner at the top, but then pull them out. But instead, they're going to be, for my money, I assertively posit the first team in this tournament to actually, well, 2 overs of spin in a power play. Down the ground, lovely looking shot, and picks up a 1 bounce 4, or has he kept that in somehow? Wow, Superman himself diving there. The 12th man, Manif Mohammed. Well, they say when you're 12th man, you've got to try and be useful in the field. If he stopped this is one of the stops of the tournament. Great straight drive from Sher Ali Chowdhury, and he comes out of nowhere.
No, that for me is 4 runs. I was going to say I'd like to see where his feet were there. I think he was outside the field of play when he's not this back. I think this needs to be looked at by the 3rd umpire and probably be called as 4 runs. Well, they seem to. Well, they are on the radio. Yeah, maybe we can see that one more time. And here we go. Look, you have a look at it. Now, just have a look. I think here for sure, definitely his left foot. Yeah, look, that left foot has planted as the ball's been put back. It's a tremendous effort. Take nothing away from it. It really was a brilliant effort, but it ends up being 4-1 there. The right decision given, and that's good work, good teamwork by the umpires and the 3rd umpire there as well.
And brilliant camera work as well from Spring Productions to get that frozen at the moment at which he flicked it back, and umpire Shub signals the change for everything working well there. Swedish dugout pretty happy with things thus far. Goes again down the ground, and this time he'll get 6. Inside out through long off. That is a brilliant shot from Sher Ali, who heads into double figures. And this opening combination, after struggling a bit earlier on today against Spain, is starting to go more of the boom than the tick-tick right now.
They certainly are. Shaka Lage here. Yeah, it's almost like they just needed somebody to go out there and just to change the batteries. They did, put the new ones in, and all of a sudden they're firing again. This is more like it.
It's more what we've come to expect from this pair. Both were 2 of the top run scorers at the ECS in Stockholm a couple of months ago. Oh, he's miscued this one. And it's dropped, not able to be taken by Sheikh Shiraz, the Belgian captain. Well, that is not a man you want to give a life to. And that's exactly what they've just done.
Yeah, I mean, he miscued the shot, and I think the fielder there miscued his positioning, taking the catch, and almost looked like he started to get a slide in there when he didn't really have to. Sort of went with the feet rather than the hands.
Worked away behind square on the offside. That's it. Another good shot from a man who is looking in increasingly good touch. Rahul Khan has 24 off 11, and I did question whether they were trying to get a bit too greedy in bringing Ekrami back. And the experiment's not working in this over.
And that's another one. What a lovely shot that is. And you can see it's all being appreciated now. But they're smiles on their face. There were concerns after the first, but now it's all smiles. It's a lovely shot. Just have a look at this. Just too short, gundy ball, Siggy, and just helps this away, gets himself in good position. And 4 more. The score has raced along here now. 43. Apologies, that's 41. It's the 3. Is the 3 overs gone, so the power play is now out of the way.
So Akrami, as an experiment, was one of 2 halves, shall we say. Just 4 off the first over and 20 off the second. As the Swedish batting dugout watch on, the captain, Abhijit Venkatesh, padded up. I know there's been some feeling that he's dropped himself too low down in the order of points in this tournament. And nearly took his side home against Spain. I would be surprised if he isn't a little bit further up the order this time. Captains sometimes can be reluctant in that regard, as Sefat gets us going outside the power play. Chipped, and he didn't really get all of that. He was very, very early on it, Sher Ali. Just watch here, the bat pushing out in front of the body.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at these overs. 3 overs scored by 3.1. First over 4 runs. The second from Bhatti went for 17. And then the second over of Akrami went for 20.
Comes down the track, and he said it straight to the man, who takes a good diving low catch. Well, that's what you need to break a good opening partnership. 42 for 1. Rahul Khan gone. It's a really good take from Faisal Mahmood out there, because even though this looked to be straight at him, he actually had to dive forward as well. It just maybe didn't quite go as far as it looked it was going, like it was going to. Wasn't the most comfortable catch. Well taken.
No, it was well taken. It looked to me like he was getting himself set to take it, and then realised that he was not quite in the right position. Maybe the ball was starting to dip on him, but he adjusted himself well, and I like the way he took the catch, made sure that when he hit the deck, there was no way that ball was going to come out. So, well, we know all about this man. He's an exciting cricketer. Not only, Michael, is he an exciting cricketer, but Azam Khalik, when I was in Malmo, and he wasn't playing in that one, he played in Stockholm, but he looked after us so well as well indeed.
Certainly did, but just quickly, Rahul Khan, 28 off 13, 3 fours, 2 sixes. That's an excellent contribution from the opener, who's been a consistent threat to opposition bowling attacks at the top of the order. That's how he perished. So a well-judged catch from Faisal Mahmood, and as you rightly said, he was braced for impact. And so out comes Azam Khalil, who smashed 41 off 12 against Norway on Monday morning, but since then has made just 6 runs in the 3 innings that have followed. So he'll want to get back on the horse. He's been getting into a habit of nicking off, because he does like his array of cut shots. This time he'll pull this one to get off the mark. Azam Khalil, who has a pair of honours, one better and one somewhat dubious. He is, as of the match against Spain, the first man to ever take a T10 international fourther, taking 4 for 10. To his misfortune, though, he is also the first man in international T10 cricket to get 2 ducks.
Wow.
It's swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts, yeah, but as long as he performs in one discipline of the match.
Ali goes down the ground, could be out or could be 6. Yeah, it's 6. 5 yards over the head of Aziz Mohammed out there, who's got to fetch it back. And it's a very happy and vocal Swedish batting dugout.
This is a very good shot. Look, he's hitting this off the back foot, and that means you've got to hit it clean, you've got to hit it hard, and you've got the timing and power has to be absolutely right. And he did exactly that, goes right over Azim, the fielder, on the boundary. 6 runs, 6 are the best. They're just keeping that acceleration going. That's what they've got to do. And, well, Safat, he's a good bowler, but he's been taken to town today.
Shorter, too short, and gets the treatment it deserves. Well, that is meat and drink to a player of Sher Ali Chowdhury's quality, and Sweden are past the 50 mark in style.
Yeah, I mean, he is a dangerous bowler, Marcus. That's what I'm saying. We've seen the best of him, but today he's just not been on the top of his game. I mean, you've seen the captain. He's changed things around a bit. Maybe that's why he's gone for spin. just not at his best, and batsmen are liking the ball coming onto the bat. That's one thing that I picked up on, even though we're only in day 3 and it's only Group A. Batsmen are liking the pace on the ball as opposed to the pace taken off it.
Well, of course, as long as you're not swinging the ball prodigiously on an AstroTurf pitch, it's always going to be helpful in terms of having confidence to swing through the line of it. Sher Ali this time can't get that one away. Now that is a very good delivery to Sher Ali Chowdhury, and it's the kind of delivery that Spain bowled a lot of to him. End of the over, 53 for 1 off 4. So you see the Swedish coaching dugout, Rajesh Sharma and David Willerman in charge. I mentioned David Willerman was the Swedish women's coach. They like to have a few different voices contributing, and with John C. Rhodes off on IPL fielding coach commitments, they've got David Willerman here. And one thing I absolutely love that he was telling me about how Swedish cricket is developing is, firstly, the number of Swedish women's teams has trebled in the last 2 years, which is frankly astonishing. And also the fact that there's a Viking goddess of love and battle known as Freya. We'll come back to that. Here's Sabah Zakil. Full and whipped away. Oh, what gorgeous wrists from Azam Khalil to get that over the square leg boundary for 6. That is how to get yourself back into form. It was full and on the pads, but didn't he put it away well?
Well, this was an outstanding shot. Well, we are in Spain, and we're talking about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. What a lovely shot that was. And, well, you said that he's made a couple of ducks, but he started well here. It's a lovely shot, that, off a bowler. Sabah Zakil, who's normally used to hitting him that big.
He's come right arm around, and the angle's worked better for him there. You're always going to struggle to get an LBW, though, from that angle, of course, or you should do, because ball can't pitch outside the leg, as it did there by a long way, and I'm not even sure if it was hitting. The old joke about apart from that. But just to come back to it before we completely lose the thread, the Swedish women's team, their nickname, after Freya, the Viking goddess of love and battle, the Fighting Freyas. Absolutely love it. Brilliant. Nicely bowled, and nicely played by Sher Ali as well. He's cut that off middle stump, and he's got a very unorthodox technique, and I'm sure there's been, and I know there's been quite a bit of video analysis from opposition teams about it. He always steps away a foot outside leg. Now, what Spain realised is if you can consistently bowl full outside the off stump, he really struggles to access it there. And that was a big reason why he managed just to run a ball 15 against them. And I am available for consultancy fees that are very reasonable for any more tactical advice. But it's a point worth making because he's very unorthodox. This time Azam Khalil doesn't get all of that. It's a bottom edge. Great acrobatic stop from the wicketkeeper Ali Raza.
I mean, you talk about a point worth making, and you're offering your advice. Well, your advice to me wasn't very good. I mean, what about this hamstring injury to the captain of Norway? What happened to that? I mean, Iqbal is absolutely fine.
You're gonna absolutely kill me about this. I knew you were. We'll come back to that. Nicely bowled and nicely played by Azam Khalil. That was a good Yorker. That was very, very well bowled, and he still managed to dig that out for 1. Let's just say there were some Chinese whispers. We were wondering why Raza Iqbal wasn't bowling. I had an errant source in the camp, shall we say, that suggested he had a hamstring problem, and the man himself was quick to make it clear he didn't.
Well, I was pretty sure that it was your magic wand. I mean, you know, I call Michael here next to me, lovely guy, and we go back a long way. Michael to me is Harry Potter, and when he comes onto the camera, you know why.
Again, well bowled by Zakil, and all that Ali can do is get 1 to long on, so it's the midway point of this contest. I think Sweden would be marginally the happier. It's 63 for 1 after 5. Zakil concedes 9 from the 5th over.
Well, here we go, look. Harry Potter in the house, look. Doesn't he look like Harry Potter? I mean, come on, he's blushing now. Look, I made him blush. You're getting the same colour as my shirt. But yeah, your wand, you need another wand. That one I've broken and I've thrown it in the bin. Go and get another one. That gives us the correct information.
Do
you know what the worst thing was as well? My old cricket club that I used to play for, Fenderton CC in Cambridge, their genuine colours were Gryffindor colours. And they made all of us get club ties. And I know there was only one reason why they did it. It was just so that they could see me wearing it. So that then...
You still got it? You should have brought it with you. Maybe wear that tie next time you're in the commentary box.
And it just, yeah, that only added to the nickname. Back underway, and again, it's a cut shot that Sher Ali Chowdhury didn't really get all of. It's a single, a good little spell this for Belgium with the ball. There hasn't been a boundary now for 6 balls, which doesn't sound like a long time, but in T10, it just builds a sense of pressure. Sees Mohammed on to bowl. Nice shot from Khalil, who had to fetch that from quite a way outside the off stump. But again, they can't get a boundary to break the duck. From here, Sweden should be looking at minimum 120, if not more. I'm sure they'll have their eyes on it. Swedish cricket probably embracing T10, I'd say, as much, if not more, than any other European nation. Full toss. He's missed out. So it's now 9 balls without a boundary, and it's almost a run out there. He is very casual with his running, Sher Ali Chowdhury.
Isn't he
and
just?
I don't mean to sound like that sort of nauseating, the irritating uncle that keeps nagging you, but he is going to get run out one day doing that. As Khalil gets this one off the inside edge, and the run without a boundary moves up to 10 balls. The pressure comes on. He loves to walk a single, Sher Ali Chowdhury. Yeah,
he's one of those batsmen, and there's many of them who they've got this thing about, well, I'll only run hard if I feel that I have to. And, well, you get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Short, skied up. Difficult chance, and taken running back. That's not an easy caught and bowled for Aziz Mohammed. Difficult to judge, and he holds on. So the dangerous Sher Ali Chowdhury gone for 27 off 15. And Sweden lose their second, that run of boundaries, or balls without a boundary, I should say, leading to the pressure that caused the wicket. No boundaries now in 11 balls, 67 for 2.
Yeah, this is very difficult. I mean, don't take anything away from this. Look, he bowls it, keeps his eye on it, runs backwards. He knew exactly where it was, and in the end, you have to say, Michael, he made this look very easy. That's quality work from the bowler.
He did. A Aziz Mohammed production, I should say, pardon me, from start to finish. So 1 ball left of the 6th over. It's a good contribution from Sher Ali Chowdhury. 27 of 15 balls, just 4 dots, a couple of 4s and a couple of 6s. That, for any T10 opener, is pretty good going. And now out comes a man who will have his eye on some revenge with the cricketing gods. Abhijit Venkatesh, who'd never played a T10 game until captaining his team at this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hit a very nice 36 off 17 earlier on against Spain, but if you watched, you already know the tragic end to the story. He was run out at the bowler's end in the final over, and his team went on to lose by 1 run.
I wasn't happy.
Steps across, it's a no ball as well, and that's a lovely start from Venkatesh. Well, before I even gave a chance to introduce the fact that the vast majority of those 36 runs had come behind square on both sides of the wicket, he starts in that very same fashion. A very clever scoop. It is a front foot no ball as well, so a free hit will follow.
Yeah, front foot, and you could see the umpire, Stefan Gooch, saying, yeah, you were that much over. But let's have a look. If you was, well, he's good call there, I think, from the umpire.
Of course, you've got to have some of your foot behind the line.
Yeah, you have to. So that line, just getting the line is not good enough. Very good umpiring, Stefan Gooch there.
Steps a long way across and gets very lucky here. Well, he scored a lot of runs behind square on either side of the wicket today, but most of them haven't been like that.
Now that is the end of the over. But what a start, though, isn't it? From a superb bat. I mean, you've mentioned it, but that run out, I mean, that was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, why would you do something like that in the position of winning a match?
73 for 2 off 6 then. So from here, 2 a ball gets them on my quick maths to 1-2-1. I think they should be eyeing even more than that, though. Maybe if one of these two can get on a roll, we know they've got hitting depth. And just to come back to that, yeah, I mean, speaking to a lot of different people, including the Swedish camp, they just said, look, it happens, the pressure, you know, 4 to win off the last over. And they didn't bring the field in Spain. They kept the field back.
Yeah, they
and
did.
Now, in hindsight, it looks like a brilliant move. The man to my left at the time, Mr. Sandy, totally understandably, and I was thinking along the same lines, maybe they should bring some up, but it worked. Short, and gets the treatment it deserves. A nice swish of the blade, and it's a 6 through backward point, and Abhijit Venkatesh just keeps on going his merry way. If you give him any chance to just guide the ball behind square either side of the wicket, he'll take it, and this time it was more of a bash.
Yeah, I mean, Zakil really banging this in, but look, he got the angle all wrong. If you're going to bowl it short, you can't be giving the batsman any width, and that was an easy hit. And then he's played this one right on, and well, he's got the 6 runs and then played this one onto his own stumps. What an unfortunate way to get out. So Venkatesh, he has to go. That's disappointment.
Well, I mentioned the agonising knock against Spain we were discussing, and he really will be having some wrath with the cricketing gods now. It's come off the bottom of his bat, deflected onto his back heel. As that replay, brilliant bit of work from Spring Productions, confirms, and then rolls onto the stump. So often in that situation, the ball just bobbles wide, or you, of course, have the opportunity to use your bat or your feet to divert the ball away. So Abhijit Venkatesh gone for 11 off 4, which in a T10 game is not necessarily a bad knock in truth.
No, look, that's, you said it, outstanding work. And just look, let's just give another shout out to Spring Productions, because I think viewers, and let us know as well, wherever you're watching from home, I think the quality of the production is absolutely brilliant. So shout out to Martin, Elvira, and Martins as well, Chris Taps, Almas, Richards, Danielle and Niels. Great work, guys. Keep it up. Fantastic stuff. What a start to this, the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Samiullah Rahmani is the new batsman on strike, facing Sabah Zakil. Miscued. And it should be 2 and 2, but it somehow got through instead.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Sheikh Shiraz can't take the catch, and to make things worse, it goes away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's got this all wrong, hasn't he? First of all, you'd fancy him to take this catch. Well, he wasn't able to take the catch, and then you've got to stop it, and he's made a mess of this as well. He sort of flicks it back onto his own shoulder, and the ball just follows him over the boundary line. So they do get a wicket, but then a let-off as well for Rahmani. And this is a lovely shot as well. This was too wide once more from the bowler, Zakil. And he just makes himself some space and hits it again. Que forte, que golpe eso es. Madre mía, tengo mucho ganar por ese partido, eh.
Well, right now, in this proper T10 cricket, this wicket's falling, but boundaries littered around those falls of wickets. Sweden still in a very good position here.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, one thing that they're doing is, yeah, they are losing wickets, but each batsman, or every batsman that's coming in, is playing good shots as well. So they're keeping the rate going as well, and that's the most important thing. And you can see there on your screens that they're going at around 12, and if they can keep that up, they're on course for that 120. But of course, I think they're looking to accelerate even more than that. That's a nice full delivery, and the bowler is asking LB, and that's definitely come off the bat. Yeah, if not, then those pads are made of wood. That's the end of the over. So the score moves on to 88 off 7.
So 3 overs left. From here, 2 a ball brings you another 36, which gets you up to 124. But with this pair at the crease, if they get going, we could be looking at a lot more than 36 off this last 3. I don't think that's unfair to say. This is tomorrow. Sweden against Luxembourg starts us off. And Norway against Spain. Sweden in action in the first and third matches of the day. Can Luxembourg get themselves a consolation win? We do all but now know that they unfortunately will be the first team to be eliminated. Is that is a total miscue from Romani, but he's going to pick up 4. Well, sometimes it's better to have Lady Fortune on your side, and Romani certainly did that.
Yeah, he did as they approach the 100 mark. That'll take them into the 90s. I think we should be giving marks to fielders as well as how well they jump over this boundary fence. We've seen some acrobatic work,
sort of like
we?
the Olympics, where
Yeah,
they
I
have
think
the
we
style, level of difficulty, how fast you're already running.
Yeah, I reckon maybe we could have a prize for that, the best ones, you know, and we pick. We can, well, maybe we can give them a bit of the banner to take home with them.
Whacked away by Romani, but deep mid wicket is out there, and it's straight to Omid Rahimi, playing 3-3-3. So right now, I reckon it's pretty much even. We know that par is around the 120, 125 sort of mark. Sam Khalil and Sami Rahmani are both very, very capable of getting them past 120 though. But they're not going to do that there. Bold. Sefat gets his 2nd wicket. That's a big blow for Sweden and a great one for Belgium to get. Azam Khalil out for 10 off 8. And Sweden 93 for 4 as Sefat hits the pins.
Yeah, he's decided that he's going to take him on, made himself some space, comes down the wicket. But if you're going to do that, you got to hit it, especially if it's straight. Misses out on it, and he sees his stump shattered. I'm not quite sure that he needed to do that, Azam Khalil, but he was, I think, frustrated. I think he likes to bat at a quicker rate than that. I mean, 10 off 8 balls for him, that's slow going. But once again, Michael, as you said, he started very well, but just hasn't been able to recapture that form, has he?
Yes, it's a curious one in T10. You can go in and out of form sometimes in the European Cricket Network's coverage of an event within the same day. He hit 41 off 12 on Monday morning, but just 16 runs in the 4 innings since. So, out comes Ismail Zia, the youngster, who is getting his opportunity to show what he can do at the death. So, a wicketkeeper batter. He's a fine wicketkeeper as well. He and Sami Khalil, probably the 2 most promising youngsters in Swedish cricket right now. Effort ball, but it's a horrible full toss. And it's just about gone for 4. 2 fielders converging. And it seems like there's been a bit of an injury picked up there for Aziz Mohammed, colliding with Munib Mohammed, who came off the better of the 2 in the collision. And Ismail Zia gets a boundary to get him going, but concern is more for Aziz Mohammed, who is lying a couple of yards over the boundary rope and in some pain, clutching his right knee.
Yeah, you can see, look, he's trying to get out of his way. He's seen that. He thinks, OK, you're going for it. I'll get out of the way. But all he's managed to do is that they've managed to collide. And I think that's hit him just on the knee. And we might need to get some assistance out there, maybe get some of that freeze spray. And I'm not sure that trying to stretch the leg is going to do that any good.
Well, we've got 2 qualified doctors and paramedics heading onto the field now, and they've been on standby throughout this tournament, as you would expect. And I'm pleased to say that at the end of day 3, this is the first time they've been needed. But unfortunately, the bad news is it does look like quite a bad problem for Aziz Mohammed. They've immediately pulled off his black trouser and rolled it up to try and get him sorted out. And obviously it goes without saying, we wish him all the very best, and he's in qualified hands right now, which is the right thing. But it gives us the right moment to head up here and actually just have a bit of a look and a think and a pontificate about how Group A looks right now, because it was something you touched on earlier. We've got Spain, who are top with 9 points as we head into tomorrow, which looks like that. As things stand, Belgium have 8 points. Then you've got Norway, who have 5 points, but are above Sweden on net run rate because they've had 2 thumping wins today, the Norwegians, which I can tell you, and it's not exactly a controversial statement to say that when I went back on the bus yesterday, and because of our logistical arrangement was on the same bus as the Norwegian team, it was a very quiet and unhappy bus. And I imagine the bus of the Norwegian players that's just headed back to the Sunset Beach Hotel right now will be a lot more raucous and happy, and it certainly was. So they've put themselves in top 2 contention, or kept themselves in it, and then poor old Luxembourg, lovable Luxembourg as I call them, 1 point from the washout, but still yet to win. How do you see that top 4, Rico?
Well, look, first of all, it's nice to see that Aziz is able to walk without too much assistance. I just hope that it's just a very hard knock, that once he gets some of that cold spray and a bit of ice on it, that swelling will go down and he'll feel a lot better. But that was a hard hit, wasn't it? I mean, we've got these banners that go all around this ground, of course, saying stronger together. Well, maybe on that occasion, they probably weren't stronger together. They would have been better off if they weren't together. But look, I'm sure he's going to be okay, and that we're going to be chatting with him later on. But he's a top performer. Of course, the worry is going to be for them. They also rely on him heavily with the bat.
They certainly do. And just coming back to the group situation, of course, if Sweden lose this, they're all but out of top 2 contention. If Belgium win this, it looks likely that it will be Belgium and your Spanish boys will be the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium looking to finish the day top of the group. But look, there's still some spicy matches coming up tomorrow, isn't they? And things can change around quite dramatically as well. But what we do know is, like you said, the first thing is by the end of tomorrow, we will know which team is eliminated, but we can more or less know where that is. But what we'll know is the standings of the other teams and how the finals day is going to go.
Back to live action. Sefat bowling to Zia, who again goes down the ground and this time perishes. It's 4 and out for Ismail Zia. It's a lovely shot. He's had a long time to wait to face his second ball after that injury delay to Aziz Mohammed. He's hit it straight down to long off. A good catch. It was hit hard at Murid Ekrami, who holds on, and Sweden are 97 for 5.
Yeah, and you can see as soon as he's taken this catch, he's pumped up for it. He's wanted this. They needed to get this breakthrough. And, well, after seeing that injury, they needed something to lift their spirits again and get themselves focused on the match and at the matter at hand. And that will do just that. Another wicket goes.
So Ismail Zia goes for 4 off 2 balls. The youngster, given his opportunity up the order, well, up the order somewhat at number 6. He's batted lower than that in this tournament frequently. So out comes another man who's very good at hitting boundaries from the off. Sabi Zahid stepping out now. Sabi will have an axe to grind, of course, because he was one of a number of Swedish players who got out cheaply in that 1-run loss to Spain earlier on in the day in match 13. It's a good Yorker. That looks like a decent shout and given by umpire Gooch. It's a golden duck for Sabi Zahid. And Sangari Sefat becomes just the 2nd man in T10 international history to get a 4-fer. He finishes with 4 for 21. And at the end of the 8th over, Sweden are falling apart all of a sudden. They're 97 for 6.
Yeah, liking this from Stefan Gooch. He takes a long time to assess the situation and make his decision. And what he had to decide was there too much movement on this ball, or was it going to go on to hit the stumps? And I think he's got that spot on. Yeah, you've got to go on that. It was full, it was straight. There was a slight bit of movement, but it was still going to go and smash into the stumps. So, great bit of bowling. And as you said, Michael, you see another bowler that's picked up 4 wickets.
Joins Azam Khalil in the 4-fer club. Khalil taking 4 for 10 off 2, but I know that when I was chatting to him in the break between these games, that as you would expect, being the ultimate competitor he is, it wasn't much consolation to him, given that they lost that game by 1 run in the end. And so now, Sweden are having to rely on very much their lower middle order to take them home here. There's still 2 overs, which is quite a long time in T10 cricket. Adnan Razak on, bowling to Rahmani. He's going to get 1 out to long off, which brings Khalid Zahid onto strike. You saying he's got to go. And I mean, it was out, but we've seen more blatant ones. It reminds me of one of my favourite all-time ECM clips, which is the first time I heard you use that phrase.
What's that one?
Full toss. He's missed out somewhat. He's got off the mark, but often you see a full toss like that disappear for 4 or 6 on a postage stamp ground like this. It was a shot where somebody's, well, I say a shot, a lack of a shot, someone's left a ball that's hit the middle of the back pad, and you were straight up. Lovely, clever cutter, but Romani gets 4. Well, he didn't know much about it. He certainly wasn't trying to hit it there, and it kind of sums up the way Sweden have been batting in the last 15 minutes, that it's that is how they stumble, like someone sort of heading into a taxi at 3 AM past the 100 mark. They get to 103 for 6 via that lucky edge.
Yeah, I mean, fortune favours the brave, and Romani, I do like his style of batting. I think it really does fit in with T10 perfectly.
Down the ground this time. Oh, and what a catch! That is an outstanding catch. One of the catches of the tournament out there to get rid of Sami Romani. It's a brilliant take from Murid Ekrami. It's his second catch of the innings. He's right on the rope. The ball was hit with such ferocity at head height. He had to get up there, hold it, and make sure he didn't step over the rope. Astonishing work.
Eso es genial, estupendo. It was hit with a lot of force, and you can see there the ball was still threatening to take him over the line, but he kept his balance, he takes it, and wasn't he pumped up about it as well. Well, key moments, he's taken 2 very good catches, and just when the Swedish team are trying to push on and trying to get these boundaries in and trying to get themselves to around about that 120 mark, they've sort of more or less been on that all the way through. Look, they could still get there. They've still got balls in hand to do it, but they need the boundaries. But catches like that certainly are not going to help you do it. That's a great bit of work.
So a good contribution from Sami Romani. 4 fours from just 9 balls that he faced. But unfortunately, Sweden right now are going some way to repeating their efforts at producing the greatest batting collapse of this European Cricket Championship. They were 67 for 1 here, and they've lost 36 for 6 since then. Earlier on against Spain, they lost 6 for 28. So they haven't quite bettered, and that's definitely the wrong word, their effort against Spain. But again, they're tumbling.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that stage of the match, isn't it, Michael, where they know they want to try and get to that 120. If their ball's there to play the shot, they need to play it. They need to go after it. And you can see that most batsmen coming in, they're pretty keen to take the single, aren't they? Get themselves off the mark, and then they want to go for the big shot.
Smashed away by Khalid Zahid. Well, that's going to stop the batting collapse somewhat. Counter-punching nicely. He's just bottom-handed, whacked that through mid-wicket. It was a length ball on the off stump, the kind of ball that 10 years ago might have been respected, but this is T10 cricket, folks. That's disappearing for 6 to finish the 9th over, 110 for 7.
बहुत अच्छा शॉट सीगा, थोड़ी लेग ते सीगी बॉल पर पूरी मारी, छक्का लग गया, and that's what they got to do. And like I keep saying, yeah, they are losing wickets, but at the same time they are still spot on to get to that 120. They've stayed more or less at that 12 and over. If they can get to the 120 and any runs more than that, I think it's going to be a bonus for them.
Absolutely. We know they've got a good bowling lineup. They've got a trio of spinners in Rahul Khan and then Oktay Gulami, who is a fascinating character and a fascinating bowler we'll come on to later, as well as, of course, Azam Khalil, who viewers will remember as Sweden's premier spin bowler, who took 4 wickets against Spain earlier on in the day. Speaking of spin, or medium pace dolly mixture, that is more kind of what Fahim Bhatti bowls, but he can run his hands down an off-cutter often. He's coming back now. He went for 17 off his first over, so this is something of a calculated gamble. That's a dot to start with. And this is interesting to me. They could have gone back to Aziz Mohammed, who often closes the innings out for them. He's not injured. Oh,
yeah, I think they can't go back to him.
Pardon
because
me, sorry.
He might be lying somewhere in the bar, in the freezer. Just getting some ice on his knee, trying to cool it down.
As I read the name out, my cogs processed what I just said. Bhatti bowls again. And this is through the extra cover region for 4. First boundary for Quadratullah Miraf. Sal batting's not his primary job, but he's that kind of a tail ender that can give it a whack. He's made it a good habit for Sweden of coming out in recent T20 internationals against Denmark and Finland and hitting the winning runs and the key parts of a run chase with 4s and 6s, and just a handy few blows here could make all the difference. Short, and he's done it again here. This is towards us in the commentary box. Well, it's thudded into the bottom of the container on which we're at the top of it, and thankfully we all seem to be structurally sound, and Quadratula is causing some real damage.
Vaya espectacular este partido. Qué grande eso es. Una muy bien golpe. 6 carreras más. Así me gusta. Eso es sexy cricket. I thought that was coming our way. I was ready for that one.
Well,
Were you ready for it?
We had a member of ECN staff just down there who thankfully got out of the way in time. Just 3 balls left. And this is already a little gem of an innings from Quadratula.
Yeah, the 120's up. You see, you just got to... You got to see this delivery okay with that. Well, he's going to get lucky with this one as well, Michael. There's going to be 4 runs, is it?
Well, if you're going to swing hard. Well, I mentioned that he's a big hitting tail ender. That one was more the shot of the tail ender than the big hitter, but it's still 4 runs in the book, 15 off 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they have to do. And that's one thing I like about Sweden. Okay, against Spain, I mean, you know, these things happen, all teams go through it, but you have to come back strong and you have to put that behind them. And they have. Everyone's come out here and they're giving it 100%.
Batty once more, and again the luck goes for Quadratula Afzal. I think we're going to be asking him for the lottery numbers at the end of this game, because that is back-to-back nicks through the 3rd man region. Nothing that the wicketkeeper Ali Raza can do, of course, because he's standing up. He's got no chance, and it's another boundary.
Michael, here's a question for you very quickly. Why is it, do you feel, or do you think that teams are reluctant to have the 3rd man on the boundary? Because when I was out there during the Spain game against Sweden, and I think Spain, when they were in the field, I was there, and I'm sure there was 3 or 4 occasions that the ball went in that area for 4 runs, which would have been stopped if there was a man on the boundary at 3rd man.
Good question. Last ball of the innings. And this could be a 5th boundary in a row. It could be out. Nope, it's out. Well, Fahim Bhatti gets some belated revenge. The last over goes dot 4, 6, 4, 4 out. And Sweden finish on 128 for 8. It's a consolation wicket for Fahim Bhatti. But Sweden will be pretty happy with this late order resistance from Quadratula Afzal. He is gone off that last ball, but he finishes with 19 off 7.
Yeah, look, that's all you can ask for, and that's a good score that they posted up there, 128. And look, Belgium are going to have to be at their most best to get them as well, because Sweden, with their bowling lineup, are not going to make this easy.
And what we saw there as well, as I clumsily failed to touch on, but then we caught up eventually, is Aziz Mohammed's injury has really cost them, because well, he's key with the bat, so we haven't even got to that yet, but he normally bowls the final over for them, and that final over, which Fahim Bhatti bowled instead, went for 20 runs. Pre-match, we saw certain Mr. Sandu being walloped away for a 6 over long on, and then there was plenty of walloping on the field. Sweden starting a touch slow, but eventually they got going. And once those 2 openers got going, Rahul Khan and Sher Ali, for a while they looked to be in some real trouble, Belgium, didn't they?
They certainly did. Look, that first over only went for 4, and we thought, hello, what's going on here? Then the next 2 went for 17, then 20, and the only other over that went for less than 10 was that over number 8, which only went for 9. So, well, there was some great fielding. I mean, that was a super catch, wasn't it? Diving forward. But the one thing that Sweden did is, even though they were losing wickets, whichever batsman came in, they made, well, most of them did make a contribution. This shot for me was class. That was lovely. That was sexy, Michael.
That was what Azam Khalil can do when he gets those wrists going. He hits the ball in very unorthodox areas. As this was another great moment for Belgium in the field. Aziz Mohammed taking a caught and bowl that he made look simple, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah, and you made that point. I mean, he got injured and had to, hopefully he's okay. So Azim, if you're listening, hope you're okay there, buddy. But look, he wasn't able to then come on and bowl what would have been his second over. How crucial could that have been?
Well, Bhatti going for 20 from that last over. This is why Aziz Mohammed colliding with Munib Mohammed there. He's trying to jump out of the way. Let's hope it's nothing more than a knee sprain as opposed to anything more serious. He was able to walk off, which is always a good sign, albeit he was hobbled.
Certainly worse, but they just kept the pressure on, and this one, well, he had to go here. There was no question or doubt about it. LBW plumb in front. This was a great catch as well, and look at the balance. It was hit with a lot of power, but he managed to stay inside the field of play. We've had two today, haven't we? One-handed, brilliant catches where the fielders have gone on the other side of the rope, but that time he stayed inside. But they were happy, but are they going to be happy once they've taken the field and Belgium take to the batting?
Well, they won't be happy with Quadratilla Mirafsal's late assault, no doubt. A wicket off the last ball to get rid of Quadratilla, but the damage had been done. 4 boundaries from that final over, all in succession. Some more with luck than necessarily exactly where he wanted it to go, but Sweden won't care less. You can see Quadratilla at the bottom there with that 19 off 7. Very good cameo 20s from Rahul Khan and Sherali. Both made it into the 20s, couldn't go on, and you'd say maybe the one thing that stopped Sweden going into the 140s, 150s region and maybe surpassing what Norway managed earlier against Belgium with that 145 was one of those two getting in. You don't tend to get up towards 150 without someone batting for most of the innings. As for the bowling figures, Sagari Sebat becomes just the second man in T10 international cricket to take a 4-for because he joins Azam Khalil in that club. 4 for 21 for Sebat. Not quite the 4 for 10 that Azam Khalil managed, but still very, very good. And at the midpoint of this game, Sweden have got a score that by both statistical knowledge and anecdotal knowledge, speaking to teams and players and everything else, seems to be just around about par, if not maybe just above it, but I would suggest this is pretty much a 50-50 contest at the midway point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I know your magic wand is broken at the moment and you got a new one on order from an online company, but look, 128, that's a good score. But, you know, you were talking about a couple of batsmen, if they got in, that score could have been more. But I would also say it could have been more if it weren't for the very good fielding of Belgium as well. I think they were incredibly good in the field. They took some good catches and they made some good stops. And because of that also, I think they've kept it to under about 140. I think this is going to be a really tough contest.
So at the midpoint of this game, the big hitting Belgians, who we know have impressed so much with the bat this week, have got a testing target to chase down. They'll need 129 to win to grab themselves a victory that will take them top of the table. Meanwhile, Sweden desperately need a victory in pursuit of a top 2 finish that would make their route to finals week easier. We'll be back very shortly with the run chase. You are watching Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval, where we've reached the final innings of an eventful third day of action here at the brand new Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And in the conclusion to match 15, things look very evenly poised. Sweden batted first after winning the toss, and they managed to post 128 for 8, which, given the big hitting prowess that Belgium have in the ranks, we reckon is probably about a 50-50 game, Rico Full.
Yes, I would agree with you for sure. And I did have this feeling about the game earlier today, and it was completely wrong. But I do believe, as I did think, that Spain-Sweden one would be a very tight game. That this one had, it's got it written all over it. This is going to be a thriller. I really do believe it is, because I think that Belgium, the same way that we saw with Sweden, they lost their first match here today. They're looking to come back strong as well. And just like Sweden, I think they're a team that have plenty of depth in the camp, and they don't just rely on one person. So even if there's a couple of wickets that do go down quickly, that's not the end of it. And I think we're going to see a very interesting contest.
Both teams have had bad defeats, but different kinds of defeats. Belgium losing by 31 runs to Norway. So they had the agony of losing a game where, in truth, they know they didn't play particularly well. For Sweden, it was even worse in the fact that it was close defeat. The last ball, agonising one-run loss to Spain. And this game is going to have huge consequences this next 45 minutes or so of cricket for these two teams. If Sweden lose here, their top two chances are all but gone. Meanwhile, if Belgium win, they go top of the group. Khalid Zahid to get us underway. At the non-striker's end is Munib Mohammed. That's a wild wide from Khalid Zahid to start off with. It's a very good take from Humayun Kabir Jyoti. And Aziz Mohammed trots down to the non-striker's end, and even as I say his name, I say it in surprise, and it's because, as you can see, he's already limping. He went off with a really bad knee injury in the latter stages of the first innings of this match, and I'm gobsmacked he's out there. Even when it came up on the scorecard, a bit of me thought that it was something of maybe an error, which of course it isn't. He's there. Now this has questionable value because he can barely run. So he's going to have to hit balls for 4 or 6 very regularly to justify being there, because you're losing runs at the other end from his lack of mobility.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's really struggling. I've got to admit, Michael, I don't like to see this. I think he's in agony, he's in pain. He's not going to be able to play any sort of shots where he's going to be putting any weight on that front foot. And like you said, I mean, the singles aside, even if his job is to just be out there and try and tonk big runs in the power play, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He looks in a lot of pain. And also, if they need him for later on, well, they're not going to rely on him if it makes it worse.
It's not a long-term strategy, this. And I'm not even sure, as we're discussing, that it's a particularly viable short-term strategy either, but we're going to find out. Meanwhile, his partner Munib is facing. And his partner Munib hasn't got all of this, but has still got enough. It's a top-edge 6, 50-metre boundaries are very unforgiving. A different form of cricket that might be called a deep backward square leg, not in the ECC. 6 for Munib Mohammed.
Yeah, it was short, and anything that's there, he's going to take it on. And like you said, Michael, he didn't catch it perfectly fine as he would like to, but enough on it to send it over the rope and over the barriers for 6 runs. So that's a good start. The first boundary coming up in, well, typical ECN T10 fashion, 6 runs.
Back of a length. That's a better ball. Bowling to his field. He's got mid-wicket and long on as his 2 out. The field isn't really set at all for short pitch bowling either side of the wicket. I don't know whether he was maybe trying a double bluff there, Khalid Zahid, with the bouncer, or got his length wrong. Field now changes for the right-handed Aziz Mohammed, who has been, without doubt, Belgium's best batsman in the tournament. He's consistently made runs and made them quickly, but he's hobbling. Well, he goes inside out through the covers, and he might get run out at the bowler's end, but they've thrown to the wrong end, and that is not the best cricket from Sweden. The throw comes into the keeper, and Aziz Mohammed just about gets through for the single. He's off the mark, but
yeah,
if Sweden are thinking about this, it's just obvious every single time what end you
I was going to say, Marco, I don't want to be cruel, but every time the ball goes to a Swedish player, it's got to be thrown at the end that he's running to. Simple as that.
Oh, that could be out. Given by umpire Gooch. Munir Mohammed is out.
Yeah, umpire Shub, it's the man who puts his finger up. And, well, the batsman doesn't look too... I mean, I have to say, and it's not for the first time, it always sounds like a bit of bat involved here, but that's it's a sound that's outfoxed me a few times. He's called across here. No, I don't see any bat there. I think that's a very good shout. Looking at it again, I think that's going straight onto hit, Michael.
Well, he's not happy to be given out, but he has to troop off regardless. So that is the first wicket that's gone down in the reply.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at that again, I mean, though there was some noise, I'm not really sure what that noise that's been picked up. There's so many microphones around the ground. He's very disappointed with himself. Of course he is. He knows that they need a good start, but this is a good delivery. It's right up there, and I think that's going on to hit middle and leg. It's got to go.
Well, Belgium, as we see this FWW again, it's hard to necessarily tell if there might have been bat on that from that replay, but if there wasn't, there's no question that it was definitely out.
Well, there's bat on his pads, that's for sure. Walks off.
Sheikh Shiraz, the captain, facing up. And that is a much more hopeful LBW appeal, and rightly is not given, but this is testing times for Belgium. I remember actually just chatting to some of the Norwegian players and coaching staff who were so downhearted yesterday, and I just said, look, I've had the privilege of commentating on a lot of ECN tournaments. It just takes one game or even one innings or sometimes even one moment for your whole tournament to change around, and you could have a good day tomorrow and Belgium, say, could have a bad one, and it all looks so different. And we're sat here 24 hours later, Norway have 2 wins in the bank, and Belgium have gone from being undefeated to now staring down the potential barrel of 2 losses in the same day.
Yeah.
And the Aziz Mohammed experiment is, of course, continuing as the second over starts with Zabi Zahid onto bowl, who's had his troubles with the ball in this tournament. Inside out through the covers, and it's an acrobatic effort from Ismail Zia, who can't get a hand on it. It goes away for 4. Well, if Aziz Mohammed can keep hitting like this, then it doesn't really matter that he's hobbling.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all about just how much damage he can do with bat on ball in the power play. But the question is, how much damage may he do to the injured leg that's causing him lots of distress?
That time he can only jab it back. It's another interesting tactical point here in regards to Sweden, because Zabi Zahid has been very expensive with the ball recently. He conceded 30 in an over last night against Spain in a 5-over match, and again earlier on today he was expensive, but they've persisted with him in the power play, so it's very clear that they back him. That's going to be a wide, and potentially would have been more were it not for some brilliant acrobatic wicket-keeping from Humayun Kabirjoti. But you do just have to wonder, if you've got a bowler that in 3 consecutive games has been very expensive, at what point do you have to decide to change tack? They've got Khalid Zahid and Quadratullah Mir Afzal as their other seniors. Now, Mir Afzal hasn't been used in the power plays much in this tournament. Swung away, too short, and Aziz Mohammed's not going to miss out on that. It's not a particularly good delivery, and it's a second boundary in the over for Aziz.
Yeah, well, though he's struggling, he's still making plenty of contact with the ball, finds the boundary once more. Wasn't the best of deliveries, a little bit too short. As you said, getting down the legs once more. Just not able to get the line right, is he?
So, if you want an alternative pace bowler in the power play, you could use Quadratullah a bit more. There is also spin options. Swing and a miss. That's a good response from Zabi Zahid. And just thinking of a cheeky bit of work, it would have been a stumping from Humayun Kabirjoti, running up to the stumps. And there is also the fact that Sweden have a rare luxury of a trio of spinners. Now, we saw that first over in the game work well for Cartama with Belgium.
Yeah, it did.
Sweden have still, in this the 6th game of the tournament, never bowled a spinner in the power play. So it's a very clear tactical decision. Off the inside edge. Oh, and he's down. This is really not good to see. Well, we questioned the nature of whether this was a good idea from the start, and I would be surprised if Aziz Mohammed doesn't retire hurt here. Yes, he will.
Yeah.
It's come off the inside edge of the bat, but he's fallen over as he was doing it. This has made that right knee injury that took him off the field in the first innings of the game much, much worse. Really, really horrible. Let's hope that he's okay. It remains to be seen how much damage this is going to do to his physical health, but also, of course, on a wider level, Belgium's tournament prospects. He's their key all-rounder. The knee did look bad the first time he walked off from the field. It now looks even worse, and he's also holding his lower back. Yeah. And sometimes you don't need hindsight. We said it the moment that we walked out. I was in disbelief that his name was on the scorecard coming out as the openers.
You don't want to let your team down. I mean, he's going to be distraught. Of course, he's going to be totally upset. And, you know, all the players are here. They want to perform. They want to show the world what they can do. They want to show the world just exactly why they are in that national team. But, look, when you're injured and you're not 100%, you're just going to do yourself more damage. Look, we know he's a top performer. He's got nothing to prove, has he?
Absolutely not. He's been one of the players of the tournament thus far, but they've got finals day on Friday. And you just have to question, why was there maybe not a bit of a stronger voice from either the captain or management, just taking the decision out of his own hands, taking the emotion out of it and saying, look, you're not opening today. It's not happening. So he's retired hurt, and that is a gorgeous shot for 4 through the covers. Well, that is a delightful way to get the scoreboard moving from Sabah Zakil, who's just got out there. Both of these two had been yet to score until this particular ball. That is a nice way to get Belgium moving in a more positive sense.
That's a glorious shot. I mean, it was too full, you have to say, but still had to be put away. And it's the way that he did it, dissecting the field, 4 runs. And we know that he is an exceptional player. We know that he's very strong. 23 the score, 1 wicket down, 2 overs gone.
So Zabih Zahid concedes 13. Now, Abhijit Venkatesh, the Swedish captain, is going to bowl in the power play for the first time in this tournament with his little medium paces. He's not quite as quick as either of these Zahids or Quadratullah Mir Afzal, but we know that Sweden have made this sort of very clear decision. They're going to stick with seam in the power play. They've got Rahul Khan's leg spin, which hasn't been used at all in this tournament, to the surprise of me and plenty of others. Oktay Gulami, the ambidextrous spin bowler, who bowled his first over earlier on in the day against Spain and took 3 wickets. And then, of course, Assam Khalil. For now, it's the skipper bowling to his fellow captain. And the captain on captain duel is won by the Belgians here. 6 over the ice cube from Sheikh Shiraz to get off the mark. Take that.
Well, this was an outstanding shot. I think he's played these one-handedly. Have a look. One hand definitely comes off the bat. How about that? That's just absolutely been demolished. 6 runs, and he's saying to his opposition skipper, well, there you go. Go and get it. The battle of the captains. I'm liking this.
And there's a bit of a search party still out there for the ball. Abhijit Venkatesh with hands on hips. This is one of those days that really tests you as a captain. Yesterday, Sweden had the misfortune of having 1 game washed out. They spent a lot of time at the ground, as we all did, to be fair, somewhat frustrated by the rain, but of course it's harder when you're playing. They eventually waited all that time. They had that 5-over thrash against Spain where they did a lot of things right, but 2 bad overs with the ball cost them. They lost by 12 runs. Today they came back fresh. They lost by 1 run to Spain, and Venkatesh was, of course, run out in that way. This is a real mental strength test for the Swedish skipper, who's got ball in hand. He's just been whacked for 6. And he's been whacked for 6 again by the Belgian captain. Back-to-back maximums from Sheikh Shiraz. They've just got to keep going and going and going to chase down a big score like this, and this will help no end.
Well, this is lovely batting. It's just, the thing is here, this is not slogging. This is all about getting yourself in a position, waiting. Look at the way he sort of ducks down, gets himself right underneath the ball and just puts it away. Well, back-to-back 6s. Well, the way he's hitting them, I think we're going to need another box of balls soon, because he's disappeared. He's lost 1 out there already that the Snakes have taken away. And that one.
Sweden aren't allowed to put a fielder on that grassy hill, unfortunately.
Here we go again.
That time he's early on it, but he knows he is, so just kind of guides it away. Through fine leg for one.
These two, as we know, Marco, are two very dangerous batsmen. I mean, if they get going, Zakil, we know what he can do. We know what the captain, Shiraz, can do. If they can just get a little partnership going here, they can be right on top of this. That rate is about 12. Now, remember, it was at 12 all the way through for Sweden, and they maintained it. So that's not a big ask. We know that they can. It is achievable.
So they've changed the field now. They've got long off and long on out. Can't bowl short. Oh, he's over pitched though, and that's clever batting from Zakil, finding that gap. He didn't get quite all of it though. Ismail Zia does the fielding, and it's the rarest of things. You won't see many of these here on this tiny postage stamp ground. It is a 2 to Zakil, who's been the star of the tournament for Belgium with the bat. 43 not out of 13 balls, with 6 sixes against Spain in match 1. Sorry to remind you, Rico. And then an unbeaten 50 against Luxembourg too. But he might be gone. He is gone. Caught by Ismail Zia. That's the one they had to get, and that's the one they have got. Saber Zakil out for 6 off 3. That is a huge moment in this match. And in the chase for a top 2 spot, didn't get anywhere near the kind of contact on it that he'd have wanted. It's a simple catch. 38 for 2 with 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, and that's a huge wicket. We know just how destructive these players are. And you can see there, Azam Khalil getting involved. 4 players getting together there, having a chat. And such a key player he is, the Saber Zakil. He trudges off slowly once more. He knows that things have not gone well for him the last 3 innings he's had. He started so well, didn't he? Scoring runs freely. It was almost like he couldn't do anything wrong. Now all of a sudden, he just cannot get back into the groove, into the rhythm.
So this is a big test of the Belgium middle order now, who have shown a good ability to get nice cameo 20s as a collective frequently, which a few players can all get you 20 off 10 balls or so. That's actually very useful in T10. Ali Raza out there now. It's into the pads. Is it going down leg? A big shout from Sweden. Just wonder whether on the angle it's going away. So Venkatesh has pulled that one back brilliantly. 13 off the first 3 balls, but he ends up with 1 for 15 from his over. And at the end of the power play, Belgium are with the required run rate, but at the loss of 2. 38 for 2 off 3.
Yeah, look, I'm just a little bit surprised here, Michael. I mean, going by how Belgium performed in the first match here today, one man, Ahmed Rahimi, he played really well. 45 of just 20 deliveries. He was the only one really made any main contribution. I think the way things are here, rather than losing out of balls to come and not having enough balls to play and get score, I think he needs to be there now, really, for me. He's the one he hit the ball so well, hit it really strong. Get him out there because, well, Belgium needs something to happen. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of runs needed, if not too many balls left.
You're absolutely right. And the other man who I'm surprised we haven't seen yet is Murid Ekrami, as we see Belgian coach Abhijit Khan watching on, a man with extensive cricketing experience, as is the man bowling now. Azam Khalil flicked away. That's a dot to start things off for Khalil, who's been one of the most economical bowlers in this tournament. He's picked up wickets as well. He's Sweden's premier spinner. This is the perfect kind of scenario for him to just build the pressure, raise the temperature in Belgium, who counter-attack brilliantly there through Sheikh Shiraz. That is a clean hit through mid-wicket with a straight bat as well. No bludgeoning. This is timing. This is proper textbook stuff. One clean straight bat swish.
Boom! Shaka-lagia. This was such a sweet pickup. It's a quicker delivery, wasn't it, from the bowler? But put it away.
And that's a clever response from Azam Khalil. It is wided. I thought it was maybe just about okay, but umpire Gooch didn't, and it's certainly his opinion that's more important. That looks Just on that replay to be a harsh one. It's a tough job, though, for the men in black. That one certainly isn't a wide. And it's a dot for Khalil, who is so good. He's just bowling a bit quicker in this tournament than he previously has, and that's something he's changed. But this time he gets deposited. It's a second 6 of the over. Well, it's all boom or bust in this over. The 2 balls that Shiraz has made contact with have had to be fetched out from deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think Khalil, I'm not sure why he's trying to bowl quicker. I mean, it's a spin bowler. That's when he's been most effective, taking the pace of the ball. Where the quicker he bowls it, the quicker it's being sent over the top of the boundary.
Goes again this time, Shiraz, but he'll get just one. He's bowling quicker because even at the ECS in Stockholm, the boundaries were around 55 to 60 metres. And he felt like there he could still float it up a bit more. But here he's noticed even the miss hits go for 6.
Yeah, but Michael, I mean, when you look at those 6s they've gone, they've not just gone over the rope, they've gone over the rope a long way, haven't they? As that over comes to an end, no run there off that last one, but the 50 has come up, and it's come up quickly after that one. 52 for 2 after 4.
So right now, Belgium pretty much on the required run rate, but at the loss of that pair of wickets. So just speaking to the man himself, I think the thinking is somewhat shorter boundaries.
Yeah.
I don't want to toss it up as much, because even when I do toss it up, I might get them to play a full shot and it still goes for runs. So therefore, I'm going to bowl a bit quicker and a bit flatter, and have my default is quicker and flatter, and my variation is the slower one, as opposed to the other way around. And to be fair, across most of this tournament, it's worked for him. It hasn't quite worked for him there. He's gone for 14, 2 6s in the over, but he's such a trusty performer for them. I imagine they'll still trust him with a second over.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They turn to their 4th pace bowling option in Quadratullah Mir Afzal. Short. Very much mistimed. He was very early on that one, Sheikh Shiraz. He gets 1, and I think they'll be quite content to bowl at Ali Raza, new batter, because Shiraz is looking in very good touch. 2 in tandem here, Mir Afzal and Sam Khalil, both doing their best to contain Shiraz, who will get the strike back now after that single. They're also both teammates at Albi Zalmi, who are the most represented side in this Sweden squad of 13. 4 Albi Zalmi players. They won a recent T10 playoff against Gothenburg City. But for now, they're getting dispatched once more, so it's Quadratullah this time being hit by Shiraz. The Belgian skipper very much enjoying this diet of the Albi Zalmi attack at this stage. And these two teams are neck and neck, both of them on the exact same score at this point of the innings.
Yeah, bowl short to him at your peril. Picks it up so quickly. He's so strong in that area. 6 more.
So it looked like a nice delivery, but it scooted a long way away from the batter after it pitched. There was a lot of outswing on this. It pitches in a pretty reasonable place and takes a wicked bounce. Whether that's what Quadratullah meant, I'm not so sure. Nothing Jyoti can do about it, and that's 5 wides.
5 wides, and that's coming right at the right time, isn't it?
Is that my eyesight? Do you think that looked like a bad ball when it pitched?
It was very short, yeah.
It was short,
it was very short, and then
it did deviate a long way.
Yeah, I mean, Jyoti, wasn't too much you could do about that, but look, this is exactly what Belgium need, the acceleration at the right time. 5, that's huge, that's big.
It's a better ball. It's still probably a touch too short. Straight to the captain, Venkatesh. So they pick up 1. Shiraz is looking in fine form. You would think if he stays there, Belgium probably go on to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about shoulds and probably, but as we know, 1 ball changes everything. We've seen that so many times, especially today.
Skied up. Big chance. And taken. Well, it's not Shiraz, but they have got rid of Ali Raza for 1 of 4. And Belgium are 66 for 3. Quadratullah Mir Afzal gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, good wicket. For a moment there, I'm thinking, why aren't the batsmen trying to cross? And then, of course, I'm thinking to myself, of course, with the new rule coming in, it makes no difference at all, because a new batsman will have to be on strike. Yeah, I mean, this went a long way up in the air. That would have been spinning in the air as well. He takes a comfortable catch and they get a wicket. They needed that one there because it does. Yeah, here he goes. Look, backpedaling all the way. Says thank you very much. That's a good catch.
Nicely taken by Rahul Khan. It wasn't a simple one. It never is when you're running back. And so once again, Belgium's batting will be tested. They are a team of naturally aggressive cricketers. They are a country that, by all accounts, is pretty well suited to playing T10. As out comes Omid Rahimi, the man who we were discussing earlier on, who made 45 off 20 against Norway earlier on in the day. Now gets his chance to repeat that innings, and if he can play anything like that again, he'll definitely win this game. But he might be gone first ball. He is gone first ball. That's a huge wicket for Sweden. Omid Rahimi was belting Norway to all parts earlier on today, but he's out for a golden duck, 66 for 4. And Quadratullah Mir Afzal will start his second over of this game on a hat-trick because he finishes his first with 2 in 2.
Look, take nothing away from how difficult this catch is. It goes a long, long way up in the air. And you know, the other thing is, I mean, the clouds, if you look at the sky here now, there's a lot of grey and white clouds as we're coming to the end of the day. And trying to pick that ball up there, well, it's difficult when the sun's out. It's also difficult under that sky. That is a terrific catch. Well, we know he's a dangerous man. We know when he's out there, he hits the ball big. We know if he gets going, he can be dangerous. We know that he needed to stay out there if he could with the captain, but he's gone for a golden duck, goes first ball. And that is for you, folks. That's what this European cricket is all about, this format of the game, this Dream11 Champions League, if you like, of cricket. Well, doesn't matter what happens in the game before, the next one is completely different.
Rico.
And once again,
I'm going to have to correct you on that at the end when we get a moment.
Okay, you can correct me. You're going to give me a slap as well.
66 for 4 or 5. Venkatesh back for his second.
Oh, it could be another wicket, and well, we've seen a team hat-trick here. And well, they're all in joy. And this is what it's all about. And we just saw, well, some good shots being played, balls going to the boundary. We thought, hello, especially with the captain doing the damage. But look, the other batsmen are letting him down. This is another soft dismissal.
Well, he's just tried the big shot. He's felt like it was in his area. And Rahul Khan, it's not quite an identical dismissal to the one we saw in Quadratullah's over, but it's pretty similar.
Similar, isn't it? Backpedaling takes the catch. All smiles at the moment from Sweden. And well, the one man who's not smiling is the Swedish captain. He wants somebody to stay there with him, doesn't he?
Exactly, you've read my mind again. Nobody else has got into double figures apart from Sheikh Shiraz. Shiraz is out for 34 off 13. 5 big sixes in that knot from the experienced campaigner, the oldest player in this Belgian team, the most experienced player as well. Owns a fast food restaurant when he's not out there playing cricket as the old stager of this Belgium side. And right now, this team are going to need a fast response to this clatter of wickets. 3 in 3 between those end of that 4th over and the start, 5th over and the start of the 6th. Akrami facing up now, who was the other star in the unsuccessful run chase against Norway. He got 32 off 9. He's the only Belgian left-hander in this top 7 today. And that in and of itself can create awkwardness for bowlers.
So the Swedish captain, Venkatesh, does get the wicket.
Tell you what, he's had a lot going on in his 7 balls, hasn't he? 2 for 15. Proper T10 figures, that. Just jabbed away. And they do get through for a single. There's a touch of confusion for a second. Both of those two, as you could see from the scorecard there, were yet to face a ball before that delivery, which gives you a sense of how bad the batting collapse has been. A quick shot there of Raja Sharma and David Willerman, the Swedish Brains Trust at this tournament. And I think they'll be a lot happier than they were 10 minutes ago. And they'll be definitely happier after that ball from Venkatesh, and Mahmood unable to get off the mark. And as we know, the required run rate can start to spiral just in a few balls without a boundary. No boundaries in 5 deliveries now. And more importantly, those 3 wickets in 3 balls.
Yeah, Kwame, we know what he can do. He can hit the ball big and he can be pretty destructive. But, well, at the moment, the bowling's been good as well.
It's nice again from Venkatesh. And Mahmood just drops his bat on it and gets 1, but you can't really afford to have a look for long with a target like this to chase. Raja Sharma on the left of your shot there, the under-17 and under-19 coach of the men's youth teams at those levels. Runs a cricket centre with David Williman, known as DR Cricket in Malmo, in the cricket academy in Scandinavia. Turned away by Akrami for 1-2 is the call. And he was very happy to go there, Murrid Akrami, but he was sent back by Mahmood.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice because I don't think they would have made it.
Raja Sharma in the centre of your shot there with David Williman, and that's where they got DR, David and Raja. I mentioned earlier the Fighting Freyers, David Williman, Swedish women's team coach. You've of course got John T. Rhodes quarantining ahead of a stint as a fielding coach in the IPL, and then Ben Harradine, the technical performance director of Swedish cricket. And between the 4 of them, they've done a lot in a short space of time. Full toss, horrid delivery.
Yeah, that's got to be called a no ball, and I think that's wrapped him on his fingers. Well,
that's a finger breaker, and Abhijit Venkatesh is straight across to apologise. Of course, there's no intent whatsoever. He's not going to deliberately bowl an awful delivery like that.
Yeah, I think he's going to want some spray out there quickly on those fingers. I think he's already given it the single. This was a nasty one, and I think it's one of those that's jammed the fingers onto the handle of the bat.
Well, as someone that is recovering from a fractured finger that came through a cricketing injury back in early June, I can vouch for the fact that when a cricket ball hits you on the end of a finger, it can be incredibly painful, and that is what has just happened to poor old Faisal Mahmood, who, given the game situation, will be desperate to stay out there if he possibly can. But he looks in some discomfort as the doctors and paramedics head out.
Yeah, I mean, it's, nobody means to bowl him. He's obviously trying to get the Yorker length delivery in there. But that's why I think, I know that Vinny, he's very keen always to see them called. I mean, because you don't want to see those sort of deliveries. There's no need for them. We don't need any unnecessary injuries as well. And that was picked up straight away and called by the umpires.
And you absolutely don't want to create a situation where totally inadvertently, not that you would encourage it, but a delivery like that doesn't get called.
Yeah.
And so it ends up going down as a dot, and it's dependent on the batter to hit it for runs. Otherwise, they get away with it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to the medical staff there. And, thank you to the Andalusia region and the Malaga host city as well for providing the medics around the ground.
So, 1 ball left of this 6th over, an eventful 6th over. And Akrami has made it even more eventful by hitting this towards the batting dugout for 6. Well, that has really helped Belgium. It's brought it down to 13 runs and over needed from these last 4. They're 77 for 5 after 6. Akrami's first maximum.
Well, this was big, and well, I think this one had the tournament referees and the 3rd umpire hopping around. This is a big hit, and I think this has gone right into their marquee. What a big hit that is. And well, they're liking it. Well, there's the bounce. Say, watch out, it's coming your way. And in it goes. Well, Rob Kemin, he was not alarmed. That's our tournament referee there, a very experienced man. He said, no, I don't need to move.
He's seen it all before. And before. I believe he's now Sir Rob Kemin after the Dutch government and royalty got involved. And
services to cricket, and he's done so much. I mean, he could write a book. Actually, I keep saying to him, Rob, you've got to write a book.
I think there might be a job for you ghostwriting that. Azam Khalil back for his 2nd. Oh, what a good first ball from Azam Khalil. He conceded 14 from his first. Sheikh Shiraz hitting him for 2 big 6s, but Shiraz is of course departed now. This is a different task for Mahmood and Akrami, who've only faced seams so far. Also got the ambidextrous spinner Oktay Gulami up their sleeve, Sweden, but they haven't used him yet. crucial moments here. Sweden know that realistically, to get a top 2 spot, they've got to win this game. Belgium can go top of the group with just 1 day left. He's always got a bit of that back foot down there.
Yeah, let's just check in, and not out is the decision.
Swung away by Mahmood, and that's 6 over mid-wicket. Ismail Zia has to go and fetch it back. Well, it's boom or bust often with Azam Khalil. People tend to not be able to resist going after him, and it tends to either be 6 duck or caught on the rope. And that is a second 6 for Mahmood.
Yeah, well, his thumb may be throbbing, but it's not stopping him hitting this one all the way. Big shot, that.
Now, while they're fetching that, we've got a bone to pick with you.
Go on,
I've even had Swedish T20 vice-captain Venan Boshoff just texting me to say, remind Rico about the Champions League equivalent that he mentioned.
Okay, go on.
So we can get raking you over the coals. So the European Cricket League is the Champions League of European cricket, because that's where the champion clubs of Europe play for the right to be crowned the kings of Europe.
Okay, well, this is... so what I should have said, this is the Euros.
Yes.
This is the Euros
There
of
you
cricket.
go.
Yes, and of course, that will be coming up as well, won't it? Early part of next year. I think the end of February, is that right, when it's been scheduled for? So I'm looking forward to that, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Of course, the only one we had was in 2019. Can't wait for that one. It just gets bigger and better.
The last time I checked, we were up to about 30,000 champion clubs of Europe competing in that. And I am only over-exaggerating with the 3 zeros. I believe it's 30 clubs, which is astonishing. Smashed away, but not far enough. And taken. Belgium have lost another one. And Ikrami, who impressed so much this morning, is out. Joy for Sweden. And Ikrami has to depart. Belgium 84 for 6. And even for their deep batting lineup, this is a serious test now. Azam Khalil gets his first of the game.
Yeah, Khalid Zahid taking a very safe and comfortable catch, and that's one thing that we've noticed, certainly with these international teams, as they show the world what European cricketers can do. I mean, these are the best of the best from the countries they represent, and the fielding has been superb, and the catching as well. We've seen some dynamic catches, some dynamic fielding. It's been sensational stuff, and playing it here at this magnificent Cartama Oval, well, what could be a better setting for this? As we said, the Euros of cricket being played here in Spain.
You sure?
The Euros. Okay, Harry Potter.
You know me, I won't make you over the coals too often, but if you make it that easy, I can't resist. 20 balls left in this innings. We've got a real game on our hands, folks. An experienced spin bowler in Azam Khalil wielding, spinning his web. Full toss there, and he's got away with that. It's a quick single. Of course, because of the new rule, that means that there's no issues relating to crossing and catches. The rule that was also used in the 100 recently in English domestic cricket. And it's the new batter that faces, unless, of course, the catch was off the last ball the previous over. Now Mahmood back on strike and smashes this straight for 6. Well, Belgium really needed that. Mahmood into double figures with a pressure-relieving 6. And the Belgians will now need 38 to win off the last 3. And by Azam Khalil's high standards, it's not his best pair of overs. He's hit for 4 6s in his spell. Goes for 28 from his 2.
Well, Mahmood, he's in the mood. He's in the mood to hit big. And it's shaka time from him. And he's trying to get his team to a victory. Both of these teams have lost matches here today. One of them will go home the happier. Who will it be? Well, I'll tell you what. This one is too close to call for me.
What I can say for certain is I don't think, after texting me to remind me about that Venan Boshoff is going to be on your Christmas card list when we get round to, early December. The Swedish T20 International Captain who reminded me, having forgotten to rake you over the goals, about the Euros. Quadratilla is back, hat-trick ball. Oh, but the hat-trick ball's been hit for 6. Take that. He's been waiting on a hat-trick ball for 15 minutes or so since his first over, Quadratilla, but it gets absolutely smashed by Sefak.
This was just absolutely huge. What a hit this is. Well, that's one way to hit your first boundary, isn't it? Oh, that's still going. I think that's ending up somewhere. What a hit.
Swipe and a miss from Sefat. That's a very good piece of calm bowling in a pressure situation from Quadratullah Afzal. You do hear the phrase execute your skills a bit too often in generic sportsman speak, but that's exactly what he did there. A good slur ball outside off. A nervous time for Belgium watching on, but this will make them less nervous. It's another big 6 from Sefat. Well, the 2 that he's put bat on have really got the batting dugout up and about, and Belgium passed the 100 mark in style.
Well, they're all smiles, and well, this is what I like, is a little bit of boom, boom, boom. This is a little bit of calypso-style batting. It's Shaka, Shaka, the big 6. He's hitting them big, and they're going a long way as well.
So, 26 to win off 15. But that equation is going to get a touch easier for Belgium. They've ticked 1 run off. Didn't quite get all of this one, Sefat, but it's been a great over for the Belgians so far. 6.61. So if you're looking at the required run rate, they're effectively into bonus runs at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, and for the first time in a long time, that rate is almost under 10.
This time goes through the offside. Drop catch. It wouldn't have been an easy one at all, but it bursts through the hands of the diving Khalid Zahid, and it runs away. In fact, beg your pardon, it's Sher Ali who dropped 2 in the game earlier on against Spain. This would have been, well, Jonty Rhodes' catch, dare I suggest, at backward point, and instead it goes for 4. It's another boundary. 17 off this over. And it's going to be 23, is it? Yes, it is. Just about has enough to go over the rope, and look at what it means to the Belgians. Their manager, Abhijit Khan, he's living and breathing every moment of this contest, and now they need 15 to win off 12. That 8th over is savaged for 23 runs, and the pendulum no doubt swings towards the side who are trying to go top of Group A.
Well, how about that? What a spectacular over that is. And well, this is what we got coming up tomorrow. Don't forget, if you're shooting away early after this one, well, 5 matches. You know you need your 5 a day. Well, that's exactly what we're giving you. Sweden, Luxembourg, Norway, Spain, Sweden, Belgium, Norway, Luxembourg again. And what about that? Well, what a finish it's going to be to the group matches with Belgium and Spain coming together once more.
Looks
Back
like
to the action here.
Right down to the wire for who's going to finish in the top 2. And this game could go right down to the wire. Can Khalid Zahid take it to the last one? Not if he gets hit like that. It's 6 more. Belgium are finishing it in a hurry. They've got a dinner reservation tonight, and they want to get there quickly. Sefat and Mahmood are going absolutely ballistic here. It's another 6 for Sefat, and 4 of the last 7 balls have gone for 6.
This one was huge. That was a Bizaway Super 6. That's still travelling. What a big hit this is.
Fancy footwork, and for once, in the last 10 minutes or so, it is Sweden who got a bit of momentum their way. So this pair have added 36 runs together in just 10 balls. I had to double check that as I was saying it. 36 off 10 balls between them. Wow.
They've just got to keep their cool, though, haven't they? I mean, they don't want to throw it away. I mean, you saw there a big swing there from the batsman. He just hit a big 6. I mean, Sefat, he doesn't want to get out here because both of these batsmen are set. Both are in their 20s.
I think he'll look to finish it in a hurry, though, because that's his nature. He's certainly trying to do that here. They're eyeing 2. They're going to try 4-2. And he's dived and made it in. Well, we don't see many 2s on this ground, but he's got it in between the sweepers. And Belgium are celebrating every run like they have won the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We haven't seen quite such an animated batting dugout in this entire tournament, I'd suggest.
Well, they really are cheering on their boys out there at the moment. Here's the next ball.
This time through the offside, and that could all but seal it. The scores are tied. 1 to win off 8 for Belgium, and just look at what it means to them. Sefat levels the scores, and Belgium should be going top of Group A now.
This one was just muscled. What a shot this is. He bangs it in short. The power in this shot is incredible. Hitting that on the back foot, on the up, that is huge. What a magnificent shot. Scores are level. And that'll be it.
Finish it on a wide. That will be that. It's not the way that Sefat and Mahmood would probably have preferred to get the winning run, but they won't care how. Belgium have won this game by 4 wickets with 8 balls to spare. As the light rain starts to fall here at Cartama, it is Belgium who go top of Group A with their 5th win of this tournament already. They've been somewhat of a surprise package in Group A, and that has huge ramifications for the group because it means that Sweden's pursuit of the top 2 takes a potentially fatal blow, meaning that their route to finals week will be oh so tough when it comes to Friday, whereas potentially Belgium and Spain will now fancy their chances to secure those top 2 spots and a double chance on Friday to make it through to finals week. But for now, it's Sweden who are dejected, and it's Belgium who win this game. We thought this run chase was going to be tight, and in the end, it's Belgium who get home with room to spare.
Well, you mentioned that the rain came with those 2 batsmen. They were on fire. They needed a little bit of rain to sizzle them down. This was sizzling stuff. It was hot, hot, hot. Well, it all started off with the limping as in, well, he didn't need to be out there. And no, he didn't, because when you got other people in the camp like that, hitting the ball well, but why do you need him? Well, they lost a few wickets, but again, just like Sweden, even though they were losing wickets, each batsman that was going out there believed that they could do it, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, look, catches were being taken, but it was those last 3 overs, Michael, that really cost them.
It was a really strange way to chase down 129 to win, in that you're not often going to see a big score like that chased with just one member of your top 7 getting into double figures, but that is exactly what happened. Sheikh Shiraz made 34 off 13. This was one of his best shots, that straight 6. He hit a couple of big 6s here of Quadratullah, as well as Azam Khalil, who got some tap. But at the other end, he just couldn't really find a support act until, with him gone, suddenly, right down the bottom of the batting card, the onus fell on Faisal Mahmood and Shakari Sefat. They came together at 84 for 6, with Belgium needing more than 2 a ball and in some serious strife, and instead they just absolutely made mincemeat of it, didn't they? Finishing on a wide, which was maybe a bit of a sad way for the game to end of all ways that it could. But regardless, great credit to the 2 finishers.
And look, that was just fabulous. I mean, we've seen some finishing in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, but that topped a lot. That was just sensational stuff.
Great contribution from Shiraz. A golden duck for Rahimi, who'd been so impressive earlier on, but just look at Mahmood and Sefat. 53 off 18 balls between them. They were both going at around the 3 a ball mark, and no surprise that if you do that for any period of time, you're probably going to be successful in a run chase. As for the bowling figures, Azam Khalil's most expensive spell of the tournament, and Quadratullah Mir Afsar was hit for 30 in his 2nd over. He was on a hat-trick after his first. If that doesn't sum up T10 cricket as a bowler, I don't know what does. Abhijit Venkatesh taking 2 for 26, but nobody could really keep a lid on things for Sweden, who ultimately end up failing to defend this target. I'm a touch surprised that we didn't see the ambidextrous Oktay Gulami or this leg spin of Rahul Khan as something a bit different. There seems to be a reluctance from Sweden to use spinners apart from Azam Khalil, and that somewhat surprises me. We've just seen the player of the match walk past us, rightly getting a deserved round of applause. Shakari Sefat, who hit 28 not out of just 9 balls. It is Belgium who win this game. Belgium go top of the group as well. So, Belgium the winners against Sweden by 4 wickets. What a day of cricket that we've seen here, folks.
Incredible.
The Spain-Sweden game was the game of the day, wasn't it? No doubt.
Yeah, it was. And what I liked about that game is obviously a lot of spectators here to watch it as well. In the fan zone, they were watching it and supporting Spain as they would. And the way the match was going, you could see they were down. They're thinking, oh no, you know, after losing the first against Belgium, the very first match in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, they were on the up and they thought, oh, we're going to lose this one. And everybody thought it. I think you thought it. I thought it. We thought it was going over. And it's the way that game turned around. And that's the story. That's the beauty of this European cricket, isn't it? You just don't know what's going to happen. Doesn't matter what happens in one game, the next one can be completely
Well,
different.
there was that moment, and our viewers who watched it will remember it, when Zahid flicks the 6 away.
Yes.
And I didn't quite call it, because you never call it until it's done, but I said that I thought that was all but that. But somehow, it didn't happen. It's been fantastic to have your company across the day. Rico Full, thanks of course to Vinny Sandy for his contributions too. You've been watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. What a day it's been, and it has been absolutely fantastic to be broadcasting to you worldwide. We'll see you tomorrow.
Play cricket.
On the Cross to Song.